under God, and justice for all. Great. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the reorganizational meeting for the town board for 2013. And I might have to separate you two.
No, we're just discussing something.
It's not
Okay.
Catholic school.
Excuse me?
It's not Catholic school.
I
Exactly.
wouldn't know.
I would.
Is this yeshiva?
Nope.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
Okay. We're not adding anything to the agenda. It's a reorg meeting. We have the business that we have to do to be able to operate the town. So I'd like a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion to accept the agenda as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. So like I said, we're not adding anything to the agenda. We'll take some public comment, and then if any issues are brought up tonight, we can put them on the agenda for the later January meeting. We just cannot do it tonight, so we can't address it, engage in it. We've gotten a lot of information. I know why some of you are here, and it is being dealt with, and we'll have more answers at the next meeting. So with that, I'd like to open up public comment, but what I would like to ask anybody who's going to speak, to try to use this microphone so the people here in the room can hear you, and so the television audience can hear you. And I'd like you to sort of come sort of forward and look towards the camera so people can also see you out when they're watching TV. Hello? Is this on?
I think that was on. Try it again.
You know, actually, if I put my glasses on,
Maybe
it might help. No, I have it off. On. Okay, thank you. So-
Did anyone need it? I apologize. Did
Oh,
anyone
I'm
need
sorry.
an agenda?
I'm sorry, yeah, there were
I'm sorry.
agendas
Did you need
here.
my copies?
No, there's tons of copies.
I thought you had copies.
I have copies.
Susan walked out of the office with copies.
Right, I just didn't want to share them.
Yeah, I apologize. No, you're welcome.
Okay. We'll wait for Jeff to finish and,
It shouldn't be anything to do.
okay, if you could just introduce yourself and,
I'm Norman Golovkin. I live on Horsenden Road here in New Paltz. The main purpose of what I have to say tonight has to do with the contracts that are being let, I guess it could being reviewed, and we have a comment, or I represent other people that have a comment on it. Before I get to it, a very quick synopsis of what went on last Sunday. 10 of us were at Lenape Lane. We do it every week. We ran up and we ran down. When we got, and if you recall, it was windy and it was cold. We got down to the bottom and there were multiple tow trucks there. There was one policeman. All the cars were ticketed, and 3 cars were already towed away, and they were at Bill's garage. Ostensibly, our tires were on the road. How anybody could ascertain that, I don't quite know, because the snow, where they plowed, it just was blacktop and there was snow, and everybody was parked on the snow. Whether the snow covered the road, I don't know how anybody knew what was under there, but we got tickets in any event. So then I went to the policeman and I said, where do I get my car? He said, go talk to the guy at Erickson's, who was right there. He gave me a card and said, here, call the main office. I went home. I got a ride home. Not everybody had access to a ride. They might have been stuck there in that cold weather. I got a ride home. My wife, so I called. And I said, where's my car? And they said, it's at Bill's. Oh, she first had to find out. It's at Bill's garage on 32. And she said, it's $250 plus $20 tax, and it has to be in cash. I said, cash? It's Sunday. Where are we going to get cash? She said, it has to be in cash. So I went to had my wife drive me to the cash machine. I got the $270. I then went back to Lenape. No, I'm sorry. I went to Bill's. Had to give the guy $270 in cash. He gave me a receipt. Then I had to take it to the police station. I'm not sure what. They didn't seem to stamp anything, but they looked at it and they gave it back to me and said, now you can go get your car. So I went and I was able to get my car. A couple of things. Number one, they insisted on cash. And I argued with them over the phone, and she said, no, it has to be cash. And when I got there, it turns out I didn't know it, but they would take a credit card. But they said no initially, and they, even to the people who were there, but they took the other two people who were towed, gave them a credit card. The other thing, so it was $250 for towing. We have an estimate from Erickson's, and we have an estimate from another tow company in the town. And the cost to tow from where we were to Bill's was less than $80 for the two, and each of them quoted less than $80. We were charged $250 plus tax, $270. So I don't know if that number is something you authorize, but it seems egregious for that kind of thing. So I think as you look at that contract, is that the number that you have authorized in the contract?
Yeah.
Number two is, where does the money go? Where does the $250 go? Does it
Directly
all-
to the tow company.
Goes all to the tow company. I'd like to see that in the contract. I'd like to see exactly what, and the town authorizes the $250, I assume. So that's part of the question I'd like to bring to the town board, is we would like to see that kind of thing. So I'm not getting into whether we were on the road or off the road. That's now going to be with the court, because we've all pleaded not guilty. There was a fourth car that was about to be towed, and the guy talked his way out of it and said, you know, I'm stuck here. If you take my car, I can't do it. They said, okay, give us the $270, and we won't tow your car. So he did not get towed, but he paid $270. So that, I'm not sure what the law is on that, but it doesn't sound right to charge somebody that you're not going to tow that kind of money. So again, I don't know how you let the contract, it's one company gets it, multiple get it, what the prices are they set here, or how that 200 and some odd. Now, there was one car that was not ticketed. That was the only car that was for sure on the road, because his tires were lousy and he couldn't park on the snow, because he said, I won't get out of there if I park on the snow. So he parked on Gatehouse Road, totally on the road. He didn't get a ticket. He happens to be a policeman. So that's a significant coincidence that the one person that didn't get it, not from New Paltz, but the one car that didn't get a ticket was totally on the road, and they didn't get a ticket, and he happens to be a policeman. So the whole thing really was a very bad experience for all of us. 10 people, you know, most of us live in New Paltz, we pay our taxes, we stay out of trouble, and we find it quite abusive.
Thank you, Norm.
Anybody else like to speak during public comment?
I would actually, if I could.
If, please come up here and identify yourself and the camera capture you.
Yes. Hi, my name's Ernie. I'm a longtime area resident and multi-generational area resident, and I'm also part of the running crew. And I wasn't at this particular event where this occurred, but I have joined them on many occasions, and they are all very responsible people, and as Norm properly identified, mature and law-abiding and everything. But the biggest concern I had is one of safety. That this really struck me as scary. I've come down that hill in the summer and in the winter, and I think you know, if you're going to be ticketing up there and you're going to be doing this sort of thing, or the community decides that this is appropriate, that there needs to be some sort of policy that says, you know, there's a health and safety issue with people who are running. This is a high output activity. If there's a lot of heat, you can suffer heat stroke, heat exhaustion, etc. You may be coming down the hill, you may have run out of water, and the only water source is in your car. And now your keys are in there, your wallet's in there, your phone is in there, and away it went. And there you are. The only thing you can do is go to a house in the neighborhood and hope that they're willing to help you. Call for somebody or get help. So it puts members of your community at risk. And that I found very scary. I've also done this in the winter where I've come down, I've been very cold. If you sweat in the winter and you're very cold, it really gets bad. Hypothermia can set in very quickly. So you have to keep moving. And for me, that's an additional 7 miles that I have to keep moving. If you're already worn out because you run 20, 25, or 30 miles, you've got a real problem on your hands. And I would suspect possibly a lawsuit, which would would be very scary from the standpoint of the town or whoever's responsible here. So I really think if this policy is something that's the norm and is going to continue in some fashion, that at least somewhere in the fine print, it should say, send a car up the hill to let the runners know, if you can find them on Lenape, send someone up there and let them know that this has happened, because it could be life-threatening. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Randall, if you want to come up, we're asking you to come up so the camera can see you, and
Well,
no, Randall, please, because your back is to the camera and the TV audience can't see. And we'd like you to use the microphone so the public who's sitting here can hear you, and the people watching TV can hear you.
You know, I don't know whether or not it is, I've received the letters from the police department about the complaints that have been going on, and I don't know whether or not what happened to you all who are part of this running group is not a function of neighbors in the area calling the police and making the complaint that there's parking along the area, which they may have perhaps thought was the result of the things that are going on with respect to Mohawk. I know that a lot of people, and I live on Butterville Road, so I can tell you that I know that a lot of people are concerned with the parking and the amount of parking that goes on along that road, so it's quite possible that one of the neighbors in the area called and complained because of the amount of parking that was there, and the police come and they responded to that. I know, generally the police are pretty generous when they see the cars there, and they assume that, people are out doing their thing, but if a neighbor calls, they generally come, ticket, and then do what they need to do and get them towed. So I would venture to guess that the police department received a call from some of the neighbors and dispatched somebody out to write tickets. I mean, I haven't talked to the chief, but I can tell you that I know that the people who live in that area, and I'm one of them, because I live on Butterville Road, are very sensitive to the amount of parking that goes along that road. So I would venture to guess that someone called, and it may be the person who lives at the corner of Gatehouse and Butterville Road, who, their view is obstructed, and they don't particularly care for, and I'm not speaking for them, but I'm just telling you that it's quite possible that there are neighbors who were unhappy with the fact that there were the number of cars that were there, and I don't know how many of them were there, and they may have called, and the police came out, and if the cars were parked illegally, and I don't know what the town law is, but I don't believe there is parking, or there's supposed to be parking on Butterville Road, and if the cars are parked, they are there no tires should be on the pavement. I think that's the law. So if there was a tire on the pavement, they were ticketed and or towed. So I think that is the town law, and I would again venture to guess that the neighbors called and made the complaint, because generally the police are pretty lenient when it comes to cars being parked there, because I live there and I've seen them, and I've seen it, but if it's a whole gaggle of them.
Okay, thanks,
Thank you.
Randall. Okay, would anybody else like to speak?
Ann?
Hi, I'm Dan Winfield. I live at Lent Drive. I'm part of this infamous running group. Your town section 41-5 says standard methods of payment, credit cards, and it shouldn't be restricted to cash-only transactions. That should be looked at and maybe shared with the towing company. Section 41-4 indicates that only towing companies located within the town shall be involved in the towing list. I'm just going to correct Norman. We came down that hill. We're sweaty. Our cars are gone. Sometimes we leave keys on the. We all watch Seinfeld. We know where it's a safe place to leave the keys right on the wheel. And the car, for some reason, I had put mine in my hitch, so they were safe. Norman, for some reason, put his in his pocket, but it could have been disastrous. We come down that hill and we're really stranded. Then we get into this detective's car from Poughkeepsie, who was not towed or ticketed, as has been mentioned, And we're luckily, we drive down to Terrific Towing, because that was one of the trucks on the bottom of Du Bois, and no cars there. The detective calls up the dispatcher, the police dispatcher, New Paltz police dispatcher, and is told that the cars are at Erickson's. We drive down Erickson's, which is in Highland. We go to the first garage, no cars. Second garage, no car. No cars. We find a person working there, and she says, no, they're at Bill's. We drive back to New Paltz. We go to Bill's. And, this is taking 40 minutes by this time. We go to Bill's, and there our cars are there. We're told that we have to have $270 in cash. I carry my watch. That's what I carry when I run. There's nothing. He finally accepted credit cards from another runner and myself. Then we had to go, as Norman said, all the way back to the police station for her to do what? The dispatcher who told us originally to go to Highland, to Erickson's. And then we go back and we finally get our cars. My car had been broken into. He had to, without authorization from me, I don't know whether the cops gave him authorization to go in to shut off the alarm. There was damage done to my car. The safety issues, again, we come down that hill, hypothermia is a real thing. It was a cold, windy day. We drive in, later on when we finally got our cars, we're driving around town. There are cars all over the place, on the pavement, all four wheels on the pavement. We're maybe 2 inches on the pavement, maybe 3 inches. By the way, as Ken Posner, are you going to read that letter later? Ken Posner, he indicates that while we were waiting for everybody to get together to go off on a run, there were cars going both ways. There was no problem with the traffic at that point. No, the road was not blocked. The storm was Saturday, it wasn't Sunday. There was a dusting on the road, but nothing that was impassable. If one of us had broken a leg or fallen and gotten a concussion, it could have been disastrous. I mean, we came out of this really ticked off about what happened, but nobody was injured, thankfully. And the procedure of having to, first of all, pay that much money, secondly, having to pay the money and then go to the police station for her to do something, the dispatcher to do something, and then to come back, it makes no sense. When I talked to Sergeant Lewis, who is apparently the supervising officer, the commanding officer of that little detail, he took a little umbrage in the fact that I was questioning the cumbersomeness of having to drive here, there, and the other place. I think it was inappropriate on his part. I asked for the photos that were taken to indicate that the roads were definitely on the cars were definitely on the road and blocking. They didn't have any photos. And again, as Randall says, he lives there. There are cars every weekend there, every holiday, there are cars up and down that road. And especially when you go south of the bridge, you cannot park on the side of the road without being on. You have to be on the road because it's such a culvert there. Why were we sort of singled out? And why were not all of us singled out? Why were some let go? I know you have a lot on your plate. The only other thing is some of the runners are taking medications for different things. If they get back to the car and they're due to take their pill or whatever injection and it's not available and they don't know where the car is, I mean, it could have been a hazardous situation. Personally, I think it was a real overreach on the part of the police. And the last thing, in terms of safety, we're coming down Lenape. We can see them and they can see us. Other runners who were a little faster than I am were telling them, the runners are right there. They'll be here in 2 minutes. Instead of blocking up Butterville Road and holding up traffic with the tow trucks and with the police cars, it might have been made more sense from a safety issue to just wait for us to get there in 2 or 3 minutes and let us pay our tickets and then be off, rather than them towing us and us having the whole rigmarole. Good luck with all your reorganization
Thank you.
stuff.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you, Dan.
Does anybody have anything on a different subject? Because we really do have to move on to our reorg meeting.
Would you get somebody to investigate this?
It's gonna be on the agenda.
No, to investigate it.
I said it will be on the agenda for, we understand the situation.
Is this working?
And we
Yes.
will be reviewing
You have to hold
everything,
it
and it will be on the
very close to
agenda
your
to be
mouth.
discussed.
Very close.
I'll try to be brief.
If you just can, did you say your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Renee Hack. I reside in New Paltz on 5 Stonehenge Avenue. Some of you already have heard about this problem, I think, so I'm here to try to open up a different way of looking at it. Most recently, my neighbor who is concerned with this ditch that goes from her house, which is on 6 Stonehenge Avenue, all the way over to Rocky Hill. This ditch fills up. There has been addressing of the situation by a former highway superintendent, Phil Johnson. He put a pipe for me and a drainage that allows the water, when it's running, to go across the road. The problem is that that ditch, of course, fills up with either silt or some branches, some twigs, whatever it is, it gets blocked, which means that we have more water than we should, which is a problem, of course, in the summer for mosquitoes, the building up of water which can back up. It hasn't come into my garage yet, but it could. Now, the legal issue has to do with this easement question. What the current highway superintendent told us, because he came to actually look at the situation about a week ago, he said that nobody owns that property. So it is not a question of trespassing on anybody's private property, which was the notion prior to that moment that he told us about. So it's really a question of the town adopting it as an easement. You have the machinery to do what really is a pretty simple job. Now, I understand that other people probably have the same problem. And it would seem to me that if incrementally you could do triage and decide which homes need this addressing first, little by little, you could start addressing people's concerns with flooding. And that's pretty much the situation.
Thank you.
So I would ask you to reconsider and take a look at it for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Randall, you have one last thing?
Well, I just,
You need to,
a note from the chief about the
Yeah.
parking.
uh-huh.
And
You know what, we wrote to the chief was gonna send us a letter, he was gonna
Okay.
tell us what he had to say. Until we have time to look at it and review it, it's not to be discussed right now.
okay.
We've
He
gotten
just said
all the
that there was
infu-
a commission
Well, no.
meeting that-
No, we have all the information. You have a commission meeting, you could talk about it at the commission meeting, we'll talk
I
about it
think
at a
what
board
Randall is
meeting.
saying is that everybody should come to the commission meeting,
The chief
a
will be there
week
to
from
answer your
tonight,
questions. He just said that he's got some
and they,
video
this-
but no pictures, blah, blah, blah. So he's got videos of where the cars were parked.
but we will be
Safety
addressing
issues,
fees
et cetera, et cetera.
as
So-
part of
Okay.
our
Okay,
reorg.
tell me about our highway
tonight.
superintendent. What-
Just real quick, it wasn't the police that had the cars
Chris,
towed?
Christie, can you, and I really, we could
Yeah,
talk
I know,
about
I
this,
just-
but if you
No.
want to,
Just
go
real
ahead.
quick, so
Go ahead.
Just real
it wasn't the
quick.
police who had the cars towed, it was myself. We had 2 feet snowdrift going across the road. I had 3 trucks go up there 3 separate times that I could not get through.
What time is that?
I'd have to look on a log. Either way, it was.
Okay.
No, I understand that, but, this is not a regular
Right, well,
board
if you
meeting,
look
we
at the
have,
video cam, you'll see one of my wing trucks going through with snow this high up.
Not on Butterfield.
On Butterfield Road.
Okay.
That is-
what, Chris,
Well, once you see the video. But it was me, not the police department, had it towed
I know,
for safety,
I know it's you.
for safety. I understand you have running, safety issues. It is my job to make sure the roads are safe.
Chris, but you didn't do it anyplace else. There were a million streets in New Paltz where you could not get 2 cars through, and you couldn't have possibly got it with all the
Well,
parking. So why did you do it there?
Because Butterville Road and Gatehouse is prone to drifting. You've all said it was a high wind day, all right? I've gone through there. Anyone that's lived up there knows it's prone to drifting.
Well, I just would.
So I just want to take it off the PD that I am the one who requested the officer.
But they
You
made the
have the cars
judgment to have
towed.
us towed. That was their judgment call.
Well, I told the
We
officer,
don't
I
have
need
the
the cars
authorization.
towed so I can get my
This
trucks
is not for
through.
this, that's
I'm
a
just,
legal issue.
just to put it
We're
in the proper
here-
form.
We're here to complain
Okay.
about $270.
Okay.
And who authorizes
That
that?
will be-
Where
Okay.
did that money go?
and I understand that, and the point, and again, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you all coming out, and I don't wanna be nasty, but this is a reorganizational meeting with us having to do,
And
we
some
don't
of
do-
that is in.
but we're not
the
doing
work-
towing fees tonight,
Well, we
and,
can't.
No, it's not part of the organizational meeting. and
Yes, it
since
is. It just got skipped last year.
Well, then, unfortunately, it got skipped, so we will do it at the next board meeting, because I'm not gonna pass fees tonight without understanding it, studying it, investigating, looking into things. I'm just not gonna do this haphazardly tonight, just sort of say, okay, I'm gonna adopt fees, without understanding all the complaints that they've made, what the policy is, why that number has been established, what the reality is behind that number, because we might wanna change it, lower it, but I wanna understand it first, and I'm not gonna understand it sitting here tonight at 8 o'clock at night, and be prepared to adopt something.
And just so you know, your policy says $250. It says it in black and white.
No, I understand,
Yes.
You
Carol,
charge $270.
I understand this, so obviously there's problems.
It's $250 plus tax.
Doesn't
I
pay
would-
tax.
But
Okay, but it
we
doesn't
don't
matter, there's a
include the tax
policy
in
that
our
we have,
fees.
we have to review the policy, it's been
My
brought,
parking ticket's $15. They're not gonna charge me
Okay.
15 plus.
guys, listen, we're done, I'm sorry.
That's
There's a
fine, I appreciate
there's a policy in place, we will review the policy, we will look at all of these issues, we will talk with Chris, we'll take into account your concerns, we'll figure this all out, and we will put it on the agenda for our January town board meeting, and you could come back, and we could all discuss it, and hopefully we can come to a resolution, but we're not gonna do that tonight.
Good luck with the rest of tonight.
Thank you.
I just want, you told people to come to the commission, I just want people to know that the commission meeting is Thursday, next Thursday at 7 o'clock. So anybody wants to come to the thing,
Okay.
yeah, talk to the chief or whatever, 7
Okay.
o'clock.
So did everybody hear that? Next Thursday, 7 o'clock here at Town Hall is a police commission meeting. So if anybody wants to come, but obviously the issue's bigger than just the.
What was the date on that again?
Next Thursday,
Next Thursday at
oh,
7 o'clock.
January 10th,
Okay, thanks.
7 o'clock, Town Hall. But you guys aren't gonna be able to solve the problem yourself
No,
either,
but
because
they
we
may-
need Chris, and we need the policy, and we need the board.
But the chief will be there.
But the chief will be there to address
for the
certain
public input
concerns.
To address any situation, or
Okay.
any questions as to why, how, and where.
Okay. Okay, does anybody want to speak? Everett, anybody else? Yes, no?
I
Okay,
want an investigation of that whole thing, please.
You
we
know,
understand that.
Okay, I mean big time, not just fluffing it off.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? Okay, thank you for that. Now, we'll get to, I don't know if we need
Renee?
this. Do we need this?
Renee, I just want to tell you that we will not be taking any action on your issue tonight. You're welcome
No,
to
of
stay
course
for the meeting, but don't stay in the
So
hope.
Of course, when should I come again?
I will let you know when it's on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Terrific.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get into the meeting, so, okay. So now just announcements, what? There's really only one announcement that I want to, the town board had authorized the supervisor to draft a letter when people pay their taxes, to talk about the budget and talk about the pressures on the budget. We had talked about that at the budget meeting. So I'm just going to read to you the letter that you will all get when you come to pay your taxes. And just so you understand that this letter is handed to everybody by the town clerk when they come in and pay their taxes, and then the people who get paid by the bank, when the town clerk sends out a receipt to the homeowners that the bank took care of their mortgage, they will get this letter in the mail. So anybody who pays taxes in New Paltz will receive this letter. January 2nd, 2013. Dear New Paltz taxpayer, on behalf of the town board, I would like to wish you and your family a very happy and healthy new year. I've worked for the past number of years on property tax reform. The current form of taxation is very unfair and is increasingly putting more and more stress on the homeowner. The property tax increase in the New Paltz the property tax increases the New Paltz taxpayers have endured over the past decade is unsustainable. From 2000 to 2010, real property taxes increased from $3.2 million to $6.7 million, or an increase of 211%. That's just in 10 years. The property tax cap would have helped stem that increase, but the property tax cap unfortunately does not reduce your property taxes. This town board was not willing to accept the easy way out and just increase spending another 2%. The goal of this past budget was to provide for no tax increase in an attempt to lower expenditures without sacrificing services. The New Paltz Town Board was able to achieve a reduction in 2013 spending by $567,509. This resulted in a reduction in the amount to be raised by taxes by $454,789, thereby reducing the tax rate by minus 4.3%. Randall, guys, you can take it in my office if you want. Thanks. The New Paltz Town Board was, okay, we are proud that out of all the counties in the area, As recorded in the Times Herald record, New Paltz was only one of 2 towns to reduce your tax levy, and the other town is much smaller, and the reduction was much less. The town board achieved these savings by consolidating departments, delivering services at a more efficient cost, and taking a hard look at how to control every cost we have the ability to control. With the help of our highway superintendent, Chris Marks, our police chief, Joe Schneider, and all our other hardworking department heads, we cut each budget or held spending flat. The real cost drivers in the town budget are health insurance and state retirement. Since 1998, the increases for these 2 categories alone was 659%. The town board worked really hard to control health insurance costs and was able to realize a significant savings. However, this may be very difficult to duplicate next year. State retirement for the town of New Paltz is about to hit the $1 million mark. The cost for retirement for town police/town employees for 2012 was $934,000 versus $24,513 in 1998. This is an expense the town board has no control over, and if not dealt with at the state level, it will wreak havoc on our ability to control taxes in the future without a loss of services to the community we hold as dear. Our greatest concern is that we need to figure out how to be able to control taxes, keep services the community deserves against the backdrop of the state expenses and declining state revenue. The New Paltz Town Board will continue to search for creative answers and promises to continue to show fiscal restraint. Happy New Year, and signed by me. So that was, you will all receive that when you pay your tax bill. But here's a copy. And I just wanted it read for those who don't pay taxes to understand how hard we're still working. And this is for the record. Okay? So with that, I will say that a few people who have already come in to pay their taxes have come up to my office to thank us for the work we did. So that's nice when you get people coming in and complimenting you versus complaining.
So Steve came and paid your taxes.
I wish we had taxes to pay, Jeff. Pretty strange. Okay, so now before we get into the actual agenda itself, I was given this at the last minute. It's from the Association of Towns. It's supposed to be read at the first town board meeting. I think, Rosanna, you have a copy, right? You gave it to us? Yeah. Rosanna gave us a copy.
Oh, okay.
So it's supposed to be read at the first town board meeting. I'm not going to read all of this.
Thank
It's
you.
long and it's a lot.
Okay.
So I looked
Get
through it, and basically what it is it's the Association of Towns, and they are changing their bylaws. And so you can read through this and you'll see the changes that they've made. It's very easy to read, and actually I think some of the changes they've made are actually very good and more democratic. So they made changes to their bylaws. So they want input from people, and then they include in here the resolutions that will be dealt with at the Association of Towns meeting in February. And some of the resolutions that they're going to be dealing with, again, are home rule. They're going to be dealing with fracking again, controlling municipal expenditures in regards to mandate relief, things about road preservation, real property tax administration, disaster recovery relief, and funding and revenue, and issues of that. So you guys have this. If you have any comments that you want to make, that you want forwarded to the Association of Town, just get back to me before they have a date in here when they want the information back, and it's in here. And one of the things that you will see, because I don't know if tonight we'll decide who might want to go or not, but one thing that's interesting, the following represents just a few courses they will be offering this February at the association. And one of the things I think is interesting is an entire day of emergency preparedness and disaster recovery. Then they're also doing an entire day of Marcellus Shale-related courses, all on hydrofracking, a track of courses on personal issues including labor negotiating, staffing, and fraud prevention, and courses to help reduce liability issues, defend property tax cases, and understand recent changes to state regulations. So those are some of the issues that are going to be on the agenda in February, and we'll decide later who might want to go. So with that, we'll get into the actual agenda. And you all have copies, the outline of what we're going to go through, okay? So let's see how we can look through this. Some stuff's going to take a little bit of time. Okay. First thing we need to do is delegation of administrative duties to supervisor. And I might choose not to accept this. Pursuant to Town Law Section 2916, resolved that the Town Board of the Town of New Paltz hereby authorizes and delegates to the Town Supervisor powers and duties of day-to-day administration and supervision of all town and special district facilities and employees consistent with and in furtherance of any and all state and federal laws applicable thereto, and with any and all local laws, resolutions, or policy heretofore or hereafter adopted by this town board. Now, I actually wondered, since basically my charge really is to do the budget and be the chief finance officer, if I refuse to do this, what would the town do?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? What will we do, Jean?
You're in.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so
Aye.
carried. I can't, can I vote no?
You can.
Motion so carried.
You're
Okay.
done.
Okay, legal representation for the town. Joe Moriello Esquire of the law firm Stacy Moriello Murphy is town attorney. William Wallens Esquire of Roma Wallens and Minot is labor attorney. George Lithgow Esquire of Jacobitz and Gubitz is planning board attorney. And then the following attorneys to be reappointed as counsel of the town on a case-by-case basis: David Gordon Esquire, Andy Kossover Esquire, George Rodenhouse of Rapport, Myers, Whitbeck, Short, and Rodenhausen, and John Simonson Esquire. So, could I have a motion?
So moved.
Could I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
Would we like to add also, so the supervisor can speak to him on a case-by-case basis, Ken Bond,
Oh, Ken
for
Bond.
bond counsel?
Sure.
Well, we're discussing that.
Yeah, that's
Does anyone
a
else
great
have an objection to that, or?
No.
Okay, so
That's
can we
great.
add Ken Bond, and do you know the name of his firm?
It's Squire and Sanders.
So we're gonna add Squire and Sanders,
Okay.
Squire and Sanders.
Yeah, and actually, I have a,
Well, the Squires and Sanders law firm,
no, it's actually, I can tell you.
Squire, Sanders, and Dempsey.
thank you. And Dempsey?
Dempsey.
And Dempsey.
I actually have, because we're doing a prepay for them.
Right.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
we got it.
So it'll be Squire and Sanders
It just
and
says Squire,
Dempsey.
Sanders, LLP.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Squire Sanders LLP.
Squire Sanders LLP
Okay,
as bond counsel, so you
Okay.
can contact them without our approval.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Obviously, we could strike, the wetlands thing. That's not for the purposes of tonight.
I don't have
Um,
wetlands.
We don't
Oh,
have
oh,
to
that's,
use,
oh,
That's
because,
already out.
oh, because Jean got taken out. Okay, I'm using the old one.
Okay.
I'm using my
So-
markup one.
Motion to reappoint.
Yeah,
Dave Clark.
okay. So do I have a motion to reappoint Dave Klaus
So
as the
moved.
chief? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so carried.
I
Okay,
move to designate New Paltz Times as the official newspaper of the town.
with the backup newspapers, the Times Herald Record.
Yes.
second.
Okay, any discussion?
I would actually prefer the Freeman, since I rarely see the record here, and the Freeman does send a reporter.
Um,
Actually, I have no problem with
I mean, it's okay, I guess, in a way. I mean,
Yeah.
you
I'll
want to
agree
do
to
that?
that amendment.
it. So instead of the
Okay.
Times Herald Record, that would be
The Kingston Freeman?
the, what's that called?
The
Kingston?
Daily Kingston, Daily Freeman, actually.
Daily Freeman.
Daily Freeman. Okay,
Of Kingston. yeah.
okay. Motion was made in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so carried. Okay, the fees.
Um,
You guys have a packet of your fees. So
Okay. And
we'll
you're
start
not
with the
in
recycling
order.
fees, and Laura is here.
Oh, okay, here, I got one.
Okay, so, did you change anything on the 2013 fees, or it's the same?
changed anything.
Laura, I do need you to use the microphone and come over here so the camera can get you, and,
Thank you.
yeah, why don't you sit down?
Okay, we didn't change anything, but we did add in mulch and compost, which we've been doing the mulch last year, so now officially we have it in our tipping fee schedule.
Okay, so you have mulch, $50 a load for New Paltz residents only, and it gets delivered.
It gets delivered.
Okay.
It's a 5-yard truck, so it's $50 a load, and the compost will be $150.
Okay. Does,
Who's gonna deliver that?
Bob does. Bob Carlsbaugh, he's got the CDL. So hopefully when we move forward with the municipal worker one, we'll have an additional person to do the driving.
and they're licensed to do that driving?
Yes,
Wait a
yeah.
minute.
Muni one can handle a dump truck up to 2 tons.
Okay, it says on the fee schedule, resident one-time permit, $2, resident one-time permit, $5. Is that supposed to be a non-resident?
Non-resident should say yes.
And then down here, tires by size, 'cause-
Kitty, can you talk a little louder so people can?
Okay, yeah, tires by size, mattresses by size. We didn't have enough room to list everything.
Oh, okay.
Probably should have given you a different schedule.
well,
So essentially, it'll be the same as last year. Tires by size
is that
are.
posted on our website?
It
or
is,
so people,
yes,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, are we,
What do they run? Like, what's the bottom?
Tires without a
she
rim
say
are
that?
3, tires with a rim are 6,
Just
Um,
passenger.
passenger tire, yeah.
as opposed to a truck tire?
A truck tire,
Right.
yeah. And we've got the passenger tires up to 22 inches, which was recommended by someone in the audience several years ago, because passenger tires do tend to, they're large now. My Pontiac's got 17s on them, and apparently passenger tires do go up to almost 22 inches.
Okay.
So you have, you have that stuff on another sheet?
Yes, yeah.
So if you could, tomorrow or the next day, drop it off, so we could just
Okay.
at least attach that
Right.
to the fees to be attached to the.
Do we have
you
one
know,
of the 2012 hanging that I could,
I know we have 2012 up in my office.
yeah, I
have
could
tons
pull
of-
that down for you, well,
know,
or give it
but-
to you tomorrow.
Well, no, you know what you do tomorrow, just get us one that says 2013 on it, you know, because we need to take all this stuff and attach it to the organizational minutes.
Okay.
So, you know, it's easy, you know, unfortunately, somehow we didn't do that last year, and it was hard to, like, you know, so we just want to make sure we have everything in one place, all marked 2013 and stuff, so. Is everybody okay with the
Yeah,
fees?
so do you want to do these individually, or,
Why don't we just do them individually?
all right,
and,
so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion so carried. Thanks, Laura.
Okay,
Okay,
where's
town
Rosanna's?
clerk's fees. Did you make any changes?
The only thing we changed was our fees for dog seizures. We increased them.
Can you,
Okay.
if you could be heard?
Order per day.
The only thing we increased was our fees for dog seizures. Everything else is pretty much state mandated.
So dog seizures
Okay.
was $10 and you're making it 25.
The first redemption was $10. It's now $25. The second one was $25, and now it's $50. And the third one used to be $50, and that's now $100.
Okay.
And the cost for town and zoning maps.
Kitty, can
does-
you use the microphone?
The cost for town and zoning maps does cover what it actually costs to produce them.
We don't get charged for them. Dave Clauser just prints them off for us and
You-
strips
you-
them.
Oh,
As far as,
Okay.
I don't know. I guess he doesn't know me
Okay.
for them.
Rosanna's not paying the bill.
We're talking about the town zoning maps?
Yes,
But the $5 is for somebody who comes from the public to ask for one, right?
right,
They buy them.
Okay, and is that, but Dave is the one who produces them?
yes.
And how much does it cost us to have him produce it?
It's already produced.
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah, I would.
That,
so moved.
that fee didn't change.
Okay.
It's always been $5.
I mean, I will just we can move it and second it and adopt it, but let me have a
I'm moving it.
That's fine, and then we're discussing it. All I'm saying is we'll adopt it tonight, but let me talk to Dave to just
Okay.
see
Just
if there's a
make sure that
larger
it covers
cost.
the cost that
covers the
he's
cost.
charging
That's right.
us.
That's exactly
Okay.
right. That's all I want to do. And
Okay.
if we find out it's a larger cost, I'll come back and I'll ask for this one to be
Okay.
changed.
Okay,
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
okay.
Aye.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I need a second first.
Oh, I thought, Second.
Jeff seconded it.
Oh, he did?
Jeff seconded
I
it.
didn't hear him, he was
Oh.
too quiet.
Okay, so everybody's okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, motion so carried. Okay, next we have building department fees, and those have not been changed. And you will see on here, they were adopted in they were last revised in 2012, and they haven't been changed according to our building inspector. And you'll see it says adopted 1/2013.
Okay, is this these are her recommendations?
Yes. I asked everybody to review
Okay,
and ask if they wanted fees changed, and this was their opportunity. And we double-checked and triple-checked and said, you don't want any fees changed? They said no.
so moved.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Motion so carried. Now, the planning board fees and the zoning board fees did change. And so, I will read,
Wait a minute.
I will read the letter from the planning board, and I will read the letter from the zoning board. I'll start
The
with planning
zoning board letter, is it that old one from August?
No, that we have, oh. Otherwise,
Yeah,
August
no,
30th.
get
Yes,
it.
it's from Linda, from
It's
August.
from August.
Yes,
Yes.
It doesn't
but,
matter.
well, it only matters in the sense that Kelly put it on top of it to explain why they're making changes in the fees. Let me do planning board
Go
first,
ahead.
okay? Attached, please find the revision that, this is from Mike Calamano, the planning board chairman, who is staying as the planning board chairman, I might add. Attached, please find the revision that we would like to make for 2013 planning board application review fee schedule. As we discussed, we would like to revise our application fees and then set separate escrow deposit fees upon initial application review, thus making it more streamlined for bookkeeping purposes. In the past, the initial application fees were quite large in order to encompass anticipated consultant fees. The bookkeeping department had no way of knowing how to break out what was actually for the application and what monies were left for reimbursable consultant fees. We have done away with change of use, as this is actually covered in the site plan review. We have set up our non-residential site plan review application fees in a tiered format by amount of square footage and taken out the area disturbances, speedies, fees, etc., as all of these fees will actually be covered when reviewed by the escrow deposit. This is the same reasoning behind removing the separate SECRA review fees. These have always been covered by escrow deposits. We've increased all of our sign-related application reviews by $50, as consultant fees are usually higher than the existing application fees. We added a section for escrow deposits, informing the applicant that these fees will be determined upon the initial application review and citing the town code. We added an additional section on dormant application fees as well, as we have several applicants that have revisited their applications years later, which meant the board members as well as consultants needed to re-review the application as it was left. Oftentimes, it means recopying and distributing materials all over again. So, a lot of this, there was like one particular project that had done a $14,000 application fee. That was crazy, and in terms of, since that's not refundable, even though there was a lot of money to go back, it's been really crazy. So what's the attempt is to make it very streamlined, make it simplified so all the fees are understood, and then to set it up so that what's an application fee is an application fee, and then when it comes to the planning board, when they go through their first review, the planning board will make a determination of what they think their escrow should be in order to cover the project, and then we have the bookkeeping will be set up so we know exactly what the account is, the escrow money, and when it gets drawn down to a certain point, no more work will be done on that project until that money gets replenished. And we won't find ourselves in the situation of commingling escrow money with taxpayers' money, nor will we find ourselves in a situation where a project was denied and owed the town a lot of money and we could never collect it. And hopefully this will put everything in a very, in a way to monitor everything very closely and make sure that everything gets paid for by the developer that deserves to and the taxpayers aren't on the line. So, does anybody have any questions on
I
this?
do.
Sure.
All right, Jeff, you do a lot of planning and zoning.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what section 140-60.1 specifically says in reference to the escrow deposits? Is it based on is there a mechanism within the code that the planning board uses to determine how much they're going to originally collect, or what the minimum threshold for that particular builder will be, so that if Kelly and Patty were to see it going below, say, $3,000, they would have to ask for more money before we had any more? Do you know which
I
way?
really honestly don't know.
Okay.
I wish we had one of our attorneys here, but no, all the 140s all speak to, there are no actual dollar amounts in it.
Okay,
It's all set on thresholds as referring back to what your fees are set up. So for example, when you get into commercial, it's always based on square footage.
okay,
So it always refers back to that.
okay.
Joe or
They said.
George, one of those guys can answer it quickly. One thing I do have a question, and Gene, you might be able to help me on this one right away. The very first fee type, administrative fee, $10 per month. I don't know if we have, and maybe even Kevin can answer it. So for example, we
What was
have,
that?
this is administrative fee. We have a $10 per month assessed for all applications
it's
under
on like that.
review.
Yeah, skip
We
that.
have a bunch under review. Well, we have one in particular under review, but it's held up in court. Now, it's still under review technically, but yet it's not the applicant's fault nor our fault. It's under Article 78, it's being filed. So are we gonna charge that poor applicant, I don't wanna say poor, is that applicant now going to be charged $10 a month on top of having to pay a lawyer, and we're just sitting, waiting for a court case to clear?
But it's not technically under review by the planning board
I don't know what under review means.
at this
but,
time.
I think if I know specifically, as a matter of fact, this was an issue,
That's the problem. Anything
what actually-
before is always under review.
what happened, and so I think I might be able to answer this, but I can double check it, of course, with Michael and Kelly. But with that particular case, what you're talking about, what happened with that was even worse, because whenever there was something from the court or something, it would go, that their lawyer would talk to the planning board's lawyer, he'd review a bunch of stuff that didn't have to be reviewed, and then it would come back to the town, to the planning board, and then this applicant got charged for all these expenses that he never needed to get charged for. So I had gotten a call, there was great concern about it, I checked into it, and what I was told by the planning board was, he doesn't need to have that information sent to the lawyer doesn't need to review it for us, it's, and tell him to stop having their lawyer send the stuff to the lawyer. And so I let the planning board lawyer know, don't review anything more from that particular project. I said to the applicant, stop having your lawyer send stuff, and so they haven't been getting, charged
Okay.
all that. And so I think in this particular case, I think that once something goes to an Article 78, everything freezes because it's not their fault and stuff, so I don't think this does reflect, I think everything freezes at that point.
Yeah, it's only 10.
I think
Yeah,
$10 a month is,
I just wanna make sure
least
that
of
we're
the
not
hardship.
Yeah, really,
charging.
seriously.
Yeah.
I just don't wanna make sure we're not
Yeah.
charging someone though for
Yeah.
something that's just because
Yeah.
it's sitting in court for
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
No,
to
I
the
think everything's gotten
Okay, I see what you're
frozen.
saying, yeah, okay.
So I think,
And I will get back to you, Jean, on what the whole one, the paragraph 140 is.
I think what it basically is I think it has to just do with the legality of a town being able to set up an escrow deposit. And so it just talks about why and how you set up an escrow deposit. And so they're basically just they're reflecting the town code to say escrow deposits will be determined upon initial application review. And in the front, if you go back, they say at the initial application review, they will determine at that point what they think the escrow account should be based on the size and scope of the project. And so they're gonna be making those determinations at their first meeting. We added a section for escrow deposits, informing the applicant these fees will be determined upon initial application review and citing the town code. And so they're going to, determine them, but the town code gives them the authority to do this.
yeah, I think that whole process is gonna be a lot cleaner.
Oh, it has to be.
That's good work. Thank you, Mike, and the planning board.
So do I have, a motion to accept these fees as amended?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Well, Jeff moved it, Kitty seconded it. Is there any more
It's all the
discussion?
same.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. The ZBA, okay, so, I will read the letter from Linda Donovan. ZBA 2013 budget comments. Kelly O'Donnell is the most efficient secretary we have had. She has more than proved her worth and actually deserves a much higher raise than the one proposed. Would be ashamed to lose her. The slight increase in this line is compensated for by a reduction in the amount budgeted for public notices. Well, this is really all about the budget, so I don't think it's,
This is from August.
yeah, this is
Right.
about the budget, we don't
Here's
need
the
that.
fees.
So here are the fees, what was supposed to be attached was a letter, explaining the fees, but they, so,
Does
I
anybody,
don't think they changed, area variance with UCP referral includes 3 ZBA meetings, use variance, special use permit, appealing decision of building inspector, $250, escrow account will be established to cover consultant fees. So, I don't know, Jeff, do you remember any conversations about this? I'm just trying to remember, there's so much we were going through. Linda came in, I don't think there were any issues, they made a few changes, but unfortunately, but this is what the ZBA is recommending.
I move that we adopt the fee schedule recommended by the ZBA.
Do I have a second?
I second. And just for discussion, the only thing I do recall on this is there was discussion with the ZBA's attorney on these fees, and it was felt these are in line with other zoning boards too, that these are not, this is nothing out of the ordinary.
And if you see additional consultant fees will be the responsibility of the applicant, and that refers to projects that are outside the scope of a standard, variance, okay? So, all in
So
favor?
moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried, okay. Parkland deposits, fees, do we want to continue 5,500 paid when final approval is given by the planning board for each new lot or housing unit created with the exception of accessory apartments, which shall be 1,000? You want to discuss that, accept it?
Exception.
The exception was because we were hoping to encourage, particularly,
Hey, can you just,
Oh, the
the
accessory.
exception is that we were hoping to encourage
is it,
senior citizens,
John?
it's on,
Okay.
who might want to create a small accessory apartment so that they could afford to stay in their own homes, and not charge them the same, kind of assessment that would go on other units. But now I'm wondering, we did add units, so how would, Park Point be calculated? It would be the 232 units, it wouldn't be by bed.
Oh, it says housing
Unit.
unit, so it would be 232 times 5,500.
Okay. That's actually not, that says housing unit. Is a housing unit what contains each one of the apartments, or is a housing unit each apartment? So if there's 6 apartments in a single building,
Well, housing unit is not not the building.
it's the actual unit.
Right.
is it,
I mean, they're calling it 232
A
units.
housing unit is a
Right.
living space,
Okay,
not the number of beds, but the
Right.
living space.
But this is reminding me, and can we just put this in the parking lot to add to the letter that you and George Lithgow sent Ray Park Point? I don't believe anybody has discussed the imposition of rec fees on Park Point, and I'd like to add that to our letter.
and the only point I will bring up is the difficulty I have with rec fees is the funds under state law can only be used for building recreational facilities.
Or acquiring.
Regardless, or
Or
acquiring.
capital
Well, we don't,
improvements.
what we do-
Regardless, they then have to be maintained by other
Yes, you're
public
right.
funds.
What is that?
So,
The gift that goes on.
Well,
the gift that keeps on
Take.
taking, so the end definition being is there's many communities that have reduced their fees substantially because they don't want the money. Because once
Right.
you build it, you therefore must maintain it, and if we collect, if we have 235 units by, I don't know, let's just pretend it's going to be $1,000. Does anyone here wanna build something for $250,000 and then maintain it?
Well, we could build a dog park. I think we have volunteers who are interested in
I
maintaining
think
it.
that's what we could do, you could build something and then have the
Jeff,
people that
can
use it
you
maintain.
talk?
Then you have a
He's too
volunteer
quiet.
group
Yeah.
He whispers.
maintain it.
We will build it and they will come.
That was well worth it, thank you, Kevin.
I think, Jeff, what we might want to do is, we can look at the law that establishes rec fees through the state, and we can certainly work with our local elected officials on the state level to actually amend the law
Yes,
to,
here, here,
so why don't we put that on as one of our,
for your
see,
association
I'm
of
already
towns.
taking on more work.
There
I
you
think
go.
Susan-
See, I'm already, yeah.
Susan, I think in your free time, I think you should be going to Albany more frequently
Yeah,
to
yeah.
lobby for this.
Okay, well, I have to go to lobby on behalf of the, I've already committed to going to Albany to lobby on behalf of the crossing guard, if you remember, to get the school districts to be able to pay for a crossing guard. So, we'll look at the rec fees and see about maybe legislatively if there's something that we could just work on getting changed,
Okay.
okay?
Yep.
Okay, so do we wanna keep the parkland fees as,
For now.
Okay.
As published.
okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Okay, water and sewer, that is going to change, but that has to be worked on, because we have to look at the
Now,
new.
last year, we did change them all, but we did not include the new fees of The village, right?
Right, well, the village changed their rate, they adopted it,
June or July?
no, they adopted it, I think, a little bit later. They came out with it, but I don't think they adopted it until,
September, October?
yeah, so whatever. So, I don't think it's this month's bills that are getting billed at the new rate, it's the next one. So on Monday, Dave Clauser's coming, Chris, hopefully you'll come Monday. We're gonna sit and try to just like look at this and all, just make sure we're, charging the right amount to cover our costs. And, simultaneously, let's also remember that we're putting in the new water meters, and I have to figure out when and how that's taking place.
Was this tabled?
Okay, wait
No,
a
we're
minute.
just not
No.
establishing the fees, for the water tonight, because, that has to still be worked on.
Well, because we have to have a public hearing, and it's established by local law, and it has to go in the code.
Right.
Okay,
So the current fees will stay in place?
Right.
so, okay,
So,
and, okay,
$25 return fee
And-
charge stays the same, right?
well, we'll just keep all the fees, as constant for now, and, we'll take care of making whatever changes we have to make, when,
Below that, though, the next item.
you want. Oh, you
He
already.
has moved on,
Oh, he's
and
already
yet-
moved on.
I can help you with the meter thing and
Okay.
all of that you need to move forward.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's it for the water fees. $25 fee to be charged for all return checks.
Right.
That's fine?
Make it 100.
Make it 100?
Okay.
Anybody want to make a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Okay. That is it for fees.
I make a motion that the town supervisor be empowered to invest funds in the official depositories and that all
Well, wait,
certificates of...
towing fees is handwritten on here.
Oh, it
Not
is?
mine.
Well, it's probably
Not mine
handwritten by Carol, who took all the phone calls today.
It's not on
It's
mine.
not on mine.
Oh, I apologize,
That-
Kitty, it's not mine.
Not on
Yeah.
mine.
Because you probably have the most updated one, because Carol probably
It's
added
just in my
towing.
box.
Well, yeah,
Let's go
so what
back.
happened, no, we're not, no, let me
Oh.
just, because of all the phone calls, because of the concern about the towing stuff, Carol had said that because we're doing fees, we could probably do the fees
Okay.
tonight, but we couldn't do anything else on the issue of all the problems that were presented. So Carol tried to help what was going on and put it on, and I said, no, I can't deal with this tonight because we have not had time to review it and understand it, and I'm not putting it on the organizational meeting, and even if we blew it last year, we'll know next year to make sure it's part of the org.
But we're
we'll do
gonna
that
do
next.
it.
We'll do
Okay.
it next,
All right.
at the next meeting.
Good enough.
We'll look at the whole thing, but we're not doing it tonight.
Second.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Kitty, it wasn't written on hers, so I wasn't trying to imply that.
Okay, so go ahead.
Wait a
Let's see, I make a motion that the town supervisor be empowered to invest funds in the official depositories and that all certificates of deposit be covered by pledged government securities in the amount of the certificates of deposit or approved state collateral. There must be placed in escrow accounts in another bank or placed in safe deposit box under the town board control.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried.
Can I just ask one
Who
question?
seconded that?
Kevin?
Okay.
And Jean, can I just ask one question? Have you looked at them to make sure, I believe a few years ago, there was an issue that possibly, I know like our payroll accounts were moved to a bank that had the proper insurances. Do you know, are all of our payroll and all of our accounts all in?
Do I know if you're in compliance?
Yes.
I do not know if the town is in compliance.
What I will say is that was at least one thing that was not noted by the controller.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess we are in compliance now, because I do know there was a
Yeah,
movement of funds for like our payroll, for example, from one bank to another.
Yeah, but I believe all of the movement was to put all of your accounts into one bank, which would more likely make you out of compliance once Rosanna collects all the taxes. Because you're talking about potentially $8 million.
Well, I know it's not all in one bank because I know that she's got to do transfers and she can only do three transfers at any period of time, so. Anyway, we can double check this, but I think it's all in compliance, but let's double check it. Okay?
Yes.
So we have motion in a second and.
That one's done. We're up
Yes,
to
and I,
meetings.
Okay, meetings. Okay, we're establishing the third and fourth Thursday of each month will be designated as a town board business meeting. And then I have on here that we are going to, in the past, we've said that, you'll deal with Thanksgiving and Christmas later. Well, we should be dealing with it now. So there will be no meeting on November 28th, which is Thanksgiving. And I am already right now, as long as the board agrees, there is no meeting on December 26th.
Here, here.
Which is after Christmas and before New Year's. And with the amount of meetings that we had this year on the budget, and the amount of meetings we had on everything else, starting from September through December, I think taking out that meeting is, the town is
Humane.
not losing our services.
Humane is a good word, Kitty.
What'd you say?
Humane.
Humane,
Isn't that
exactly.
perfect?
Okay, so those two meetings are stricken. Town board meetings will begin at 7:30, and the agenda will be ready by 5 PM on the preceding Tuesday. Public hearings will generally begin at 7:15 unless otherwise noticed with the board meeting following.
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Any
And anyone-
discussion?
The only discussion is, does anyone want to put in a meeting which we could then cancel each month, though, that would be purely a workshop meeting,
No,
and have that as a schedule? Well, we know how Jean feels.
these are business meetings. These are workshops.
I know, yeah, absolutely, but do you want, anyone want to add another meeting each month?
So are you're proposing that right now in the reorg, we schedule 3 meetings per month?
Yes.
You miss us that much?
No, I'm already at a planning board, I'm already a ZBA, I'm already,
And you're getting another, wait till you
I'm
see the
already,
next, you're also
I'm
getting
already at
something
a
else.
couple village boards, so I am fine, but I didn't know if anyone else felt the need, or
Why don't we do
are we
it-
fine?
I think we're fine, but why don't we do it this way? Why don't we say if an additional meeting needs to be scheduled during the month, it will be the second Tuesday, third Tuesday? No, it can't. The second Tuesday is
It
usually
would
No,
have
you
to be
can't
the
do second
first
Tuesday.
Thursday.
first
of May.
Thursday.
Right, we have, police commission is the second
Okay.
Thursday, so
Yeah.
So you want to say if an additional meeting is needed,
it would be the first Thursday.
is needed,
It will be scheduled on the
the
first
supervisor, the
Thursday,
supervisor has authorization
to schedule the first Thursday.
to schedule first Thursday.
I think there should also be something in here about meeting agendas and minutes will
I think that
be
is in here.
posted as per, isn't that one of those things in the controller's reports about how they're supposed to
Well,
be
yeah,
online?
but no, the thing in the controller's report was the fact that the minutes weren't being, the minutes
Available.
weren't being.
They weren't available.
They weren't taken, well, there was problem, they weren't available, they weren't approved by the town board, so therefore they weren't, like,
But there's a
recorded.
whole new transparency thing that things
Yes.
have to be online.
Yeah, and that
within-
all has to be worked out.
If it doesn't, right, if it doesn't create a hardship,
Right.
like if our website was up and user-friendly,
Mhm.
and so that once the minutes were done, that a draft set could go up, then it would be perfectly fine. But because it's a hardship right now, it's okay that we are not doing it, because you have to be able to do it.
So we're already in compliance with the controller because Rosanna's been getting us the minutes as quickly as possible. As soon as we get our website under control and get it more user-friendly, we can start posting everything. I mean, we should technically be putting up every document that you
Yes.
guys have should be on the website.
Right.
You know, as soon as we get the minutes and we approve them, they should be on the website. The problem is, we don't have a user-friendly website.
The problem is
And,
the
and
website.
that's something that, one of the things that has to be taken on
Okay.
this year, so. But I did add, if additional meeting is needed, the supervisor is authorized to schedule the first Thursday, which means that in this way, I can just send to you guys, you know, we're adding an extra meeting because of, and I don't have to first try to call you all and see if you're available or not, so that will help. But I will try to never do this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll probably be having
Okay.
joint meetings.
So, do I have a motion in a second?
We already did that.
but-
I mean,
but-
Kevin
we were
and I
deep
are
into discussion.
Yeah,
accepting
but I know,
your,
but that, okay.
we're accepting your
Great, thank you. All in favor?
crazy
Aye.
amendment.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Jean.
Does somebody want to make a motion to adopt Robert's Rules of Order?
So moved.
I don't think we
Yeah,
should
I
have
don't
any
have
rules. I
Robert's
don't think we should have
rules.
any rules.
Well, Robert's rules, we have them, they're posted up on the bulletin board.
It's right here.
I don't have it on mine.
Yes, you do, right over here. See Robert's Rules?
Oh, I wrote it in the wrong place.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so
Aye.
carried. Okay, this is gonna be a little,
Do you wanna come back to it?
we can,
I was sure, yeah.
but do you wanna do that?
Yeah.
We have to do it, so I wanna get it done.
Let's do it.
You wanna just do it? Let's just do it.
Just do it. We got time.
Okay. I sent you all, what we're about to do right now is our personnel policy. Last year, we did not adopt a revised personnel policy because there had been concerns by the members on the board who had been on the board previously with the policy. So we were supposed to review it last year and adopt a new policy. We didn't do it, it got reviewed by different board members, but we never concretized it. So what I did was take some comments by different board members and my own comments, and then I spoke with Bill Wallens today, and I sent you my comments in red. And so why don't we just go through this. The preface, this manual was developed in an effort to clarify the personal issues and policies common to all town employees. It serves as a supplement and does not supersede civil service law, rules or regulations or policies of the town not mentioned herein. The purpose of this manual is to make existing policy more explicit and cover areas where questions are likely to arise. The town reserves the right to modify, change the provisions of... Or change, so that's right, Carol didn't get, Jean sent a whole bunch of typo corrections, and we didn't make them yet, but they'll be made after we concretize this, okay? Or change the provisions of this manual from time to time, at its sole discretion. As policy changes, new pages will be issued to keep the manual updated. This manual is not intended to create a contract of employment, nor is intended to alter in any way the rights afforded to employees by civil service law or any other applicable state or local law. And this was added by the town board in January 2004. Now, the truth is, this policy really only is relative to a few people, because so many people, almost everybody's under union contracts.
Actually, I have a question about that.
Yeah.
Because in the union contracts, are the days off specified, the vacation leave specified, or is that all based on this?
No, it's in their contract,
Because-
in their contract.
Each contract has its vacation days and days off based on the bargaining unit.
So this really only
And
reflects
also
very
the
few
individ-
people.
And also, the two individuals we have contracts with individually also specify the days off in that.
This affects very, very, very few people.
But it is a template for,
Everybody else.
right. I mean, once we can sort of come to decisions about what a model employment policy looks like, then we can begin to work with our other agencies and
Our unions
and say, you know,
Right.
here's where we'd all like to end up someday.
Exactly. So this is a framework,
Fine.
okay? Okay, hiring and work procedures,
You're
affirmative
not
act.
gonna read this
No,
entire policy.
No, affirmative action statement, equal opportunity policy.
Okay, I have
Oh,
a
you know, I
problem
forgot
with
to
the
ask a
equal
question.
opportunity policy. I
Okay.
have a problem with the first sentence.
Okay,
Um,
because I saw that. I didn't know that was
Today-
another one of my
Okay,
responsibilities.
no. I just mean that in this day and age, for a policy to say that you are responsible for analyzing the distribution of minorities in the town labor force and setting goals for better utilization of all segments of the population. Okay, that sentence is horrendous, and I would like to see it stricken. He, she shall be assisted by the personnel committee. Forget it. I'd rather see it say, the supervisor shall be responsible to recommend a program to assure equal opportunity for employment, promotion, and career development to all staff. Unless, Kevin, I just cut out the whole gist of equal opportunity, which, to me, is not based on analyzing the distribution of minorities, which I find offensive, and just go with shall be responsible to recommend a program to assure equal opportunity for employment, promotion, and career development.
Well,
So it would shall be, the supervisor should be
What?
responsible.
No,
Well,
no,
I
Kevin's
for-
thinking.
for
Okay,
analyzing the
before
program.
Kevin even responds, I don't even think we should be.
This is all a separate meeting, by the way. It really is,
With equal opportunity?
with the whole
Oh,
policy.
all right, well, but that sentence is icky.
We'll see. No, I agree with you.
Okay.
It's very old, extremely old.
Yes, yes.
Civil War old.
Offensive.
Yeah, I agree. And it should be updated. We should find more suitable language to indicate the town is engaged in affirmative action and whatever they have to do to comply with the affirmative action rules and regulations.
That's the phrase. Affirmative action. Nobody calls it equal opportunity.
So,
Well, it's still called EOP though on
Yeah, I
all
mean, you
federal
do
guidelines.
have to, we can only work with organizations that are equal opportunity employers.
I think we all understand what our obligation is, it's just, it's not expressed well. That's your complaint.
Well, I mean, if we're trying to basically say that if this is personal policy, we're just basically trying to say that we're an equal opportunity, we believe in.
You like the way
No, I
that?
don't.
Okay.
No, not at all.
No, I
As a
didn't
matter of fact, and I know,
like the
nor will I
word
accept it
review.
as the supervisor's responsibility.
Oh,
Okay, it's the town board's responsibility if we want to implement, if we want to make sure we're an equal opportunity, I mean, I think you want to just say, basically say that we stand by the belief that, the town of New Paltz is an equal opportunity, blah, 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 however you think you phrase it, Kevin, but.
Right, but I think that part of it is that there's a growth factor. That you can come, okay.
Okay,
I
can I
don't wa-
interrupt? Can I interrupt?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Why can't we just keep section 1, hiring and work procedures, affirmative action, statement and equal opportunity policy? Every employee shall be selected under fair employment procedures which provide equal employment opportunities to all people regardless of race, physical disability, color, religion, gender, sexual orientation, national origin. End of story. That's our personnel policy. That's our
Can we just-
policy.
Even though he's not an attorney on our board, I'll ask our attorney, is the EOP, does that cover enough of EOP, or do you need that second
No,
piece?
you have to have
That's the problem.
EOP.
You have to have
Okay, this
this.
policy.
You
I
have
mean,
to have
this-
that, but I
this
don't know,
may
I don't
be
know how much
old,
we have to have it. I think-
Ugly, bulky language, but we do have to have an equal opportunity
And I believe
policy.
Kevin is correct, it's much longer, but I do see Gene's point, though, there's a lot of language in there that I haven't seen in quite a while in EOP policies.
Okay, well, hold on one second then, I have a question, because does the equal opportunity policy have to be within the personnel handbook? Or can you have a personnel handbook, an equal opportunity policy, sexual harassment policy? Because I have everything individual. I don't have them, my personnel policy only reflects payroll, types of employees, vacations, holidays, sick leave, things like that. It doesn't encompass, it covers FMLA though, which you really need to update in here. This is like it says maternity leave.
I have about 7 different towns in New York State policies, I believe. Kevin probably has about 15 in his house. 100% of them have an EOP in them,
Absolutely.
every one of them.
Oh,
And the
So
language is,
let's
No,
go
that-
the
on.
language is
fine.
just
I'm
as
not-
bad.
Oh, you mean within the within the personnel
Within the personnel
handbook.
policy.
Okay, so that's
every
where you
one of
want
them.
it to be.
Every
Okay.
one of them has it in there,
Got it.
and the language in all of them is bulky and cumbersome.
What was our
and-
recommendation? Our recommendation was to bring the consultant in.
Can you took
You bring the consultant in that does these employee handbooks for all towns, and have him make a presentation to our board. Have him take our employee handbook and make a presentation, because I'm telling you right now, this is just the first piece of this. Where do we get into retirement benefits?
I
It's
think,
not that
I
hard getting
think
into it. I
we
already
need
talked with,
to have a go at this, because it's been a year.
Thank you, I
fine, but
agree.
And
it's gonna-
I hear what
it's
you're
gonna-
saying, but we're
That's
about
what-
to start negotiating with
It's gotta
our
be done.
other unions, and this is sort of a statement of principle, basically, and I think
Well, the
it's
statement,
gonna be
it's not
ugly,
just a
but
statement, see, that's the thing. The town has a duty to make sure that the policy is carried out, and there's an actual translation into the workforce, so somebody has to do that.
okay, well, why don't we,
Okay, but I think what Kitty's saying is that if we improve upon it tonight, it's better than the one we had last year.
there are certain things we have to do tonight, because we're
Okay.
going into negotiations with our union employees and stuff. Things have, and we also
Okay,
have.
so
to-
can I
Let's get
just
to those
ask,
then.
can we say, the supervisor shall be responsible to recommend a program to assure equal opportunity for employment, promotion, and career development? So really, I am recommending we remove the rest of that top line, the second line, and go in just a little bit on the third and stop at recommend. And make it the supervisor
I
shall
vote.
be responsible to
for recommending.
recommend,
Oh,
you want to,
For
for is
recom-
fine.
all right.
To
For
recommend a
recommending.
program to assure equal
Okay.
opportunity or for recommending? I
Well,
don't,
I'm gonna just say, I wanted to say the town board shall be responsible, because it shouldn't be up to the.
That's fine.
I'll pull the stuff together, I don't have a
That's fine.
problem, but it
That's
shouldn't be up to the supervisor to recommend, it's a town board.
I can live with that.
The town board shall be responsible,
I'm
to
not
rep-
making any
but-
changes to this until we've really looked at it. I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, but let me get some updated language and circulate it, and we'll see what we can do in this category.
I have no problem with us,
I'm happy with that.
taking the EOP part and saying that, we will refine this at our,
We need to refine it
and we refine it, but
and
I wa-
update it.
It needs to be refined and updated, though, by our February meeting at the latest. I mean, if you go look at the minutes
Yeah, it says
from
February.
here,
Yeah.
that we were supposed to have this recommended at our February 23rd meeting, which we never did. So I will put February, our first February meeting, if, I can try to, I've talked with Bill, and I'll ask Bill to get us some other copies. I can try to find out from the county. If you could look at some things, Kevin, we'll try to see what we can pull together and see if there's some language that we like that we can adopt either at our next meeting,
Right.
but it has to be done before the first February meeting,
I'll do
okay?
that.
I think
Forward
the
it.
things that have really been thorny for us have been the part-time, and I think
Then we're gonna
that's
get to
I
that.
agree.
So that's,
Let's move
where
on
we
to
need to
that.
go. So we have the job description, salary
All
range, we don't
right,
need to
so we're
talk,
on page 4.
right? Hiring procedures, I don't think there's any concerns in there. Probationary period, I don't think that was a problem.
Well, didn't Jean, you have,
I have,
Okay.
I just
We're
have a
not exempt?
concern, and I think
Okay.
I'm the only one who has this big mental block
Which is number C?
about C, hiring
Last
procedures. The very last sentence says that the deputy town clerks and the justice court clerks are exempt positions. The deputy town clerks are appointed and
Mhm.
are exempt.
Right.
So can someone explain, are the court clerks appointed by the justices make a
Yes,
recommendation?
they are, no, no,
And they are appointed?
They're appointed by the judges.
No,
They're a,
no, I don't think that's true. We
Well,
hire them.
okay, well,
everybody's hired, the question is whether they're appointed or not.
No, well, they're hired, but like, in other words, you can't tell me who I hire as my assistant.
No, but
You can't tell
that's an
her-
exempt position in a different sense.
I know,
don't
and you
believe
can't
that-
tell her how to.
Exactly, but I don't think that's true. of the
Well, we
justice
just went
court
through this
clerks.
with the union the other day,
Yes.
so
so you
actually
have
this
2
one-
girls who are untested and one coming in
who was
off a
tested.
list. So,
The
I
only
am
one-
very
The
confused.
chief justice clerk should be the only exempt position. The other two are not, they are non-exempt, those are positions that are not appointed. Those are positions that are off the list, that's what we just learned from.
Okay, but then the
I
other
don't think-
position has not been tested.
I don't think,
Right, that's
no,
not-
I think there was one position, there's only one civil service position, in the justice court.
No, each judge has a civil service
No,
position.
no, remember, that's why they said that they never took, that they didn't take the test, and they wish they did, because, and don't you remember them saying that they were concerned that if one of the justices didn't run, that they could lose their job, and that's why they
Right.
wanted the civil service position, which is why I'm saying that they're appointments of the
Okay,
justice.
so if you're in my mind, if you're appointed, you are exempt. If you are exempt, you are non-union.
Mm-hmm. And so,
I have some conflict here.
yes.
But we have people down there paying union dues.
I have some conflict. I don't know, I just feel
Yeah.
that if we have something wrong here,
We do.
we need to fix it and move forward in the
Take-
proper
Take
legal manner.
out, let's take out justice court clerks, okay, take that out, because you're absolutely right, Jean. They might be appointed, but then they shouldn't be in the union.
But they
So we
should
have
s-
to, and that's part of the stuff we're trying to
but
clarify is all
They
these.
should stay in here then.
Well, no, but some
But-
of
No,
them
we
are
don't know
paying-
yet.
We don't know, because some of them are paying union dues,
This
but
is-
yet they appear to
When we
be
went-
exempt positions.
If
Well,
they're
we-
paying union dues, they should be reimbursed if they're in the exempt class.
What we found out when we started to try to do negotiations, Kevin, with the employee union for the employees here, is that over a period of the past couple of years, there were lots of positions that we added here and there without real clarification between civil service and, you know, what the civil service title is, how the job is explained, how the job is paid. And so we actually couldn't even get into negotiation because we were too busy trying to figure out who everybody was and where they belonged, that we had to actually stop, ask our payroll person to give us a bunch of information, go back and review it so we can get back to negotiation.
Okay.
So we still have a lot of cleaning up to do. So I think for the purposes of what Jean's bringing up, if we say ordinarily, the employee shall start at the lowest step in classification, but consideration will be given for special education and experience. This hiring procedure applies to all positions except the assistant to the supervisor and the deputy town clerks, which are exempt positions. Then that reads correctly, and if at any point we have to go back and add in the justice courts, we can do that. Okay?
I feel that if we remove it and there are exempt positions in there, we're gonna lose it right now, where we could be clarifying that if we have appointments over in the courts, that they need to be recognized as exempt positions.
But what I'm saying is if they are exempt, we'll find out, and we can always add it back in. But right now, because we don't have clarity, let's just take it out so we can accept this, and then we can always go make the addition.
To Jean's point, though, is that potentially we are making them non-exempt.
But we
We're
have,
potentially, by removing that language, is that what you're saying, Jean? By removing that language, we are saying, yes, you are a union position, or you are a tested position.
I'm saying that if we remove it, we're not really clarifying.
we understand that, but we can't clarify it tonight sitting here right now.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying let's remove it, because we know that there's conflict. We know they're in the union, so they're not exempt. Well, or they're exempt, but they're in the union, and it's crazy. We found that out when we were doing the negotiations, right?
And so there's a problem.
Right, so that's why we're saying, let's take it out for now. Let's remove the problem, because everything else is okay. And once we understand and get clarity, we either add it back in, or we took it out correctly.
So why don't we just leave it in and then get clarity?
No,
Take
because
it
it's
out.
because, well, either way, Jean had a problem and she brought it up. What's the preference? We know the assistant to the supervisor and the town clerks, that is true.
I know that, right, that I know.
Okay, my preference would be to take it out, because what we know that's in there is to be true. Let's take out what we don't know to be true, and then we can always correct it later.
Why don't we find out and then we'll finalize it? It doesn't make any sense to finalize something if it's not final.
I'm with Susan on this one. I think that it's much easier to add something it's much easier to amend something by adding something later than by striking something later. So I would prefer to remove it now and add it back in later if we're wrong.
We're gonna have to bring this personal policy back up in January or February, because we're gonna do the EOP, and we can readdress that, but we have to adopt something tonight. I'm not gonna not adopt a personal policy tonight. We didn't do it last year, and it didn't get done, and so there's certain things we have to have clarity on going forward with health insurance, with part-timers.
Okay, I would like clarity on that, but I feel more comfortable leaving it in, because I'm afraid if we take it out, we'll never address it again.
We will address it. I have it right here, justices. It's right here, justices and
I
EOP.
see.
It's right here, EOP justices. I promise you, it will be, when we bring the personal policy up again, whatever we decide tonight needs addressing later on will be on the list for us to address.
Is that
Can we come back to this?
aye or nay?
Jeff, what would you like us to do?
Counselor, is it easier to strike it now and redefine it later, or is it better to leave it as is and redefine it later?
You can amend your policy anytime you want.
fine.
That's the problem with free legal advice.
You know
You
what?
never figure out what it
You know
is,
what?
right? You know, that's right
That was
there.
basically
Right there.
yes and no.
I'm making an executive decision, it is out, okay?
Okay.
Does anybody challenge
Thank
me?
you.
Thank you.
No, okay, it's out.
Let's
Okay?
move on.
And it's
Thank
in
you,
my
Fran.
list to bring up again, I promise you, Jean, these little notes right here will stay with me, okay? Okay, I'm gonna write down here, EOP.
She's getting a little
Justice.
sensitive, isn't she?
No, I'm not getting sensitive, I'm getting firm,
Not even 10 o'clock yet. Come
okay? Probationary period, work review, termination of
on.
employment.
We're all good with that.
Okay,
Okay,
everybody's
let's
good
go
with
to
that?
work hours.
Okay,
for-
work hours. Okay,
Okay,
so what it said was a full work week denotes 20 hours. In red, my notes, this needs to be changed.
40.
Teamsters and police are
40.
40 hours.
40.
Okay, let me just, I just want to, let me just finish, and then you can all
Oh.
say, okay?
This is a
I
problem.
have Teamsters and police of 40 hours work week, and UPSEU designates 30 hours as a work week. We have many people who get health benefits of 20 hours, okay? So I had a conversation with Bill Wallens this morning about this. He said that what you have with the UPSEU, which is a lot of, some of the town employees, a lot of them work 35-hour work weeks instead of 40-hour work weeks. So that's why with a lot of those employees, the police are 40 hours, the Teamsters are 40 hours, but a lot of the sort of staff, sometimes 35 hours, you know, they aren't 40 hours, they're 35 hours. And so therefore,
I didn't know we had any 35-hour work.
we do at the youth center, and they're
And I,
considered full-time.
don't we
and
have
do-
any at the, don't we have one in the building department?
We have one in the building department,
We have one at the youth center at 35,
right,
then we have another one at the youth center at 30.
At 30.
right. And then we have the building.
One in the building department, and do we not have one in the
So,
assessor's office? or
Isn't
no?
that
And we
three-quarters
have, well,
time?
we also have one in,
No.
yours
they're
is 20 hours, right?
20 hours.
So Bill had said that he thought we could do the 35 hours, not that we could do 40. He said we might want to consider 35 hours, and then we have to go back with UPSEU, and we have to negotiate when we go back and do their contract. So I just want to bring that up. I don't have a problem doing 40, but it's just, you know,
So
that's why.
how many employees would we have to raise the number of hours that they are working? Or would they lose their health benefits?
They would lose their health benefits, but we could consider on a case-by-case basis if we would want to increase the work hours of certain employees, if we felt that that was needed. And also if they lose their health benefits, they get the option of buying into it. Or you can, of course, grandfather the people who are in right now and not take it away from them.
I have I don't know what the differentiation is where they determined 35 hours as a full work week versus 40 hours as a full work
Well,
week.
you at UPSEU designates 30 hours in the contract.
Yeah, but
Can we move that back?
What about,
when did this start, Kitty?
2005 years, according to the document. But what I'm, I'm trying to remember, this is now 8 years ago. As I'm looking at there was our recreation director went down to part-time and had been getting full benefits, and so we didn't want her to lose those benefits. So we tried to work out a way to continue her medical benefits, but not to have her as a full-time employee. I'm wondering if this formula that we have later or might not work, if we want to work something out with that
I see what
for
you're saying.
health. I don't think it makes sense to be giving part-time workers the personal overtime, sick time kind of stuff that we talk about later, but it might be sensible to work out some sort of prorated contribution to their health care based on the amount of hours they're
Okay.
working.
I, actually, funny enough, because you see, when we talk about that part later, the regular part-time and, you know, how they get, you know, that thing, and you see, I have the above issue is insane.
I can see that.
But I was told by the labor attorney that basically even if somebody works 20 hours a week as part-time, but they work 20 hours a week, every single week for 52 weeks a
That's
year,
permanent
they
part-time.
deserve to have vacation time, they deserve to have sick time, they deserve to have, so where I wrote, I thought it was insane, we need to pay, and whatever else I wrote. Actually, the labor attorney said to me, no, that actually, he thinks that when you're a full-time, part-time person, you should get certain benefits, and that ultimately, when you think about the amount of people that are really under this, it's so few people anyway,
Yeah,
so.
but that's the problem. though.
I'm just-
Let's set the policy the way it should read, so that it carries over into every other relationship we have.
I
The
am,
work week should be 40 hours. Are we all in agreement on that?
we can do it as
So
40
We're
hours,
40 hours is the work week?
okay, so we're making 40 hours the work week. Okay, so full work denotes 40 hours or more. Well, it's
40
not, it's 40 hours,
No,
or
it's
more
40
is
hours.
overtime.
Anything over is
Okay.
over.
40 hours takeout or more.
Right, okay, 1/2 of 1 hour is allowed unpaid for lunch, it is not included in computing the full work week. Employees are entitled to 2 15-minute coffee breaks per day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. Overtime pay shall be paid at 1.5 times the regularly hourly rate, starting after an employee has completed 40 hours of work in a single week. A 40-hour work week includes regular hours, vacation time, compensated time, holiday time, sick time, and personal time.
I
Oh,
disagree with
okay, I do too.
And then you see my note, how can a part-time be considered full-time for benefits when you don't get overtime until 40 hours?
Okay, overtime should be paid based upon working hours. So you would have to physically work 40 hours to hit the overtime mark.
That's what we
So,
intended.
so,
Then
In
where
other
did the
words-
rest of this come from?
Gene,
Yes,
so let's say you took 4 vacation days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, okay? And then you came into work and worked a 16-hour shift. Under this scenario, you'd be paid time and a half
for 8
For
hours.
8 hours. If we delete it, you wouldn't get the time and a half.
You would
You'd
get-
just get regular pay,
You would get 8 hours of straight pay,
right?
and you won't be breaking the law. Because your policy states that it's working hours.
Right.
But now again, this,
Okay, let me give you an example. Snow removal. You're on vacation, you're clearly on vacation, you put it in a month in advance, you're on vacation. And Chris calls you into work, and you work, let's say, 2 days, you have 30 hours. But you're legitimately on vacation, but in that
you're
union
still gonna get-
seniority list, he had to call you.
But he's
And so
still
you
getting,
came in.
but he's still that person is still getting the vacation pay. If they have submitted for the
Exactly,
vacation.
but he's
So now they're
getting
getting.
30 hours overtime under this
Right,
existing
no, that's what I'm saying,
policy.
no, that's why you
So he
don't
should
do it.
get 30 hours straight pay.
Right, plus he's getting his vacation pay, so,
Right.
let's say they worked all week, they worked 40 hours, they put in for 5 days, they're actually going to get paid 80 hours that week at straight time.
Well,
Because they're gonna get 40 hours of vacation pay,
and I'm not gonna
40
be
hours of
cynical,
straight pay.
but I'm not gonna be cynical now. But if you were a smart employee, you would take all your vacation time when it snows.
Chris,
I don't think Chris allows that, but that's a whole different
Let me ask
discussion.
Chris,
Chris is getting tired of driving a dump truck.
Chris, do you have to, call, if somebody's on
Do you have a
vacation?
seniority
If
list?
you, on vacation,
Yeah.
no, I know he has.
Unless that person tells me that they are specifically
Can
out
you-
of the area, do not call me, then I just go down my list and call everybody.
Even if they're on vacation, you call
Even
them.
if they're on vacation, unless they've said, I'm taking vacation in Long Island, I'm not available, don't waste the phone call.
Mhm.
Other than that, most of my guys who take time off in the winter,
Can you move the cameras so you can see Chris talking?
they're available for, if I get a storm like we've had, they will come in,
Uh-huh. And they get paid time and a half.
yes.
Now, okay.
Can you
um,
split shift them?
Depending on the storm, yeah, we can. Depends on the duration.
Just throwing it out.
Yeah, we have done that in the past, split shifts. To be quite honest, they don't work out too well. just because there's not enough people on the road at one given time to make any kind of effect.
Now, my understanding would be, even if we change this, I don't know if this would necessarily be relative to the union
Right, to
contract.
the union
that has
contract,
to-
got that,
Not yet.
right.
Right, I understand, not yet. I'm just making sure we all understand that.
Yes.
Mhm.
But we should devise this the way it should be.
Mhm. So,
Well, how do you feel about that, Susan? What's your take?
well, I wrote down here, how can part-time be considered full-time for benefits when you don't get overtime until 40 hours? So that was my take, okay?
Well, wait
In
a
red,
minute.
it's right there in red.
Well, wait a minute,
It's
we
on
didn't
page
get,
5.
we
but
didn't,
not even-
we didn't even get there
We're
yet.
not,
You
we're
just-
not really, we're not really talking
No,
about,
no, we are, wait a second.
Part-time.
No, no, it's the next page, I have some.
Yeah, but we haven't gotten past, you guys jumped
Okay.
ahead. We were on work hours, about 40 hours. You jumped ahead because Kitty actually said maybe we can use the policy on page 6 of regular part-time, and that's why we jumped ahead. We're really still back over here.
Yeah, that's
We
what I have
haven't-
for
we
now.
haven't dealt
Yeah, I
with
didn't go to
part-time
page 6 yet.
Okay, so.
You'll know it when I get there.
So you're asking me overtime? So you're asking me how I feel, didn't I write here?
but
No,
it's
what
not
I'm
really an
saying
issue
is
of
if we,
part-time.
your 40-hour work week
Right.
includes regular work hours and strike the rest of
Yeah,
it.
I have no problem with that.
That's what I was asking.
Well, let's
Okay.
be careful.
Oh,
Regular work hours, right?
Mhm.
Vacation time,
Yes.
compensatory time, holiday time, sick time, and personal time. The alternative would be to cap it in
yeah.
any given week to a certain number of hours in those categories. Do you follow what I'm saying?
No, actually, what I wanted to add is maybe you want to leave holiday time in there, because if we're closed, it's not their fault that they're not at work.
True. There's also, didn't we just get a decision on compensatory time, that is also being questioned on how that works?
Yes.
So that maybe we need to strike compensatory time, because we may be in violation.
The
of-
compensatory time, though, could apply to your administrative people, and really, this
They're not
policy.
That's
is-
true, but your administrative and executive level, they have the opportunity to comp or flex, however you want
All
to.
right, so let's just say 40 hours per week period, right? You have to work the 40 hours to be entitled to overtime.
I think in your generic policy, you have to spell it out a little more. Like, you have to say,
And shall not include.
Yeah, the 40-hour work week shall
40
not
hours of
include-
work in a single week.
Shall not
And shall
include
not include.
time, which would otherwise be vacation time, compensatory time, holiday time, sick time, or personal time.
Except for the fact that Jean said take out holiday time.
Well,
I wouldn't
I'm
take it
just
out.
saying, is that anybody's fault if we're closed on Christmas Day?
Yeah,
I do agree.
but when you fill out a timesheet, you indicate that it's a holiday,
Right,
but that you're getting paid, it's a paid holiday.
right.
I think that's kind of double dipping.
So you're already
to
getting,
say,
you're already
right.
going to get 2 times pay for coming in that day.
I think if you exclude it from here, I mean, we're paying for that day,
Yes, we are.
but I think we're paying twice if you exclude it from this description.
You're actually, I think the way I see it is, you're paying your overtime rate sooner than you should be. See what I'm saying?
Keep
Well,
talking.
no, well, Jean understood that.
Right,
Jean
run it by,
understood that. No, Jean-
rephrase.
No, you understood that, that was your
I
point. was
do
the-
understand.
And what Jean's point was.
Rephrase.
So in other words, if you have Monday off, so now you come in Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, all of a sudden you have to work overtime, you're now not getting credit for Monday, which wasn't, it was a holiday. You were off, so that's
It
why.
was Martin Luther King Day.
But it's a paid holiday, right?
Yes.
So on your timesheet, you get, it's marked as a paid holiday.
Mm-hmm.
So should it also count towards accruing more holidays.
No, it's not. The issue is whether or not it counts towards your 40-hour threshold that you have to meet for time and a half.
If on Friday you had to work late because there was a snowstorm.
Mhm.
I mean, recycling, we don't get paid overtime and a half. If most of the holidays fall on a Monday, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to see you in,
Yeah, most of the holidays fall on a Monday, so we get paid straight 48 hours.
Right.
So when we go in Tuesday, even though it's technically a holiday, we still just get straight time. There's no time and a half after 40 hours because we didn't work it.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Exactly what I'm
Yeah.
saying. If you don't work it, it has to be the work time. So they're getting the holiday pay. They worked 40 hours, but they're getting the holiday pay at straight
So we have 13
Except
holidays,
in
so.
the
of
So-
those-
so-
Convention
forget
Center,
their
so
where they
every
never
Monday,
get
so every Monday you
holiday
guys,
pay.
Before.
You never get
you
holiday
guys there work
pay.
on, you guys work on Mondays?
We don't work Mondays, and most of the holidays fall on Mondays.
Oh, so you guys,
So technically, we only get 4 days off. Our next holiday will be July 4th,
okay, so because of the
because we're
fact,
closed every Monday.
So here's my question, okay?
so that's not fair to you guys.
Monday you're off for
Not
vacation.
quite.
Tuesday's a holiday, right? Thursday you're sick, and Friday you worked. And then Saturday you're called in. You follow me? So you're off those 4 days for different categories. Friday you worked, right? On Saturday you're called in. In that scenario, which of those days in each of those categories are you not getting credit for?
Give it to me again. On Monday,
Monday vacation, let's say Tuesday's a holiday, Wednesday's you're sick, Thursday's a personal day, Friday you work,
and Friday I work.
Saturday you get called
I
in.
get called in for overtime.
You get called in to
I
work.
get called in. Okay.
Under current policy, that would be time and a half.
Tuesday, Friday count. So I have 16 hours towards my 40.
Tuesday being,
The holiday.
The holiday.
okay, and personal? You said-
Friday, I worked.
Okay, so you want the holiday time to count.
We have 13 holidays. I gotta agree with Gene on that. On the holiday, if you're called in on a holiday, we're going to be paying 2.5 times pay. There's 13 holidays. We're gonna have 13 potential days that if they're called in, they're gonna get 2.5 times pay.
But technically, it's a holiday or a Saturday, and you're not supposed to work, and you're getting called in.
See, I think it's either all in or all out. I don't know how
Hey,
you can
it's
split
a-
the holiday, because it's not time worked. You're paid to be off.
Okay, so take it out.
So we're taking everything out? Overtime pay shall be paid at 1.5 times regular hourly rate, starting if the employee has completed 40 hours of work in a single week. A 40-hour work includes, or a 40-hour work does
Work
not
week.
include,
Excludes.
it excludes.
Work week excludes.
A 40-hour work week excludes, and I will double check with
Includes
Kevin.
or excludes?
Excludes.
I will check with our labor lawyer that this is not a problem, but excludes.
Time worked shall not include. Time worked shall not include vacation time, and go through that list.
Okay.
Time worked shall not include.
Okay, so what we'll do is, we'll do it this way, but when we finish this policy and we retype it up, I'm gonna send it to Bill Wallens for him to
Okay.
just review and make sure that we're not doing anything that's problematic,
Okay.
okay? So, is everybody okay with that? Okay, you got that, Rosanna? And you're making the changes, Jean, so I can take your copy if I need to?
Sure.
Great. Okay, compensatory time may be given in lieu of overtime if noted by employee on his or her timesheet.
Why do we even need this category?
Why do we give comp time to hourly employees?
And when do we, and does anybody here at the board have any knowledge of, in what circumstances we do that?
We have given, so, when I first came in, the last tour of duty, we had a particular employee, when I came in, he had so much comp time that if he left that day, he could have probably taken 6 months off and gotten
Oh,
paid.
right, I know.
And I was floored and stuff, so that's when we put in a I made everybody use it up and we put a cap on moving forward. It's like use it or lose it, but you cannot keep carrying over kinds of stuff.
But who's
What-
eligible for comp time?
People who aren't in the union. So what ends up happening is, well, that's through their union contract, but what happens is, as opposed to, this is a way, I guess, it's a way municipalities, Kevin, instead of having to come up with extra cash, you give people time off instead of having to actually give them cash. And so I
Right,
think
but-
it's a way to hold expenses down, and that's probably why and how it got started.
I think.
I didn't start it, but
There's
it's
a
how it got.
problem if you demand that they take the comp time in lieu of.
They have a
In lieu
choice.
of pay.
They have a choice.
Yes, no, you may be
Right.
violating,
Fair Labor Standards Act.
yeah, because, comp time can be used by employers to avoid paying for overtime.
Well, there might be a way to phrase this, maybe given. I think in most cases, it's really the employee who chooses if they want the comp time or, well, actually, see, it's funny. I think some of our employees, at least up there, none of them, I don't think, get overtime. They guess if they work overtime, they get comp time. So I understand what you're saying.
Well, but perhaps
I think-
comp time shouldn't be in the handbook. Maybe it should be that if you work, you take a couple of hours by the end of the week, and that's kind of the, unless you don't, none of them are exempt then.
Does anybody have any knowledge of how much comp time we doled out last year?
We can find that out. But you see here, I mean, the maximum amount of compensatory time per calendar year that may be accumulated is 120 hours, which is what, 4 weeks, about a month, for full-time employees. And you see, Mike, you see,
So-
I say, is this reasonable?
But how,
'Cause I think it's
how is
insane.
that, I mean, I don't see the paycheck, so I don't know how that's designated by payroll.
So let's say
What ends
you-
up happening is just, say somebody has worked an excessive amount of time,
Yeah,
like say during budget season, like my office, they might be like their extreme hours, because I'm their extreme hours.
right.
So they like then, when things slow down, they might not come in a day or two, and they take that as comp time.
Kitty,
So
so you,
But
you
how do we
work, you
keep
work in
track
it,
of that?
they keep track of it on the
Okay.
timesheet.
you work 8 hours overtime. Instead of getting time and a half, you get a day and a half.
So that just gets submitted to payroll
They put it on their
on your
timesheet,
worksheet
yeah.
as
So they put in their
comp.
worksheet, they'll put
Okay,
it in as,
fine.
they put in like, so on Tuesday comp time, Wednesday comp time, or 3 hours comp time, so it's marked on their
Got
timesheet.
it.
But why do we want to do that?
It's done as opposed to gives people a choice of having time off versus getting more money.
I think, for families with kids, if you missed 5 basketball games in a row and you can finally get off in the afternoon and go to one, that's worth more than the overtime.
I think to a lot of people
With
taking.
all the categories of benefits that exist in our union contracts?
Well, this is not union,
No, I
remember?
realize that, but the same principles are here in this handbook.
Mhm.
They're all over the place in this handbook. I'm just saying to myself, I think we need to know some facts. Who's getting the comp time? Under what circumstances are they getting the comp time? And what's the reason for it? Is it a benefit to the town or to the employee? I think we need to know that.
I try to do these things in a sort of void where I don't know who the who is. It does seem to me that this is a win-win for the town and the
I think so, too.
employee. That the thing that's hardest to come by in our lives is time.
That's right.
And if somebody would rather take a day, take their kids to a soccer game or something, I just think that's good for morale and good for the town, and I think it works.
Well, I wish I could do that.
But you can't, but
You
Well,
know, here's the thing.
But you know,
But you do,
Kevin,
Kevin, you
but
do.
Kevin, I think you speak to a very real point, which is we keep hearing that, oh, if I worked in the private sector, I could get so much more, and, you know, I paid so much more, and I'd get so many more benefits, and it's not really true.
It's not true.
I mean, in the private sector, you know, we all know young people starting out who are working 7 in the morning till 7 at night, and
But I don't think compensatory time is, you know, you're looking at it as, an abuse that the employers are taking or a benefit the employees
No,
are
I'm
getting.
not looking at an abuse. First of all, I wanna know if it's legal, and it may not be legal.
Well,
Well, we have in front of us a question that was sent up to the state, and they say it is potentially in violation
Of
to
the
give
law.
comp time.
to give comp times, and potentially a violation because it's used as a means to avoid paying wages or paying overtime wages.
But if these are employees who aren't eligible for,
Well, the question was actually
Overtime,
was raised to the state by someone in the union.
For the town here?
Yeah, I believe we have one here.
I mean, all I can say is, again, I mean, I sent this up to our labor attorney, and I had him look through it. Now, I can certainly call tomorrow again, and maybe he only looked at the things in red, you know, I don't know. But he did not bring this up as a problem, you know, that this was a problem in his eyes. So, and again, I understand, I think it's, if it's done where it's either you can have overtime or comp time, and it's the choice of the employee, then there's no way you're using this as a circuitous way to get around paying people overtime. And I think, like Kitty said, I think there's a lot of people, you know, in the private sector, Kevin, as your own boss, you need time, you take the time. When people have to come to a job every day, you know, whatever, and they fill out a timesheet, you know, if they can take an afternoon off to go get, you know, to, like Kitty said, be with their kid, or go to a diet, you know, the things that one needs to do.
Right, so I'm okay with it. I just wanna know how much time and where it exists in our structure of the town, that's all.
You wanna know where it's documented.
Yeah, I wanna,
It's documented every week on the timesheet.
but I wanna know how it occurs and under what circumstances.
And
I'm
the person-
guessing that
Instead of
each
just guessing.
department
It's not
has,
guessing,
I
it's
mean,
not
I'm
guessing.
sure that the supervisor's office and the budget department accrue tons of extra hours in August, September, and October, and take some comp time in November and December. I'm guessing
Yeah.
each department has very heavy front-loaded times of the year.
I'm sure in your office, probably after tax season,
Well,
you know,
so
when you
here's my
guys worked for
question.
3 months, you guys probably take, some of you probably took comp time when you were not, when you weren't the clerk.
That doesn't apply to me, and my full-timer would rather get overtime,
Mhm,
and my part-timer
Do we know,
was only part-time.
do we,
Is not eligible.
Yeah.
Right.
mhm.
do we know what the process is in the town for comp time? Do we know what the rules are?
Does she have a choice of whether she
Yeah.
takes comp time or gets overtime?
My full-timer does have the choice,
She
if
has
she
choice.
chooses overtime.
Okay, but that's her choice.
Yeah, that's her choice.
Right.
Now, is there any rule of thumb in terms if you come in and you work X amount of hours, that translates into a full day of comp time? In other words, do you have to put in 8 hours to get 8 hours, or can you put in 3 to get 8?
No, you have to put in 40 hours in the week to then get your comp time. It's based on a 40-hour work week. If you work more than 40 hours in a particular week, then you end up getting comp time because you put in more than 40 hours, so you deserve
So
it.
it's hour for hour.
Yeah,
No,
no?
No.
it's earned at time and a half, so
Right.
anything you've worked
One,
in
1.5.
excess of
Right.
40 hours,
Okay.
you are now eligible for an
Which is-
hour and a half.
The same as money, really. I mean, it's the same
Hmm.
hourly rate, it's just in hours instead
Right.
of, but, you know, they're gonna get a paycheck, even though they aren't physically coming in.
They're gonna get a paycheck.
But they're not gonna get paid for the time and a half. They're only gonna get paid for the regular rate.
But they're
It's
gonna
just-
get to take
but-
12
Right.
hours for 8 hours of work.
The last thing you wanna do too is, you don't wanna end up with a situation where you have to bring in somebody else now to fill that slot for that
Right.
day.
Well, that happens
Then
with
it
the
costs
police.
you 2.5.
Well, that is the
Follow
case,
me?
that is the case
So-
with the police.
There are other
Yeah.
permutations here we have to think about, you know what I mean?
Well, that is the case with the police, because you have to have so many police on a
Yeah.
shift. So that's, you know,
So,
but you don't really have that pretty much, you know, with the few employees this impacts. You know, I don't bring in I can't bring in somebody when the bookkeeper's not here. I can't do it. The police can bring somebody else in because they have another police officer. We can't I can't bring anybody in to replace any of the people here
Right.
who are going out on comp time because they're all specific to their job. So they just take it when it works.
So, have we made any changes?
So the
to
only
this,
question is a
or
matter
are we
of whether or
on
not,
this?
we have the maximum amount of compensatory time per calendar year that must be accumulated is 120 hours. So we're saying that's a maximum. I don't know if you want to change that, make it less, make it more. 120 hours equals what? About
90 hours of work, so it would be 90 hours to get 100.
80, right?
Oh,
80, you get 120?
how we factor
If you work 80, you get time and a half?
I was time and a half on it, okay, so 80 hours.
So that's like just 2 weeks, so that's not a lot.
So for
That's saying
2
that we're
weeks.
capping it. So I think it's okay if we just keep it the way it is. I don't think we need to lower it, and I don't think we want to raise it, right?
But what do we want to do about carrying it over?
It says may not carry over more than 120
Right.
hours, so.
That's 10 full days.
I mean,
But-
my
but-
preference,
Overtime.
my
But
preference
we've
would be.
gotten 6.5 days or something of extra work from these employees at some other time.
I think the only
I
thing
mean, we
is,
either have to pay them in cash or in hours. We're giving them the option of either one.
Chris, are employees only offered comp time for overtime?
I believe so.
Okay.
what was that question?
Are they offered comp time for overtime only?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and the general hope is too, is that they're not carrying it over in order, so when they leave, that they're going to take.
You can't take comp time.
Chris,
you know.
what, do you get comp time if you come in on a holiday?
No, he's an elected
He's-
official.
No, I'm not talking about you,
No.
one of your people.
No, they use, I mean, when I was part of the crew, we used to opt after so many hours of overtime. We used to ask for comp time because by the time the state got done beating up your check, it was easier to have that day off than it was to, use them,
Is there,
get paid that.
is there a pay rate beyond 1.5 time and a half?
There's, holiday pay,
Holiday.
working on Christmas.
Okay,
or
holiday pay is what
60
rate?
hours. That's, double time,
Double?
yeah,
Plus they're paid for the holiday,
plus the holiday, yeah.
so they're really
It's
working.
triple time?
So they're really getting
It's
triple
double-
time.
I think it works out double time and a half, I believe.
Well, I know, they're paid for the holiday,
Because we had crews come in on Christmas.
plus they're paid double time. So they're actually working at 3 times pay
Three
rate.
times the amount, yes.
For 8 hours, then after 8 hours, then it's double time.
Yeah, and it has to be so many hours before and after, I forget exactly what.
So for 8 of the hours,
contract
Kevin,
says.
they would get,
So if they're getting triple time, are they getting 4.5 time for overtime?
Say that again?
This is gonna be a long night.
no, they're not, because
Okay.
you're getting paid 8 hours
At
So-
triple,
at triple.
right?
8 hours ends. You're then going to get
The holiday's over, and then you go back to your normal
your
time and a
normal
half.
Normal time and a half.
time and a half,
Okay.
once the holiday ends.
So that would apply to the 13 holidays we have.
So for example, you probably had 4 or
If we had
5.
an event on every holiday, it would be,
So, and in this Christmas being an example, you probably had 3 or 4 guys in Christmas.
yeah, I had eight
I just made the number up, I'm sorry, you had a full crew in on
Yeah,
Christmas.
Well, we had a problem, we also had, we had the storm on Saturday and Sunday, on Saturday.
Right.
I mean, it was like snowing on Saturday,
Just
and,
don't stop.
and I sit there thinking, like, you know, like how few people, when it's snowing out there on a Saturday, think, oh, it's great, it's Saturday, this is overtime.
Is-
It really brings it to
At
be.
the end of the part, I'd say 3/4 of the crew would rather stay home than come in and plow on a Saturday, even at double
No,
time
it's
or
not
triple
double
time.
time.
I'm sorry, say that what?
It's not a
I would say at this
weekend,
point,
Saturdays.
3/4 of the crew would probably rather stay at home than come in on a Saturday, even at triple time,
Mhm.
you know.
And
Are
then
any
Saturdays,
of your crew work on a Saturday? Is a Saturday a part of
No.
anybody's
No.
work week? So the recycling department is the only department that has a regular Saturday, wow.
And probably the youth center.
and Chris, when they work Saturday, forget
And
about
open
the
Saturday
number of
and I think
hours they
And
have
Sunday,
in. Is
yeah.
it time and a half?
Yeah.
Yes,
And Sunday?
yes, because their normal work week is a 40-hour work week, Monday through Friday.
So if Saturday would be the 6th day they're working, what would the rate be?
Time and a half.
As long as it's not a holiday, that would just be, as long as it's not a holiday, that would just be
Straight
time
over.
and a half.
Okay.
I'm starting to think we're not gonna get through this
Well,
tonight.
no, let's just try to get
You know
as
what,
much as we
actually, if
can.
you do look this is we're in the roughest waters.
And we
of
only
this
have two, we
policy.
only have 2 more pages, so.
Yeah, it's actually,
We're almost
Kitty,
done.
if you do look through it, this is the worst part.
Yeah, we're almost done,
Really?
so don't worry, yeah.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
have 15 pages of
Yeah,
red
me
from
too.
Susan.
No, no, you don't,
Okay.
I only have,
right.
2 more pages.
It's not,
No,
it's,
Susan, you're missing.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we say that we have full-time and part-time? We don't have regular part-time anymore? Whatever that means?
Wait,
We do
where
have-
did you jump
We do
to?
have full-time.
Can we finish this compensatory time? Can we stay focused? Are you okay?
Can we stay focused?
can we-
We are focused.
Can we leave the compensatory time? Are we okay?
Yeah.
And we're keeping it 120 hours. The only question is, do we want to allow it to be carried over? Do we want to just say you have to use it in that year or lose it?
You know,
to Kitty's point is we have gotten
Or-
the work out of them. It is limited to 120, and the hopes are, the reason they're taking advantage of it
Okay.
is because they value the time off more than the
Okay, and it
pay.
says hours of compensatory time. It has
So-
to be in the following year, so that's fine.
Right.
So in other words, if you end up working like Christmas week, you know, you get to take it the next year. So as long as it's capped by the
So,
following year.
just so everybody understands, you can carry over 120 hours to the following year, which would give you 240 hours potentially
But you have
to
to,
take off that year.
Right.
potentially, yes.
It's 30 days,
Yep.
okay?
If they keep getting comp time.
I would consider reducing the amount of days that you can carry over. The amount, I mean,
Do you want to do 60? You want to do 40? That's fine.
let's do 80. That's a nice round 2 weeks,
It's 2
right?
weeks.
Okay. So 80 hours that they can carry over. I think that makes sense.
Okay.
I actually had 80 hours over here, so
All
I
right.
get that anyway.
There you go.
Okay, on Saturdays, Sundays, for other than emergency call-in, the rate of pay will be 1.5 times the regularly hourly rate.
Yep.
If an employee is regularly scheduled to work on Saturdays or Sundays, his or her regular rate of pay will prevail. Sorry, Laura. Unless we want to change it. The following positions are considered salaried management and are not entitled to overtime and/or compensatory time. Building inspector,
I
Now-
think that should read building inspector 2, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Because I mean, I tried to find, building inspector 1, I don't think is what
Building
this is.
inspector 1 is in the union and is hourly, so I think this was meant for the building inspector 2.
Right.
right, and you saw that I said in the organization minutes.
Right.
it's-
Yep.
Okay, so we're taking everything out and just leaving it building inspector 2.
Well, no, your youth,
No, I just meant
Oh.
for building inspector.
Yes.
And-
We're taking out my red.
I think this is youth coordinator.
Versus our youth director, or?
Yes.
What's a we don't have a youth coordinator.
On your civil service, you do.
Is
But
that
that's not a-
Jim's title?
I believe that's Jim's civil
Youth
service title.
coordinator?
Okay.
And the other
Huh.
one,
Okay, assessor, pool director, and recreation director,
Which is part-time.
which is now part-time.
Okay,
Is everybody okay?
okay.
Okay, so this is gonna say revised January 2013. A
Well,
separation,
except for, as separation from the town, unused compensatory time will be exchanged for a cash sum based on the employee's final hourly wage.
which is why you wanna keep it
And
limited.
do we want to say not to exceed 80 hours?
Sure.
Is that okay with everyone?
Yep.
why would you pay it?
Well, because they have worked it.
No, I mean, if they're entitled to it, maybe.
They're entitled to it, they have worked it.
They earned it.
They have earned that time. Because we're only letting them cap
We
it, they
chose-
have to cap it 80 hours anyway.
They chose to take it instead of us paying it, so then if we take it away from them, we've taken away.
Pay,
Wages.
Yeah,
wages, but they have to cap it at 80, so if someone's coming up on 80 prior to leaving us, hopefully they will use their compensatory time. If their supervisor, as a supervisor allows.
What's nice about paying for the time is it's in your current budget year. You follow me?
mhm.
It's paid for as you go. pay-go.
Pay-go, right.
The other thing
You know,
that you
this
have,
other stuff, it really does add up.
well, if you have 2 weeks comp time, you give your notice, that's your 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So you're gone.
Right.
There's no training, no, nothing. You walk away.
Well,
Who
I'm
gets
just-
hurt?
I'm considering the other categories here of comp time, not here, in some of our union stuff. Anyway.
Well,
Let's move
but
on to
actually,
the
but
next
Gene,
one.
what it says, the separation of the town unused compensatory time will be exchanged for a cash sum based on employees' filing hour wage. So, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, are we saying not to exceed 80 hours?
That's what Jeff said.
We,
That would match what we said above.
Do you agree with that?
where are you?
Where-
Oh,
At separation, right here, Jeff is saying to add not to exceed 80 hours. Is that okay with you?
mm-hmm.
Okay, you okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, regular full-time, staff members hired to work a regular schedule of 40
Can
hours.
we just go to one more thing, though,
Sure.
timesheets? Chris, do you guys keep a time clock out there at this time? So would that be timesheets and time clocks, or electronic monitoring
This is
devices?
Comings and goings,
Yeah, and comings and goings, I've never really heard of that phrase, it would be, you know,
time in, time out.
Well, that's what they, I mean, that's what they put on the timesheet, they put in when they come in.
Ours
And they
is
take
actually
like-
a swipe card that goes right into our computer.
and each individual is issued,
Employee has a swipe card.
and they're not able to exchange cards, or cards are not left, cards are all accounted for on each employee?
Yeah, it's the honor system, I'm not swiping out for you, and, you know, it's, we don't have an electronic palm reader like some people have where you can't fudge it if you wanted to. It's- I'm there when they punch in, I'm there when they punch out, so it's,
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
you okay
that's
with
fine,
that?
So,
I'm good.
well, no, and
No.
why don't we change, employees must keep accurate, times, accurate records.
Yes, because a record can be kept electronically.
Of time worked.
Because potentially we may
Okay.
want to look into, because for a couple $100, you can buy a thumbprint reader or a fingerprint reader for this location, and it will go to someone's computer here. And it may be something we want to look into.
I know people will use them, they're a nightmare.
I never had any trouble.
Never had any trouble.
Nope.
okay.
We use one, and our police
Especially-
department uses it on all of their locks, and I'm yet to hear of an officer being locked out of a,
Okay.
Okay, we can put that on, we can put that.
different
agenda.
discussion, but.
Okay,
Um,
regular full,
Susan?
yes, G?
Did you want to, did we add timesheet / reader or whatever Chris
Well,
has?
instead of timesheets, time records probably would be a better phrase.
Time records.
Employees must keep accurate records of time worked. Any false information on timesheets can be grounds for immediate dismissal.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay, categories of employees, regular full-time, staff members hired to work regularly scheduled 40 hours or more per week are eligible for all agency
Take
benefits.
out or more.
Yeah, because it doesn't,
Right.
we don't schedule anyone for more.
And are eligible for all agency benefit programs subject to conditions and limitations of each program. Regular part-time. Staff members hired to work a regular schedule of less than 40 hours per week. Part-time staff members working less than 20 hours per week are not eligible for staff member benefits. Then this has the accrued benefits such as vacation, personal sick time for part-time employees is based on the following formula. Under 20 hours, no entitlement, 20 to 29 hours, 60%, 30 to 39 hours, 80%.
Okay, I can't
Yeah.
live with that.
Now, you see my comments, I said the above is insane, we need to pay back part-timers for sick time, overtime and personal time, etc. If employees are eligible, it needs to be an easy formula, but should part-timers be receiving any of these benefits? And then I told you I had the conversation with Bill, that's what Bill said to me, and so now it's being brought forward to you guys.
Okay. First of all, I would question whether part-timers are eligible for personal time. Because full-timers are eligible for personal time so that they can accomplish a personal thing during their work hours. But a part-timer has the hours that they're not working to accomplish their personal stuff.
That's if they're not working 2 part-time jobs, or 3 part-time jobs.
Okay, but you are, our organization is responsible for what they do here.
Then you get 3 times the benefit.
I don't know what benefits the other people
We-
like
we
it.
don't
I'm
need-
just saying that I can't assume that because you're a part-timer that you have time to take care
Well,
of your other.
our only
that's
concern
it.
here, Susan, is
Yeah.
what they do for the town of New Paltz. So you have
Mhm.
many people at this table that work multiple jobs, I'm not gonna debate that. But our only responsibility
Mhm.
is for what they're doing for the town of New Paltz. And that's, so we have to end that conversation there. So for me, it would read is 40 hours would equal entitled to all vacation, personal sick time as scheduled. Period.
That's it.
Period. Now, if we want to have a discussion about PTO, which is a phrase that uses paid time off, then we could potentially have that, which means they could use it any way they want, but that would be a different conversation, I think. It might take a lot longer, and that would, I think, something we would discuss in the future. PTO is paid time off, and they can use it as they wish, whether they want to use it as sick time, they want to use it as vacation time, whatever. But anything under full-time, we should not be paying for vacation, personal, sick time.
That's what we're recommending for our Human Resources Committee, was that paid time off concept. Instead of having, 15 personal days and 20 vacation days and 5 bereavement days and 10 of these days and 20 of those days, you would just give them a block of time.
But you're talking about full-time people.
Going
Right.
forward,
Or
yes.
it's
Right.
potentially,
Well,
you
this is
can do it
part-
with part, and Gene's
Yeah.
probably familiar with it too now, which is, it's referred to as PTO, and I talked to Bill Wallens about it, and you are seeing PTO in more and more contracts, and what it does is it covers time off without specifying. Then you remove the whole holiday piece, remove all of that, so if they wanna use 8 hours of their PTO to take off a normally scheduled day, then they can use that. But
Well-
it's a much longer
Well,
conversation
well, that's,
we're
well,
having
again,
here.
that's right now in the
I like
personal
the
policy, we don't even talk about that for the regular,
So we can,
for the full,
No, a
finished.
regular would still get all the regular things. A regular would get the 13
I
holidays.
know, I
would get
understand
the
that, I'm just
extra.
saying that's the way it's explained here, so
Right.
right now we're on part-time. So, again, like I said, I agreed with your thought process to begin with until I talked to Bill, but, so it's really up to you
I'm just
guys.
trying to think of the part-timers that we have, and most of them are at the youth center, I believe.
No, we have.
I
we
don't
have a
think
few.
anymore,
We have,
right?
we have part-timer in,
Majority of our
in-
youth centers.
in,
I think,
Okay.
Kitty, you're right, three.
Yeah, I mean,
but we also have part-timers, in the building inspector's office
Okay.
and in, the clerk's office.
Mine too.
And, well, you're,
Okay.
But the
I'm a
building,
part-time mechanic.
okay, you're part-time mechanic, and we have, and then I guess at this point, Christie would be considered part-time now, because she's like a
Full-time,
30,
part-time.
well, she's 35-hour work week, but we just made it 40 hours, so she now just became part-time.
Well, I don't understand, Kitty, I don't understand.
well, I think where I'm going
How?
with this,
You ended up with 35, some people on a 35-hour work week.
because at that time, people in administrative positions wanted to come in at 8 and leave at 4 and have
You leave it at
an
3.
hour
though,
of
wouldn't it?
lunch.
Oh,
We do have
Okay.
people, we have people in my upstairs come in at 8 and leave at like 3. This way they can take the kids to school and they can be home to get their kids from school.
so that's part-time.
Well, no, they were considered full-time. As of tonight, they're now part-time. If they were working 35 hours, they were full-time employees. We just changed them tonight to part-time employees.
Okay, I guess,
So,
I
we
guess the
need to-
problem,
Except for the fact that the contract, in their contract, they're
You're
still
union
full-time.
employees, though, right?
Some of them.
Well,
So we can't touch those contracts right
Right.
now.
the only
But-
people right now that this affects is really pretty much Rosanna's office and the youth center.
no, I'm still having a problem with this. How do you have amongst the clerical staff, which is all one class, but some are 35 hours and some are 40? Because out in the world, some offices have 35 hours is your regular work week, 37 and a half hours is your regular work week, or 40 hours is your regular work week. But everyone in the same class works the 35 or the 37 and a half or the 40. So I'm confused as to how we have some clerical members that are 35 and some that are 40.
Because probably, I am just making a guess, but I think my guess is correct, depending on who the person was I think what we've been learning, rules were created for the person that was getting the job. Somebody could be working 20 hours and get health insurance, and somebody else was hired at
Okay.
20 hours and was told they didn't have health insurance, okay? So
Okay.
actually, everything that's in the personal
Okay.
policy was not followed,
Okay, it
okay?
is that
So we're
simple.
trying to set policy, so moving forward, we can say, no, we have a policy, and this is what you're gonna follow. And you know what, we're gonna get everything straightened out until somebody comes in next year and screws it all up. What can I say? We're trying to straighten
So-
out the mess.
Well, I mean, a lot of this, is just historic. I mean, it's just been here
Over years.
forever. So, and, it really just pains me that we have to worry about saving these few dollars here and there. Can I just say once more, if every corporation in New York State paid its taxes, we would not have to be nickel and diming
No,
our
we wouldn't,
employees
but I
like
just-
this. It's just, it makes me nuts.
We wouldn't, but what's happening is the burden is put on individuals.
Mhm.
More and more the burden's on individual homeowners.
We all know that more and more the burden's on individual
And,
homeowners.
you're right, Kitty. I don't know why it's like that. It's probably because those lobbyists are really good at influencing those politicians.
But I will just also I will also make a point, and look, I have worked really hard on property tax reform, so I, really understand the situation, but I also resent the fact that the employees, and I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about in the state, in the federal government, that what's happened is public employees have become the enemy, like it's their fault.
Right.
So what's happening is everybody's looking at the employees as opposed to looking at the bigger system
Right.
and the problem with the bigger system. And so, yes, we're here nickel and diming on people who are making so little money anyway, like they're the problem. They're not the problem. The
But
changes
it's
we're
the
gonna make
only
is
way
gonna,
that
I
we
understand
have.
that.
I know.
I know
It's just-
that.
It's
So the
nuts.
problem, you're right, it's not the employee's problem, but it's those very same bureaucrats and politicians
Mhm.
that created a model that didn't work.
Understand.
And so now what are they doing? They're kicking the can down the hill and just passing the bill on to individuals.
And Kevin, what did my letter to the taxpayers say?
Right.
Okay? It's the state that's creating the problems, and we're doing the best that we can.
So Kitty, given that terrible scenario that
Yes.
we live in right now, we have to be as fiscally prudent as we can be.
I can't dispute that, Kevin. It just makes
know,
me
understood.
nuts that
Yeah.
GE paid no corporate
know.
taxes,
Okay,
and therefore the state kicks the can down to us, and we take it out of
okay,
our part-time employees.
right.
But again, and it is, I think it's a little bit more of the nickel and diming, Kitty, and I don't want to debate it, but someone else has thrown out the phrase, and I believe you used it too, in the real world,
Mhm.
it's not how it works.
You know what?
I do honestly do believe, I do want to revisit this policy, but sitting here now and looking at the fiscal straits we just came out of a very difficult budget season, and looking at another difficult budget season, it would not be responsible at all for us to sit here and try to say that we're going to give our part-time employees pay for time they're not working. I don't believe we can really honestly afford that. So if we
Well-
do want to look at a policy of PTO, paid time off, and there is
For
a,
part-timers?
for part-timers, if
Okay.
we want to visit that, I would
I mean, my feeling
encourage
is that
visiting that.
we do need to give them some flexibility for sick time.
You can do
That
that
feels
with the
to me.
PTO,
Okay.
and you might scale it to years of service. So you could start off with 8 hours in year one, or whatever you're
Well,
gonna do.
first of all, none of this is retroactive, correct?
No, but I'm just saying you could scale it.
Okay.
If you
Well,
really
actually,
wanna-
no, it is retroactive. No, we are doing this to current employees, yes.
It'll be effective.
It's
Effective
effective
as of-
as of January, as of
Which is part of the reason
January
why
5th.
it was important for
or
us to,
whatever, I apologize, January.
which is part of the reason why it was important to do this tonight, because every hour that anybody works right now who is bound by the personal policy, the money that we will owe them is relative to what we decide tonight.
Okay.
Which is why this has to be done.
Yes.
So are we gonna work with the formula on the top of
Do you
page
want to do what,
6,
do you want
or
to
are
do
we
a
gonna
PTO?
do
I mean, Kevin, can you
PTO?
think of something like some kind of sliding scale for PTO?
Well, I think we have to talk about it some more. I don't think we can just do that tonight.
Okay, so, but then we have to.
I don't like sliding scale and I don't like
Do you understand
percentages. I
sliding
want,
scale?
No, she
excuse me?
wants,
Do you know what I mean by sliding scale?
Yeah, I want exact.
What I'm saying though is that you can have exact. You could say for those part-time employees that have worked 1 to 4 years for the town, they'll have X hours PTO. If you work 4 to 8 hours part-time for the town, maybe you get a bump.
Okay, that's too much change. What I'm saying is that, okay, so right now, the way this states 20 to 29 hours, they're gonna accrue at 60% of their
No.
time. Hold on for 1 second while I explain myself. Okay, so somebody who works 20 hours in a week, that's 4 hours a day. They are accruing at the same rate as someone, the exact same amount of time as somebody who works 28 hours in a week. And that is not fair. And that's wrong? No. So, if you work 20 hours in a week, later in the policy it says within 1 to the end of your 5th year, you get 2 weeks vacation. So if you work 20 hours a week, you get 20 hours of vacation, which means each month you will accrue 5 vacation hours.
I'm saying 0.
I understand. You want to go to the PTO thing.
But in the future, right for now, part-time employees aren't entitled to all these other benefits.
He's saying go to 0 right now until we revisit this.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna. it's
Over the
gonna
next
take-
60 to
we
90
can't do
days.
it in 5 minutes. We gotta take a look and see what other people are doing.
no.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Then what you have is part-time employees that right now you are stripping them until you
We're-
come back to the table and decide, and we come to a consensus, but then we have to give it back. So I'm
Okay,
not
so-
really in favor of that.
So then let's keep it the way it is for the moment.
I don't wanna keep it the
No, I
way
think
it is.
But you
No
know-
But
way
it's
I'm
only
keeping
for
it
know,
a
the
but-
way it
month,
is.
right? We
That's
keep
what
it
I'm
the way
saying,
it is
if
for a
we keep it
month.
the way it is for a month with the fact that we have to come back
Well, we've already.
with a recommendation by February. I
The
mean-
problem is, we've already defined a 40-hour work week, and the 20 to 29 hours, 30 to 39 hours, I find very, very troublesome.
All right, so
I
let's
mean,
take those numbers down
I
a
would
little
take
bit.
20 to 29 hours, I would, first of all, can we come to some type of consensus here that the hours are completely, these hours at best were written arbitrarily.
Absolutely.
I see-
We
I
probably
see-
have
I can-
employees, 20 hours,
Yeah,
25 hours, because it's divisible by 5 days.
I'm with you.
And 30,
I'm with you.
and 35.
Mhm.
So those should be put down, and the exact accrual for vacation, and the exact accrual based on the number of hours that you work, is what should be plopped into this policy tomorrow morning, not arbitrary. And if you want to go with the PTO scenario, I'm willing to do that when we rewrite it. But for a part-timer, 20, 25, 30, 35, I would like the exact annual number of accrued vacation and sick that they're gonna get.
What, why are we giving out
Is
that
this
for
what you're talking
part-time
about?
people?
20 to 25, 25 to 30, 30
No,
to 35.
I'm
No, 25,
talking
30,
about
35, 40.
20 hours a week, you get this. 25 hours a week, you get this. 30 hours a week, you get this. Because obviously either you work 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day, 6 hours a day, or 7 hours a day.
Okay,
But we
so-
have an 8-hour workday. So your vacation day, when you're a part-timer, is either 4 hours or 5 hours or 6
Your
hours a day.
vacation day
It's-
is your day off.
Most of the people who work these,
I read it.
your person works 5 days a week, right? Or,
Initially, she was working just the afternoons, doing 4 hours a day, but then we changed things around because we felt as though we needed her at least a couple of full days a week. So she works all day Monday, all day Friday, and a half a day Thursday. So she doesn't work every day.
Mhm.
So,
This is gonna be,
So she
Right,
works 20 hours a week.
she works 20 hours a week, but over the course of 2.5 days.
so right now, if you are a full-time employee, you get 13 holidays, you get how much, vacation?
It depends on how many years you're here.
First year, you get
2
10
weeks.
days.
2 weeks, so you get 80. And sick days?
Kevin should know that all.
But you
Sick
give
days,
15,
You get,
which is
That'd be
excessive.
in full days.
yeah, you get 15.
15 days?
15 sick days.
Okay.
15, 6 days, how many vacation days?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, so there's another 100.
That's 14.
No,
No,
I'm
it's
doing it
10
by hours.
days.
I'm doing it by hours, though. It's a lot easier if I do by hours, so. So right now, we're at 120 plus 104. 104, just so you know, 104 is the holiday, the 13 holidays, plus 80, so you're at 304 hours. So 304, 80. So they get 15% of their time off. So do you want to take 15% of 30 hours? So they would accrue at a rate of, in each week. I'm losing my mind here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am, but that's okay. So they would accrue, that's still,
It's
they
too
would
much.
accrue they'd accrue 4.5 hours a week. So.
25% of
so
their time would
times
be
4.
off.
So times 4, that would be 18 hours. I'm just taking what they're getting already. Now, I'm not saying,
Is
I'm
this
not,
20, 25, or 30? Or
that's
all
on
of
30.
them? That's on 30?
I would just, I don't even want to discuss anything below 30, to be honest with you, but that's a different. So as to Kevin's point, we have a very rich policy, obviously, and if you break it down to a 30-hour worker, you're talking about doing 18 hours.
This
That's a
contract
lot.
here, this contract here
That
that I
is a
reviewed,
lot.
I'm not gonna say what it is. Potential is for 63 days off out of 260 worked. So you're off 25% of your time.
That's even
It's-
better.
That's a good deal.
Okay, but right now, we're not talking about that contract, we're talking about the
Okay,
part-time
so
people.
we need to
I'm
look
not
into
saying-
numbers
I'm not
for
saying
Jean, so we can put this to bed tonight.
Yeah, let's
So
just,
I'm gonna propose that if you work 20 hours a week,
But Kitty, again, be careful, we're trying to get away from that. We just said a
Yeah.
40-hour work week.
No, I understand that, what
So do
Kitty,
you wanna
I'm
start
gonna
with-
come up with a
What-
percentage
what Kitty's
that
doing
is
is,
reflective.
no, what Kitty's
that.
doing is putting something in for now, so this way we don't have to go back. If we wanna make changes afterwards, we can, but to put nothing in, and then to possibly put something in, like with PTO or, PTO or whatever, we're gonna owe back. So
let's-
Kitty's saying,
You wanted to delete it when it came to justice clerks, correct? So let's delete it.
She did delete it.
no, the justice clerks, the difference with the justice clerks is it doesn't affect their pay. It only affects their status in terms of if they're exempt or not, or whatever. This affects whether or not they get they get paid.
So- But,
it's
I'm gonna
our
make a motion.
Okay,
responsibility.
let's.
yeah, and Kitty, can I just ask, can we start at 30 hours and not 20? But I would love to hear your motion.
Well, my motion is that we start at 20,
Oh,
and they get 20% of the vacation, personal, sick time. 25 hours gets 25%, 30 gets 30%.
And then there's 35 hours.
No, I cannot go in that. That's not even fair to a full-timer.
right, that's gonna exceed, Kitty, you're gonna potentially exceed a full-timer.
Well, you have to do 35 hours
Well,
because I think
we
have
were
35
doing
hours.
60 and 80.
Well,
first of-
that's
well-
what irked me
I
so
know.
bad.
Well, let's do,
I'm
look,
doing
let me
it
see,
by
let's,
right here.
let's go back just to
104.
revise. Kitty, right now, into 20 hours, you get no entitlement, so keep 20 hours at no entitlement anyway.
That's how many hours.
Why change it and
Okay.
add something, okay?
All
If you
right.
want 20 hours,
Okay.
okay, guys, you listening?
We're
20
listening.
hours, you already get no entitlement, so we're putting 20 hours at no entitlement. You have 25, 30, 35, if you want to then try Kitty's formula, 25.
No,
Well, I can do it.
wait. So, Jeff, you
So-
calculated.
So, yeah, so someone under her formula, let's just say there's 300.
No, please don't waste the time. You said vacation time,
Yeah.
2 weeks worth, and the 15 sick days a year,
Yeah.
okay, amounted to 15%
Mhm,
of their time.
mhm.
So associated 15% of a 25-hour work week, 15% to a 30-hour work week,
Oh,
and 15%. This is not of the full-time entitlement, and I think we need to be very specific, since we're not putting the specific hours here. Because for 25 hours, you are only entitled to 25 vacation hours in a year.
I'm with you.
30 hours, you're only entitled to 30 vacation hours in a year, 35 hours, because that is your 1 week, okay? I didn't calculate the 15 sick days, how
No, I'm
many.
with you.
Okay, but I tend to do it in hours.
And I'm with you, I agree with you, I prefer, because doing an hour, I totally agree with you, that's why you use PTO, because it gives it to you in hours.
Okay, so how are we doing this, how are we phrasing it? Let's move on.
I don't understand if you're gonna work 20 hours a week.
You get nothing.
You get nothing.
Okay,
You
but
get
if you
nothing.
work 21, let's say, okay?
You don't
Now
get
you
anything.
have, now you have 4 hours off, so you're really only working
You-
15.
No, you have to,
14.
if you work 20 hours a week, you don't get anything. It doesn't start until you're 25 hours a week.
I don't know why.
And I don't think we have anybody at 25 hours a
I
week.
don't
We only
know
have
why
20 and
you're reading-
35, right? I think.
The ratio should be a lot lower than it would be for full-time anyway. Right now, if you're a full-time employee, you can take up to 43 days off. If you're if you start with the town year 1, you can take up to 43 days off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What would we like to do about these part-timers so we can get to the full-timers? 25 hours a week. Do you want to put in a percentage? Do you want to put in a The thing that gets complicated is that once you have longevity, I mean, you have an employee who's worked here at 20 hours a week or 25 hours a week for 5 years, they should begin to get more vacation time.
Told you this was a separate meeting.
Yeah, but you know what? We had a year to do it, we didn't do it last year, so now we're gonna have to suffer.
Okay.
I'm not suffering, I love math, I'm with you.
So let's,
It's not a
we
question
gotta
of
put some
suffering, it's a
numbers
question
for
of doing the
25
right-
and
making
30.
the
I know,
right
but we didn't do, we had a year to
Susan?
do it, we didn't do it. I sent this to everybody last 2 weeks ago or something, said to everybody, look at it, and here we are. What?
Let's pick a number and
Well, Jean, do you have a suggestion? You understand this, you're good at this. What do you think is fair?
I didn't break down the,
How many people fall into this category?
Very
Fifteen.
few, there's so
So
few.
what are we talking about?
it doesn't matter. You need to have it in writing,
I know,
or someone will fall through the cracks.
I know, we
They
need
already have
writing, but
They all
how
have
many
it.
people are we really talking about?
We're talking about very few.
But we
But
do
why should
have,
those few
we do
people-
have part-timers in all sorts of other places that this will be a template for.
But not seasonal time, when we have a lot of,
Don't you really wanna think about that a little bit?
I do. I am.
because this is going to have an impact on what we do with some of our contracts too, obviously.
Which we're starting on January 15th.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, I'm with you. I mean, Gene, to me, I prefer to always work in hours also, and under PTO, so for every hour worked, we should be giving
I think, Kitty, we'd
X.
be,
I don't
we'd
have
be
a
better off
calculator.
giving these people a stipend toward their health insurance than giving them.
Well, no, now you're, because a lot of them might not need health insurance, they might
Okay.
be working part-time because
Um,
of that, but it's a different,
It's a
Then
nice
you don't have
idea.
matching social security and all that other stuff too.
It's actually an interesting idea. What if we said that we, instead of, these part-timers they can pay their full health insurance. If we didn't bother with any of this calculating time and PTO, but under the health insurance, we offered to pay 30%.
No, you offer X dollars toward it, that way you're not locked in.
And what happens if they
Okay.
don't need the health insurance?
They get a
Depends on,
buyout.
it depends on what it says under the buyout. The buyout may say full-time only.
Well, we'll get to that. We could change it and say part-timers are entitled to
I don't
I mean,
think-
part-timers
I
are
don't-
entitled to pay, are entitled to, buy into the health insurance, which Kitty, you could have done a long time ago. It's in the personal policy that part-timers can buy into the health insurance policy and just pay for the premium. It's in here, it's in the,
Huh.
it's in here.
So what elected officials were
You know, I
not
did ask
included in
about
that?
No, the board members used to get health insurance, they gave it up back in 1995. They took it away from themselves. But it doesn't say in here where it says that you can buy, regular part-time employees have the option of joining one of the health insurance programs the town offers. It doesn't say that elected officials are exempt. It just says regular part-timers. You guys are regular part-timers, you get a paycheck every pay period.
Well, I did apply for the vision and dental and was told that I couldn't,
Really?
I couldn't even pay 100%, which is minuscule. It's a great
I don't know why
policy.
you were told that.
I'll go back and try again.
I'll double check tomorrow,
Okay.
because I actually said something to Bill yet today about the fact that you had brought that up, and it's right here in the policy. But all we have to do is put into the policy, elected officials are allowed to buy in, and then I guess there's no
That's
way
great.
they could say no.
Yeah.
So why don't we get done with this, so we can get to health
Okay.
insurance and make Kitty happy? How do you have an idea?
I need a calculator.
Keep coming up with numbers I'm not real happy with, Jane. So for example, Gene, if it's .15 is the factor we're trying to use, and you take someone who's 20 hours, do we then go to half of that? So do you want to say their value is .07?
Well, we're not talking about people who work 20 hours.
I'm just
Okay.
taking a number, but I'm just saying, do you want to go by percentages? So then if your factor is .15, do you just keep taking that by hours? And do we group by hours as you did, Kitty, the 24 to 29 and 30 to 39? Or you did 20, 25,
No,
30?
I
She
struck
wants to do it
20.
because that.
And like I'm saying, so under Kitty's formula, but if you did 20, I mean, would the factor then not be 20? Would it then be .7? Would 25 be then 0.9? And then at 30, would it be .1? Would it be .12? And that's their factor on each hour. That's the fraction of an hour they would get.
Why would the factors be different just because they're working more hours?
Because
So-
they're working more hours towards working full-time. So you would increase the factor by what they're paying.
I think that's what
Because
you
we're
said
saying
in the
that we're
beginning,
gonna,
that
you're working more time, so you're gonna accrue time at a little bit of a greater rate.
Exactly.
You're rewarding them for working a little bit more time. Even though they're part-time, they're gonna accrue a little bit more, you want them to accrue a little greater time off. Now, you're right, you're absolutely right, too. You could keep it equal all across, but is it fair for someone who is working 24 hours to get the same time as someone who's working 30 hours?
If
Well,
it's a
That-
percentage.
Jean's gonna give
His
her.
point is correct. So if you're a 40-hour-a-week person, you get 43 days off. If you're a 25-hour-a-week person, you get almost 27 days off. So Jeff's right. If you use the same multiplier or
Oh.
factor, then you're giving your part-time people the same effective benefit as the full-time people, which doesn't make sense.
I guess I have to see what that number computes at. It feels to me like.
16.5% on full-time, 43 days over 52 weeks times.
Is that like first year or after a certain number of
No,
years?
we
or-
just figured the minimum, first-year employee gets 43 days off. If you figure they work
Including holidays?
52 times 40, right?
Mhm.
52 weeks times 40, and then you put the hours that they're off over the gross hours for the year, they're off 16.5% of the time.
Wow.
So if you translate that into a 25-hour-a-week person, it gives them 26 days off a year. Now that's,
Are we including holidays in
Yeah.
that? We are. Okay,
We
so
have
they get,
you're paying them
there's
for
13
26
holidays.
days off.
Okay,
That's a month.
James gonna give us a
the
recommendation.
15 sick days that we have is particularly, I find excessive. Here is what I have come up with for part-time. 25 hours a week, earn 25 vacation hours and 75 sick hours based on the 15 days a week. 15 days a year.
They're earning 10 days off for sick?
75, so,
She's talking hours.
hours,
You know,
yeah, so you're saying a week and a half.
15 days is our policy.
all I wanna know is how many days are you paying a part-time person to be off? That's all I wanna know.
Well, so that would be 5.
And then I want you to go and
Fine.
tell me where out in the community. the
That's
same
20
person
days for a
is getting
25
that
hour,
benefit.
Yep,
20 days for 2 weeks.
2.5 weeks.
Twenty days, did you say?
Actually, that's 4 weeks.
That's 4 weeks.
It's 4 weeks for them.
For somebody who works part-time.
All right,
And
I'm
let's
just
put up that
saying,
18
what
weeks
I've
in.
taken is I've prorated
I understand.
the exact policies that we have on the books for the full-timers.
Right,
I've
Well, that's all-
prorated
that's
to
all because we haven't gotten to
precisely,
that's what I did. So
okay.
for 25 hours a week, you get 26 days off.
What's, I have this here, this .0577, this is some formula that
I got 20 days off.
You figured it on 20 hours.
Oh,
trying to figure out why I come up with this thing, .0577. 40 hours to.
120 hours is based on 30 hours a week.
That's, you're doing that off of that probably, you're saying probably 20 hours against 120, I think, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I was trying to figure out, I think that's what I was trying to figure out.
The better way to figure it is
Yeah.
to take what we currently get, like, so we get, it's.
Well, it depends if we're
it's
gonna
50
change
you're right,
that.
it's- yeah. I mean, full-time's at 15%, which
Well,
is very well.
Right, I think we should revisit
Yeah.
this section based on the other sections.
Okay, let's come back to
Well-
it after, let's just go further, we can always come back, just for the moment, okay? The next one would be health benefits, right? Oh, no, seasonal, temporary, staff members are hired to work on a specific project, they
Mhm.
work a specific period, these individuals may or may not work 40 hours per week, temporary staff members are not eligible for benefits. If a former full-time employee is hired, the employee shall be paid at a rate to be determined by the town board.
Now,
Yep.
seasonal temporary also, we ran into an issue last year where we had a temporary employee, I don't know what was filed, but all of a sudden we had to go back and pay someone, I don't wanna say an exorbitant amount, but quite a lot of money because it was deemed that they were taking a union person's job, and we had to go back and pay them back wages.
No, I believe it fell into a union contract temporary position. In other words, the temporary position was within the union contract.
It was actually
I
someone who's
think-
supposed to be mowing lawns down at the pool.
Oh, I know what you're talking
They were
about.
supposed to be mowing lawns down at the pool, and somehow it turned into, it turned out that should be treated as a union employee, and we end up what we.
Well, that was a problem with the contract, it's a problem with the union, Teamsters contract, that it has seasonal
So
employees and this.
So then how do we create a paragraph in the handbook that establishes the seasonal employee?
Oh, the
A seasonal-
differentiation.
Yes.
Like, can we actually put in a seasonal employee, are not eligible for benefits, seasonal employees working at, and can we
Yeah,
define
sure.
locations?
Yeah, sure.
Or working
Should be
for?
anywhere.
Well, that's one of the things we wanna take out of
Well,
the
no,
Teamsters contract is.
Well, but Chris may have some seasonal employees he brings in.
Let's break down seasonal. Okay, in this particular case, we were talking about high school
Mhm.
/ college students, right?
Right,
So is that the bulk of our seasonal people?
well, you have seasonal through building, well, we had seasonal through buildings and grounds in the pool, and then there's seasonal at the
Are
highway.
they really high school and college kids that were given part-time
Yeah.
jobs? Right?
The college and
Summer.
high school, 18 years and
So
older.
if we characterize them as, seasonal positions for high school and college students, we could put that in here and then keep them out of union contracts.
We can't, I don't think we can define age.
Can we do that? Is
That would be
is that
discriminatory.
yeah.
That'd be discriminatory,
I'm
but
just-
I think we're better by job location.
Well, I mean,
Well, I don't know if their union
Well,
contract
no one at the pool,
covers.
no
I
one in the
think
pool.
temporary seasonal should be removed from union contracts.
well, it should be, we
because
have to take that
the
out.
temporary seasonal, why would you join the union for 3
Yeah.
months?
That-
Because they can jack your wages.
Well, that's the problem, we know,
That's my thing, that's
so the
why-
problem is when we ended up dealing with that when we dealt with that situation, that's when we found that clause in the contract, and we said, we have to abide by the contract for the moment, but, because they were in building and grounds, they weren't at the pool. They were hired in building and grounds, but they were being used at the pool, but they were a building and grounds employee. So the Teamsters contract for building and grounds had seasonal, and we were then thereby responsible, we had to pay the person that amount of money. But when we saw that in the contract, it became very clear to myself and Bill that we have to get that out of the contract next year. So,
But
again, this
seasonal
is,
temporary is, I mean,
but this isn't the
Does-
union people. That problem was because it was a union, it was through the building and grounds. This one is not.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense though, Jeff's point is,
What?
if we're hiring somebody for the summer,
Yeah.
we shouldn't have to pay union scale.
I understand that, but the person, we were hiring seasonal people through buildings and grounds.
And they weren't even full-time.
We were hiring the
What do you
person,
mean we hired them through buildings and
it was a building and
For
grounds
that
position.
department.
It was a building and
grounds?
grounds
Because it was paid
position.
out of that line, or just because the
Yes,
job was there?
The job was through buildings and grounds. The job was needed through building and grounds. And then the person that was hired did a lot of work over at the pool.
Okay. I give up.
so
We're
that's
coming back
gonna
to the
be,
other one, though.
that's gonna be
We're still not
resolved
done with
in
that
the
section, though.
union
No.
part of this. There's
So
no
this
way
is not
to
union.
solve that here.
Well, this is not the union, this is not a union
saying.
person, right?
That,
Staff
there's
members
no way
aren't-
to solve that problem in our personnel
It's-
policy.
Well, at least if this section is written correctly here, do we all agree?
Yes.
Okay.
And then there's no problem with the former employee?
I don't see any problem.
Okay, health insurance. For personnel hired prior to January 1st, 2002, the town will pay full premiums on employee health insurance, individual, family, union, and non-union, effective 30 days after the beginning of employment. Employees, non-union building, grounds, and highway, including elected officials hired on or after January 1st, 2002, will be required to pay 10% of their health premiums, individual and/or family. The town will not pay premiums if an employee is out on disability or an unpaid leave of absence. During such time, the employee will have to pay the full premiums, blah, blah, blah. Regular part-time employees have the option of joining one of the health insurance programs that the town offers, but must pay the total monthly premium and any administrative costs themselves every month in advance.
Well, there is no
Yeah.
such thing as regular part-time anymore, right? It's just part-time.
Okay.
So now the question is,
Does anyone want
Do
to
you
raise
want-
10%?
do you want to add it to elected officials, part-time
Can we-
employees,
It
including
says,
elected officials?
it says elected, all of us are entitled to, and we can pay our 10%.
So, okay, so we don't have
No,
to.
no,
No,
No.
It
no,
doesn't say that.
we're
Doesn't say it.
part-time.
Actually, it does say that.
It does say that in the first paragraph.
It does, including elected officials.
Employees, including elected
That's right.
officials hired on or after January 1st, 2002,
Well,
will be required to pay 10% of their health premiums.
But part-timers are not eligible.
Elected official.
We're part-time.
We're part-time elected officials. Remember, we filled out those sheets?
I mean,
Well, I didn't fill
that
out
was
sheets,
the
but
whole
you guys
debate,
filled out
was that town
the- Particularly Mary.
board members
Are you-
were not
Seriously,
eligible.
they put that only referred to town supervisor?
And the two justices, and the highway superintendent,
And the highway
and the town
superintendent,
clerk.
and Roseanne.
Oh, that's sick.
But
That
the
needs to be
justices are
clarified
full-time.
better.
she wanted to say,
Oh.
the justices
It
aren't
should
considered
be
full-time.
very
Going back there.
specific.
I
It,
can,
it shouldn't read like
It
this.
should mention which, it
It
should
should
mention the
absolutely.
absolute, it should. And we should do that tonight.
Including full-time elected officials.
Or you could put the titles.
Blue
Supervisor, highway super,
I can, it's supervisor, it's highway superintendent,
town clerk,
it's town clerk, and it's the two justices.
and justices.
Now, just so I can explain very quickly on the justices, the reason why it's the state that determines that the justices are considered full-time because of the fact that they get called out at all hours of the night, and the way they bookkeep the justices' time, they're considered full-time. It was determined by the state.
But not in every town.
I can only just tell you, and again,
I thought it was in every town.
I mean, well, other towns don't.
all I know is, again, all I
I
can.
mean, we can, but we don't have to.
I don't know, all I know is that when it was, you know, what had happened was, again, I'll just go through this real quickly. When, prior to me, I had gotten elected, but I hadn't gotten inaugurated. And in that little bit of time that, in one of the December meeting, the town board members in 1995 chose to take away their health insurance. They had health insurance. They chose to take away their health insurance. The beginning of the next year, when I was inaugurated or whatever, a question was brought to the town board whether or not the justices should get insurance. At the time, I went to the payroll person and said, one of the justices is one of my closest friends, I don't want to touch this. Here, you find out what the answer is, and you come back and tell the town, and let the town board make a determination. I recused myself. And the payroll person went, spoke to the state, and the state came back with a ruling that said that the justices were considered full-time and thereby would, got health insurance, and so they've gotten health insurance ever since. And that's pretty much the background. Whether
I think it's a may rather than a shall.
You know what,
Because
I can't say. I
Gardner
only-
doesn't pay their health insurance.
But their justices, though, might not work the kind of
Sure.
hours our justices do.
They're all traffic court, they're all called out at the
I don't
end
know,
of the night.
I just can't, you know, it might be the amount of hours justices pay, I don't know, I
Did we get called up for DWI?
I was just giving the answer, I wouldn't touch it with a
Okay.
10-foot pole,
I didn't know.
so,
So this board can touch it or not
I
touch
mean, you
it.
can choose to wanna revisit it, look at it, and call back the state and whatever, and I
Let me
will
ask you a
recuse myself
question.
again, and
What's our ability to increase each of these categories for contributions? Are we locked out?
No.
No,
We-
in fact,
we-
Kenny
We
and
could
I.
put any number we
So
wanted.
can-
Kenny and I
Why-
had a fight over
why-
raising it a few years ago.
Why shouldn't then we get contributions from prior to January 1st, slightly more for after January 1st, 2002, and slightly more for after January 1st, 2013?
I thought we were told that we could not
go back retroactively.
go back
I think we
further than
can because
January of this year.
we are not contractually committed. We are only giving these people what we want to give them.
You
Sort
cannot
of
go
an-
backwards.
It's an
No,
at-will,
see, I
though.
disagree with you.
It's an
No, but no,
at-will,
Kenny,
this is not,
because we did increase those that are
can
not
increase.
contractual.
Sure you can.
I mean, when
You're
else
not
could you
com-
do
how are
it? I guess,
committed to somebody
You
for
can
life that way?
increase January of 2013 forward.
Yes.
No.
You cannot go backwards.
We can go back and ask people that are contributing to contribute.
Oh, yes, yes, that's what yes, exactly.
Yes.
That's what you said. He doesn't want to go back and get new funds from them, he's just asking that going forward.
No,
Those
I'm
no.
actually asking for both.
You want to go
But-
back?
But first of all,
Here's what I wanna do. You can't, think about it, Gene. The town was paying 10 years ago for a family plan, okay? It was $700. Now it's $2,000 a month. At what point do you ask your employee to contribute?
you know what, Kevin, I'll tell you something. When I was supervisor the last time around, my basic attitude was, you don't ask any employee to contribute, to every employee contributes, okay? Because what ends up happening is all the employees, you know, end up having to contribute, but then, you know, the police department, and this is no offense to the police, but the police don't contribute anything, okay? So I said, when everybody contributes, then everybody contributes. But you can't keep having these two-class citizens of employees in the town like we have, okay?
We're
And-
not. All we're talking about is elected officials right here.
No, we're not.
which
We're
is a
talking, there's a bunch of
completely-
people in
We're
here.
talking about creating a new model for the entire town, Kitty, using this as a template for it.
That it's not, Kitty, just elected officials, we're talking right in here, it says, employees, blah, 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 you know, and whatever. So right now, you've gotten your building and grounds, you've gotten your Teamsters,
No.
you've gotten all these
Right.
people, whatever, to
But
pay
we're not
towards
gonna
their
give them-
insurance.
We're not gonna give them the same benefit that they've gotten in the past, because we can't afford to.
Well, Kevin, what I'm saying is, right now, you have a situation, again, where you're dealing with limited amount of employees, okay? So, because you have a limited amount of employees that you can take from, there are certain employees that we still haven't even touched.
But Susan,
So you're only making
I
the dichotomy that much greater.
But the whole
No, we're not.
point
We're
of this,
trying to have a uniform, the whole purpose
Okay.
of the Human Resources Report was to generate a template going forward.
I know what degenerative, yeah. I understand.
So when are you gonna take action to save the town money on medical insurance?
We just did it. We just took
When?
$160,000 out of the budget last year in medical insurance.
When are you gonna get
okay?
employees to contribute, Susan?
They already do contribute. Every employee contributes for the police.
Anybody hired prior to 2002 doesn't contribute.
Because the town board, I think, was told they couldn't go back and they couldn't take from the
But
people.
if
And then they
we
made the
need to,
change.
it has to be a greater contribution than 10% if we're gonna have any meaningful discussions.
Make it
with
40%.
every-
Make it whatever the hell you want to make it,
Don't
okay?
be
But it's,
ridiculous.
no, Kevin, because what I see is again, it's a two-class, you keep taking from the employees you can take from, let's try to at least, at
Let's
the end.
talk about who you're taking it from to give to them.
Kevin, do what you want to do, put out a recommendation, we'll do a vote, okay? You guys want to change it, change it.
Okay, I just wanna point something out.
I wanna change it, I want people to contribute. It'll
They
be
do
a slide.
contribute.
They don't contribute prior to 2002. After 2002, they contribute only 10% a month. So the town's cost would have gone up to $2,100 a month last year, but we saved money.
So, Kevin does have a good point. It's a lot more than you think, because Kitty and I went through this a couple of years ago. And you're looking at, and this is just using sheets that directionally they're correct. You have 18 people that are not under police department contracts. So those we cannot go back and do anything about. But if you have 18 employees and we go from 10% to 20%, we're paying about $20,000, so now we're taking 2,000 and you get 4,000, so you're looking at an additional
36,000.
There you go. You're looking at $36,000. To me, you know what? That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money.
That's just for
$36,000.
18. Now you extend that.
And I
to
could be wrong. I'm just
80.
going with a sheet that's dated from a few months ago. So
So-
that is a lot of money. And I absolutely agree with you, Susan, that we are bound by some contracts that are very difficult to negotiate and it is a statewide problem. But I certainly have no problem at all right now saying, you know what, if we can save $36,000, and save a job from it, I think we need to do it. And that is the reality. We keep sitting here saying in the real world and out in the real world, that is the real world.
You have to be more outspoken, Kitty.
Kevin,
Yes.
I'm getting coached down here at this end. Did you say that we can go back to prior to 2002?
Yes, because it's policy. We
So-
are under, this policy manual is only policy. It doesn't create, it says it doesn't create a binding contract between an employee and the town forever.
Okay. All right, in that case, I'm going to make a modest proposal, so we can at least get some motion moving. I'm going to propose that for personnel hired prior to January 1st, 2002, the town will pay 90% of the premiums on employee health insurance, individual and/or family policy, and that employees, including elected officials hired on or after January 1st, 2002, will pay 20% of their health premiums.
Why don't you just make it for everybody? Why January 2002? Why not January 2005 or January 1995? I mean, what's the
That's what I'm
absurdity
doing,
of?
because those are people who have historically never paid anything, and I think adjusting to
you-
contributing anything will be.
If you're trying to get people, if you're trying to get some equity, then you give equity to everybody. And
But
then
I
you fight
think
with the
going
unions to try to
forward,
get some kind of equity.
If we're gonna try and get people who have never paid anything, insert class of union employee with whom we are about to have discussions, I think if we start with 10% for employees who have never paid anything, that would be a good way to begin discussions.
Okay, I'm looking at the end of, if you go to the top of the next page, it says revised by town board, January 2004. That would only indicate to me if there had been another modification at the end of January 2004. So I wonder if the
Well,
town board,
Just so you know, I'm not gonna stick, I do not believe that date is correct, because I was on the board when we made the first change to it, Kitty.
I think the only changes we made in '05 were to add the domestic partner part.
Changes you made in '05 were to,
So,
people have.
right, and it says added.
I know, but
Yeah.
there are a lot of
Supervisor
places where it
have a
says
health
'05
insurance
that I
after 4
don't
years.
remember adding them,
The
but
community fight to get that to go on.
it does. So that's my motion, and I'm sticking to it.
Second,
So what's your motion?
I second it.
Now, just remember, I'm
Well, no, this- so
just
this-
pointing out that, just remember, we just changed the health insurance on everybody, and we have grievances already, but that's okay.
But these
But-
people are not covered under those grievances.
These
I
are
know.
people not
I
covered by
know,
union.
I know, I'm just saying that,
And also, did you also
Well,
have in there that, and I'm sorry, did we also already agree that for, where it says elected officials, that it's full-time elected officials?
Oh, we
I
should,
thought we put the titles
we
in.
put in superintendent
Oh, I
highway.
apologize.
We
Thank
put
you.
in superintendent highway, town clerk and justices, and at some point, if somebody wants to revisit the justices, we could do that,
And supervisor is in there too,
yeah.
supervisor and justices.
Okay, so for discussion. So I'm at the top of page 7 where it says revised by town board January 2004. Now, I don't really know which part of it, maybe what you added in 2004 was the buyout. Starting in 2002, full-time employees who chose not to participate in the health insurance get a buyout. Was that your 2004 revision? That maybe you used the 2002 year, because this starts with 2002, but it makes
I
me a
don't-
little bit,
I don't actually recognize this version. I know.
I mean, I agree with you. This contribution was probably established in 2002.
that's where I'm
Right.
going, is so I suspect that if,
10 years ago.
that the town board was counseled,
It was-
that you have gone on for, the civil service system has historically been set up where the municipality foots the bill. And that in 2002, someone wanted to see change. Which may be why the labor attorney said you have to use this date of January 1st, 2002, because you're using your reorg of 2002, and you can't go back and affect those people.
I disagree.
So I am a little bit,
That is.
I am a little
no,
bit
I
skeptical.
think what happened was that there was a sense, that was my first, literally, day on the job, was that reorg meeting 2002. And I think the sense was that they did want to grandfather pre-existing employees.
We could.
But not for a legal issue, they were doing it because it was
I
just
mean,
looking
yeah.
to.
Again, we could talk to Bill about what we can and can't do.
In
I can-
2002, the premium amounts were probably very
No.
reasonable.
I can tell you, we had this opportunity through the controller's office to do what they called a smart audit. It was the first time they ever did it or something, where you could sign up as, sign up to have the controller come in and do like an audit of a bunch of stuff. And I had signed up to have them, whatever it was, I remember this category. And the controller came back, and in this whole entire report that they did, they specifically said, you need to start having your employees contribute to health insurance. It was in the report. And at that time, this was, at the time, myself and the board, had made a choice, again, that said, when the police start contributing,
Mhm.
will ask the regular employees to contribute because there was a feeling that the police had much more benefits
They
than
were
the
an
rest of
exception.
everybody else,
You're-
and they
you're
kept, so I'm saying,
singing to the choir
so I'm just
here.
saying, so in 202, obviously, when Carol came in and stuff, you
No,
know.
it was Don. Why?
Okay, when Don came
But
in,
the
then
feeling
you
was
took action.
that we've just been locked in this chicken and egg battle
I know
for
that, I know that.
10 years.
So I'm saying,
it's
yes, that
like-
it was recommended a long
And
time ago. so it's
everybody's
not a
saying,
matter
you
of
go
the-
first, no, you go first, no,
I
you go
know.
first, no, you go first.
And we're trying to
And
do something
so
now with the
if
contract we're
it's-
negotiating.
If it is legal
Mhm.
to ask for 10% from pre-existing hires, that's my motion. If it's not, then, you know, that, we won't do it. But, the power of this is that we can then say, we have got a crack in the shell of the egg here, and we can start negotiating. I mean, asking everybody across the board to contribute 10% shouldn't take 5 minutes for people to say, of course. That's very generous. We'll be happy to contribute. Uh-huh. A cynical laugh from the from the peanut gallery.
Ira, you gave me this information, right, on the calls?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll share that
Okay.
with you later.
Okay.
I mean, we could either wait for Bill,
Well, it's on
or
the
we could
mo-
just
it's
make.
on the
right,
table.
so
I've
what's
got
the
a
motion?
Seconded Kitty's motion,
So what was the motion, Kitty, from January 1st to 02?
prior to January 1st, 2002, 10%, after 20%.
Any more discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
I'm a no also. Okay, I'll check with Bill
I'm
tomorrow.
just curious about why. Do you feel that it's just unfair that people who haven't had to pay before?
No. I just feel that, it's sudden for me that, like, this isn't something, is what we're implementing upon every town employee now, including the people who have been here 18 to 25 years. Now you have to contribute 10%, and that, it does make me a little uncomfortable because people have stayed here for certain reasons. When I first started on the board a year ago, I had a serious problem, and I still do, with the fact that up to this point where you guys made changes, anybody hired after January 1st of 2002. So in my opinion, anybody who had retired, but who had been hired prior to January of 2002, they should not be paying for health insurance right now. Because when they did retire from the town, they retired in good faith under a policy where the town board, no matter who made it up, said, we're gonna pay your medical premium for life, and that's part of you working here. And yet, a segment of the retired population that is not in a union is now contributing. I find it entirely unfair. It's not across the board. This is just a little too sudden for me. That's the only reason why I can't do
Gene,
it.
I agree with you, it's sudden, but what I like about it is we're setting policy that needs to be set.
I agree,
It's
and I
our
may
respon-
not disagree to do it at a different
And it's gonna
time.
be uniform.
Okay, but I do want to make a note. I do want to make a
It's
note.
gonna be uniform.
It's not gonna be uniform,
Oh,
right?
yes, it is.
Oh, well, okay.
Well, if any,
You haven't gone
there's,
through union negotiations before, Kevin, trust
Okay.
me. There'll be a
It's gonna
small
be
segment of
uniform.
people who are gonna get screwed, and the other group that has the
It's
privilege
gonna
of
be-
certain unions, you know,
Well,
are gonna get protected,
Okay,
because it's just the way it
so
works.
Susan, are we gonna have a unified voice on this or not? Because we haven't in
No.
the past.
well, I won't say it on camera, but I do want to note that the other reason why it really bothers me is that, everyone who got paid this week,
Has to give back.
no matter how many paychecks you get, because I get more than one, is, with the loss of the 2% payroll tax, everybody is now paying more in taxes. So this is a double whammy. You're getting hit on an $80, 80-hour biweekly check, probably somewhere between $50 and $125 based on what you make, and overtime included, that you could be, it's being taken out in Social Security.
Mhm.
That's a lot of money.
But the reality is that we're all paying into that system, and some of us will only have that to retire on.
A lot of us, Kitty, will only have that.
Well, you'll have a pension.
No, I won't.
Sure you will. You've
No, I
been in
won't.
government service
Oh,
for,
yeah, and you know what? I was
15
making
years.
$10,000 a year.
okay.
And for every year that I had worked like 2 or 3 years to get 1 year of service, so trust me, I'm not
Okay.
getting a pension.
Well,
But
I don't even
think-
have a house to
it
sell
is-
anymore.
I think one of the strong pieces here, and, I am certainly in the workforce now, I am paying a very large sum for my medical benefits, and I'm not saying that because I feel others also should be paying it. Gene, where I disagree with part of your argument is that our health insurance premiums in 2002 on a family was probably somewhere around $7,000 or maybe $6,000 a year. That same premium now is $24,000 a year. So you're saying that they are now also going to be getting a 2% tax, while our retirees aren't going to be getting the 2% tax. Our working people will be getting a 2% tax.
This
Those
is
are-
a completely inconsistent argument to me, because our retirees, we moved them on to the MVP Gold. We already saved over $30,000 with that.
Well,
Gene,
just-
Gene,
I mean,
Can we move on?
next year, no. Next year, the numbers aren't going down.
No,
They're
I'm
gonna
well
go
aware of
up.
that.
Gene's just only saying that people in this paycheck
I'm
just
just-
got hit with a loss of
Really?
$125 in payroll taxes, and now you're gonna hit them next week, when they get their next paycheck, they're gonna be even less money, and they're gonna also owe money back.
But-
So Gene just thinks that the inequity is unfair right now, that's all.
The medical plan they have is pristine.
What's
They
that
have a
mean?
great medical plan right now
Mm-hmm.
where they're gonna contribute 10 to 20%, okay? A great medical
Mhm.
plan, not one with a high deductible where they have to kick in or worry about $50 co-pays or paying $100 for prescription medication.
We
So I
understand
don't
that.
think it's unreasonable.
No, I don't think you do understand that, because again, Kevin, what do you,
It
what is
doesn't
your
matter,
deductible?
it's what it is, the three of you,
Right,
excuse
my
me.
deductible
Okay.
is
The motion
$3,000.
carried, there's no reason to discuss it anymore,
Okay.
okay? Kitty wanted to understand why Jean voted the way she did, and now people are arguing with
And
Jean
I-
when she gives
I
her
did-
So
reason.
now we're
Right.
gonna back out, we're gonna back off with the unions when we have discussions with
No,
them about
Kevin-
this?
Kevin, I didn't
No,
say
we're gonna
that.
be consistent, aren't we?
Okay, well, this
That's
is
the
not
reason
the
for the
place for the
discussion.
That's the
discussion,
reason for
and
the
I just
discussion.
wanted to give my opinion.
This is the place for
I
discussion.
appreciate your explanation. I think it's important for our employees to hear
Um,
that, so let's
So,
move on
in
to.
order to be
But-
consistent, the employees hired after January,
We're talking about for part-time employees, right?
well, it doesn't point it out here, Susan.
Where are you?
Susan, where are you?
I'm
The
over
next
here
paragraph.
under health insurance right here, part-time
Okay,
employees.
Regular,
We
part-time,
took out regular,
oh, we did?
yep.
Okay, so part-time employees
Mhm.
have the option of joining, and they have to pay the total premium. I'm assuming they don't want
Mhm.
that to change.
Now, do you want to say part-time employees including elected officials? So that gives the board members the option?
Oh, I would be okay with that, because you wanted the other one
For the full
specific.
time, it's-
What?
yeah,
Oh,
if someone wants to.
including board members.
Well,
'Cause
that's
who's the,
That's
yeah,
elected, including,
yes, no, it should be specific.
okay, including elected town board officials have the option of joining, but must pay.
I would like to specifically add, including dental and vision, because that's the one that I was
Then
turned away
It's
from.
over here. Dental is on your next page.
It's on the next one,
Okay.
okay?
Do we wanna make that full-time, no, okay, I'm with
It's
you.
part-time, the top one is full-time.
Okay.
Starting in 22 full-time employees who choose not to participate in the health insurance program for the town may take each year a $1,000 buyout. I think
Okay,
if you're looking-
I'm okay with that, and I'm not in favor of increasing.
Okay, the town will pay 50% of premiums on approved employee dental.
No, wait, are you missing my piece?
What piece? For
Um,
employees hired after January 1st, 2000, the DIPOLs will continue to pay health insurance premiums in effect.
In effect, at the time of retirement, did we want to change that
Yes.
to an individual at the time of retirement?
I'm sorry, Jean, what?
To an individual.
Where are you? Are you still on page 6? Unofficial
For
retirement?
employees after January 1st, 2003, the town of
Flip
New
it.
Paltz will continue to pay the health insurance premium in effect at the time of retirement.
Okay.
So if they retire and they have a family plan, we're
Right.
gonna continue to pay that? Is that the section I'm,
Oh, okay, so you want to
is
say?
that what he means?
Well, I mean, in the union contracts, it says, you know, whatever plan you retire on, you get. You want to change it here, change it here.
What commitment are we making to people when they retire?
The town will continue to pay the health insurance premiums for employees, same plan, single or family, as in they're working, who have worked full-time for the town for at least 8 years immediately prior to retirement with New York State. That's page 11.
Oh,
So
do you want to just make that an individual plan, or do you want to?
But what are we doing? You work for 8 years and
Well,
you
that's going to
retire.
get, that might get
No,
changed.
but let's talk about
Here's
it.
one that we have now, but yeah.
Don't talk about the 8 years, the 10 years, the 15 years, because we're going to change that.
But what commitment are we
Mhm.
making to retirees when they retire?
Well, as of now,
And-
according to the policy, we pay them their full insurance, with
And
whatever
so-
copay that, you know.
And so what's the cost of that gonna be 5 years from now, 6 years from now?
So what's the point? Do you want to say we're not paying, we're not giving retirees health insurance? Is that what?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, what should our commitment be?
Well, I have later on back here, I increased it from 8 years to 15 years. So I'm saying at least you have to work for the town for a decent length of time before you get lifetime health insurance. But we haven't gotten to that point. So if you want to jump to that and then come back to this, we can.
Well, it's all tied in together, so we might as well just deal with it here.
Well, I have it, if you want to move forward to, what is it, it's in the retirement? Okay, well, on page 10, where it says, the town will continue to pay health insurance premiums for employees, same plan, single or family, as when they are working, who work full-time for the town for at least 8 years immediately prior to retirement with the New York State retirement system. The town will continue to pay health insurance premiums for 3 months after an enrollee's death at no cost to the family.
What
For-
page is that, Susan?
Page 10.
It's on page 11 on mine.
Oh, okay, okay.
11?
I don't know why, then,
Now-
for employees
Now, let me ask you.
hired after January 1st, 2003, the town of New Paltz will continue to pay health insurance premiums in effect at the time or retirement. Any increase in premium is the responsibility of the retiree.
What does it mean where it says that you have to work 8 years and then be retired? How does that work?
You have to retire onto the New York State retirement system. You can't retire,
And go
And-
get another job.
yeah,
So, does that mean, Gene, that, what's the retirement age for New York State?
it depends. When they offer an early retirement, you can do it at 55. Otherwise, you're here until,
So,
You
you
have-
could potentially be eligible for New York State retirement at 55,
if they have an early buyout.
which means you'd have to work for the town of New Paltz for 8 years up to that 55th year. You'd have to be on the payroll for 8 years and then turn 55?
Yes, but you'd also have to have years of service.
Now, is this continuous years of service or just 8 years of service?
8
the
years
way it means in
immediately
here
prior.
is 8 years at the town of New Paltz immediately prior.
Okay, so you could work for the town of New Paltz for 10 years and leave, and take another job and retire at 55 and not get lifetime health insurance.
If you left the town
Yes.
before you're 55,
Yes.
you won't.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
These are people not in the union, by the way, Kevin.
Right.
They're not under a union contract.
Regardless, it doesn't matter, you don't work for a place for 8 years and get lifetime health benefits.
No, because if you're 55, you could end up getting benefits to your 85, which is 30 years on the town.
I will point out at one point, it did say 4 years.
No, I know. So what, I
But
mean,
luckily,
what's-
under the leadership of
what's-
Kitty Brown, who was on the board at the time and was the only one on the board who finally understood what was going on and fought it for 2 months, it got changed back to 8 years.
So let's say that you, at 55, are on the family plan. Let's just use current
Right.
numbers. So you're on the family plan at $2,000 a month, right? That's $24,000 a year for 30 years. Is that what we want to do?
That's the way the policy reads.
Right.
Kevin, I wrote in my notes, if you see that I suggested we change it to 15 years. So I put something on the table as a recommendation to move forward with. So I don't think there's a person on this board who probably doesn't disagree that after 8 years, retiring at 55, paying for their health insurance for the rest of their life is absurd. It was absurd in good times, and it's certainly absurd in bad times, okay? So I don't think we have to do the math to prove what it's gonna cost the taxpayers. We just have to come up with a number that makes sense.
It's important to do the math, to understand the commitment
The
that was made
cost.
previously.
I understand that,
That's
but
what he's
I
saying.
understand that, but 8 years with the town, I don't have to do the math to understand,
so
for somebody to
let's
work 8
change-
years for anybody to get lifetime health insurance is insane.
So everywhere it says 8 years, let's change it to 15.
I put 15 as a starting point, you could change it, you could,
I
guys,
think
go to
15.
30.
And,
I put 15 as a starting point.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be that either. You could decide to do, you know, you could decide to do 1 year of health insurance for every year's service, or, I mean, you could do whatever you want to
I
do.
think we should come up with a percentage that the town will pay of health insurance.
Well, so if you work for 15 years and retire, you get lifetime medical insurance?
Mhm.
But if you work 14, you don't.
Tough luck. What if he works 7 years? I mean, if, anytime you put a cutoff,
Does anybody know how many people we have in this category right now?
We've worked 8?
8 years?
No, how many people
we're
we have?
close to have 8 years. Well, again, remember again, this really impacts very few employees.
Right.
There's very few employees that are not union employees. It's a youth center,
But Sue-
it's the clerk's
Sue-
office,
but Sue,
it's
No,
What's
it's
the
the
town's-
justices.
Justice.
What's the
Court.
town's
not the,
policy?
not the justices themselves, not their employees. They're all in unions.
Right, but
I'm saying it's elected
Well,
official,
no, there
it's the
is
town
one-
clerk's
no,
office.
But we're actually discussing,
and
there
it's-
actually, there's one non-union employee, we
Yeah.
believe down there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that basically it's your elected officials and it's your elected officials and it's the clerk's office and, the youth center. That's pretty much it. That this impacts, that's really it.
so
And the only,
how much should, I mean, I think the town should contribute something for anybody who's worked for us for 15 years. I think we should contribute towards their retirement health insurance. We are paying 50% of dental, according to this. I don't see vision in here. So, and the thing is, when you retire, you're gonna get Medicare, right? So, why, I don't really understand that part of this.
Medicare is your primary.
I don't
And-
understand it either.
Really? Because you're
No, I understand.
you're gonna
I
need a
understand the
donut.
primary
I'm gonna
and the-
need
and
it
the
soon,
supplement.
but I don't understand it, and I'm not gonna have
You
it.
use your Medicare will be your primary when you go to see
Right.
anyone, and then you need to have a secondary insurance.
But
Right.
why do we
To
have
make
to
a-
pay for
Right?
What's that?
MVP Gold?
In our
to
case,
be
it's
the
MVP Gold's
donut?
not the primary though, I
Isn't
think.
there,
MVP Gold does plug the donut.
To protect you from the cost.
but what happens to people who don't have MVP Gold?
Well, the only people
You
that
have
have
to
gold are
absorb
the-
the cost that Medicare doesn't.
The only people that, are you talking in the town or
The
in
world.
general?
In
In the
general.
world.
She's
If you don't have
talking
MVP Gold covers the donut, if you're just on Medicare,
Right.
you're screwed.
So,
But
which
then-
is why I'm
but
saying
then
you're
we
gonna need a
also-
donut insurance.
We also reimburse them for Part B.
Right.
Yeah, no, Kitty's
That's a
asking-
municipal thing. You
Kitty's
can't,
asking
that's a
us,
state
Kitty,
thing.
most people, I know, I remember when my father was very, very sick in the hospital, and, they were moving him out of the hospital to go to a nursing home, which he ended up going for one day and went back to the hospital and died the next day. But, I remember they had Medicare, and they asked, did you have a supplemental? And my parents had AARP as their supplemental. And I remember the social worker saying to my mother, that's the best supplemental plan you could have, your husband's very lucky. So what a lot of people do is they get their supplemental through AARP or through some kind of, you know, like a lot of people get health insurance through the Chamber of Commerce, you know, so they can belong to a group.
Okay.
So people have a secondary insurance. We, through the town, MVP Gold is their secondary, although it's really handling their Medicare. And so they're getting everything
So
taken
they-
care of.
So they get Medicare, they get Part B. I am gonna have to learn all this stuff.
They get
for-
Medicare, and then we pay for their Part B through the MVP Gold, right?
It's a
No, you
separate
pay them,
bill.
you pay them the
We
Part
get
B quarterly, you pay it to all the retired employees.
We pay
It's
about
a state
1,600.
employee thing.
We pay them back. We have to cover their
Yes.
Part B, their
Yes, we have to fund
And we
it.
do MVP Gold.
MVP Gold, basically, instead of having to pay $100 for prescription, they might pay 20, 30. So
Okay.
it does offset some of the expenses that the Medicare doesn't cover.
So when you're 65 and you have all three of these things going in and you walk into the hospital, first they bill Medicare, then they do this Part
Supplement-
B.
Supplemental.
No,
When does Part B-
Medicare,
Supplemental's the
no,
gold,
no.
the MVP Gold. is the
Medicare
supplemental
A
expense.
is your hospitalization.
Your B doesn't
Medicare
cover.
B is your medical expenses.
That would be
Now, when
your,
my father went in for open heart surgery, his hospitalization was covered fully with the Medicare. But let me tell you, he got creamed on his medication.
your Part B
He
is
had
when you
like
go to the
20.
pharmacy and you go to
Need
pick
a
up.
supplemental, Kitty.
So you-
We'll
Okay.
talk when you're ready.
Okay.
So your supplemental would be
AARP.
covering
Just-
both your
Just
pharmaceutical.
become part of AARP and then
I'm-
take their insurance.
The day I turned 50, I got my AARP.
Yeah.
So MVP Gold is better than AARP.
That I can't answer. It's, from what I hear, MVP Gold is a phenomenal plan.
MVP Gold is a good product.
Do we know, I can't remember what the premium is on that, but.
$314 a month.
$314, and we pay it for the spouse as well?
If they retired on a family plan, they get a family plan. If they retired on a single plan, they get a single plan. That's the contract.
So,
And we have one employee who still has kids and is
So-
retired.
so when you say they retire with the single plan or the family plan, so our commitment is the family plan and that rate into the future versus the rate that the family plan offered them at the time of retirement.
I'm only saying what the contract says, not what,
No, but what I'm saying to you is, let's say they retire and the family plan
I know
monthly
what you're
premium is
trying-
2, okay? It's a lot different if we give them the 2 versus giving the equivalent of the family plan cost in the future, which could be $3,000 or $4,000
well, you
a
can,
month in the future.
so you want to freeze it at,
You wanna definitely freeze this stuff at the dollar equivalent of whatever plan was in effect when they retired. Cause then you
Well,
know
no,
what.
in effect-
Then you know what your future liability is.
Well, but it says, under that particular section, any increase in premium is the responsibility of the retiree. does that not in some kind of twisted way, although it's not straight enough?
I think we gotta clean
That-
that up so there's
Yes,
no
you need to be,
Okay, but that says it in here, it's just that it's not, it doesn't say it in our.
well, that is one form of interpretation of it,
No, I'm
but
just saying, no, you're right,
certainly-
no, you're right. What Kevin's
Right.
trying to get at is in this personal policy, it's not in our union
Right,
contract.
but certainly this could be interpreted as not meaning that at all. Ask the lawyer about interpretation.
Where
So,
do you say it, where's it,
for employees
there's so many
hired,
things.
I'm not in retirement,
Oh, you're
Susan.
back at,
I'm in,
Well,
I'm ready,
so you're back at, you're back up here at, the,
you
health
just
insurance?
flicked my page.
64, the difference.
I am right here.
Right,
See, it
said
says,
any
in
increase in-
effect, any increase in the
premium.
premium is the responsibility of the retiree.
that's what it means.
But you and I are interpreting it that way.
How else would you interpret it?
well, it's any increase after the time of retirement. It's, I think that's,
Right?
That's for people hired after the 2003.
right, that's the part that, is confusing.
Well, no, it's just that, again, in this whole policy, it's like, if you were hired before 202, if you were hired after 203, if you were hired at 20, whatever, I mean, there's just no consistency.
Well, here's the thing, since you now have the people hired after January 1st, 2003,
So people are
No.
still, we still have it as people who were hired after before January 202, they don't pay anything?
No, they pay 10%.
10%.
okay, wait a minute. But now, these people, no.
Why?
No. This can be interpreted two ways, because for employees hired after January 1st, Town of New Paltz will continue to pay the insurance premium in effect
Right.
at the
that's
time of
dollar
retirement.
amount. Well, you're right, it can go both ways.
Okay, so it can be interpreted two ways.
One talks about premium, the other talks about the plan itself. So, see, I would think that the plan is whatever the dollar value of the plan is, and that fluctuates. The premium, in effect, you could argue that that is a set or fixed sum. Premium refers to a dollar amount, plan refers to the coverage itself, the number of people covered by the plan. I don't even know why we're doing this.
Do what?
Why are we doing it?
Do what?
Why should a town give anybody lifetime health insurance? Why don't they just give it to them for a couple of years after they retire and that's it?
It's a much longer conversation, but it
Mm.
would seem to me that, because you're trading the lack of remuneration to work in the public service sector instead of the private sector, or maybe some could consider that to be outmoded. I'll ask for Gene's opinion on that, but that is one argument, Kevin.
That
So
was the
I-
traditional.
And I don't know if it's correct or not either. I agree with you. I don't know if that's correct or not. I think the differences, the difference between working in the private sector and the public sector the lines have blurred tremendously, and you now have public sector beating private sector jobs.
Right now, the only jobs that are out there
Both
are public
both in
sector jobs.
remuneration and in
Yeah.
benefits.
The number one employee is public sector.
Right.
There aren't jobs in the private sector anymore.
As I said, I think there's a lot of debate we could have.
Except
It's a much
lobbying.
It's a much longer
Public sector.
conversation.
What?
Okay, except lobbying the public sector.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's a better paying job than being in the public sector, I can assure you of that.
Okay, so we've changed 8 years to 15 years.
I
Should we
don't-
take a
nobody-
vote on that? I make a motion that
nobody
we change
responded.
8 years to 15 years. Hello?
Where
Well,
are you?
Here.
Oh, you're in
I
retirement.
think,
Oh, yeah.
think
I
we
wasn't
should-
there yet.
I think we should talk about two things. One is the time frame, and I think we should also lock it in as the premium in effect.
Okay, let me ask a question, let me just ask a question. Maybe Kevin was right, but again, we really have to do this. And we didn't do it, we had a year and it never got done. And we can create a special meeting, try to have Bill Mullins come and just spend the meeting on the personnel policy.
Well,
We can keep
I'm
trying
working towards a motion here, so if we
Okay.
can at least get that much done
We could do the
tonight.
15 years, but I just think that Kevin
Um,
right now is thinking if we should even, once 15 years, that we should still
Well,
give
we
it.
can come back and amend it when we
And
can.
Phil over here.
But I just want to get some of this done tonight. I'd like to, so the motion is 15 years before they get retirement. At the time of retirement, oh, first, let me start with that. The town will continue to pay health insurance premiums for employees who have worked full-time for the town for at least 15 years, immediately prior to retirement. It should say, instead of with, it should say
Mhm.
into the New York State retirement system.
Into.
So
Mhm.
that's the motion.
And I think you want to, I'll second that, then we'll have discussion on it.
Okay.
I think you also want to add to that, and that the benefit to be paid shall be the equivalent of the premium in effect at the time of retirement for the particular plan that you have.
Okay, that's the second part of
Right.
this paragraph.
Yes.
I'm just taking baby steps here.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to address the first part of this paragraph, and then we'll do your part separately. So can we change to 15 from 8?
Yeah, but then it says it right here, what Kevin wants.
Right,
It
I
says-
think the second half of this paragraph does say what Kevin wants, but we need to decide whether or not the employee is gonna contribute, and that is not in here at all.
So you
Right
wanna-
now,
you
the
wanna
town
just-
is
you wanna-
paying
let's just
100%.
vote first on the
So-
15 years.
We need to get to that, but
So-
let's just do the first half of this paragraph. 15, going once.
All in
Second.
favor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion so
Aye.
carried.
Okay.
No.
Nay? You want 20.
You want to make it higher, we can make it higher. You don't wanna make it lower, do you?
Second part of it now is, what is the obligation of the town gonna be
Right.
at retirement? And my motion is to pay the dollar equivalent of the premium in effect at the time of retirement for the particular plan they're in. So, for example, if at the time of retirement, they're in a single plan, and the plan cost is $700 a month, that's what they get. If it's a family plan and it's $1,500 a month, that's what they get.
No contribution?
Well, that's the third piece.
Oh,
Well, but
okay.
it says that unless
So
you
they
think that
retire
the,
at 55, at age 64 potentially, their premium could be $3,000 and we're gonna give them 1,500. Plus we may also be asking for 10% against the
We might,
1,500, or 20%.
it says right now, January 1st, 2003, the town of New Paltz will continue to pay, again, the town will continue to pay health insurance premiums for employees, same plan for single or family as when they were working, who worked full-time for the town for at least 15 years immediately prior to retirement into the New York State retirement system. The town will continue to pay health insurance premiums for 3 months after enrollee's death and no cost to the family. Is everybody okay with keeping that in?
Yep.
I'm not, but go ahead.
Do you want to make it longer, or do you want to take it out?
No, I feel that that is what they consider a gift.
What do you mean?
A gift. You're giving away taxpayer money. I just,
I just.
it's a
can't-
freebie.
Yeah, well, you know, somebody just loses their husband, and all of a sudden they don't have health
I
insurance, you know.
understand
it's-
that some people feel that way.
Susan,
God, it's in all of our contracts.
Well,
I know.
when it's in a contract, it's not a gift.
So, but,
When it's in a contract, it's contractual.
No, I believe I brought it up,
yes.
that I felt it was a gift.
No, I agree,
wonder-
no, but she's saying it's in all of our contracts
But I'm wondering
also,
if we
but
take it
I
out
think
here.
this is an employee handbook, so an employee handbook is treated differently than a contractual.
But if we take it out here, can we begin to ask if it's a gift in our contract?
I actually agree fully with Jean. I believe this could be potentially looked upon as a gift,
If you're
which is
saying
against
it's,
the law.
if you think it's illegal, I would be willing to find out from an attorney if it's illegal, and if it's illegal, we could take it out. If it's not illegal, I'm
you
not,
just offer them COBRA, don't
Yeah, somebody just lost their spouse.
No, we're not saying you're wrong, we're just simply saying that it
I'm sorry,
potentially
I'm
is.
just saying,
Yeah,
can I
I
just
agree.
I'm okay with it if Jean is right and
I think Jean could be,
I'm okay.
I think Jean could be correct.
But if she's not, I'm okay with this.
Is it a gift?
We're all okay, it's just
Okay.
potentially we might be breaking.
Okay,
something.
so
Just so we did part one. Part two is the benefit that we pay at retirement.
Well, wait a second, then it goes for employees hired after January 1st, 2003. The town of New Paltz will continue to pay health insurance premium in effect at the time of retirement, or any increase in premium is responsible for the retiree. What about the person before
We're gonna
2003?
get rid of all that.
Why don't you just take out for employees hired after January 1st, 2003?
I think that makes sense. Just take that out.
So you're paying,
Well, the town of New Paltz will continue to pay health insurance premium in effect at the time of
the
retirement.
health insurance premium in effect for the plan they're in at retirement. So you can't switch from a single to a,
Mhm.
The health insurance premium in
That's single
effect
or family.
for their existing plan.
And any increase in premium will be the responsibility of
Yeah.
retiree will be the responsibility, okay. The town will continue to pay 50%, okay, now you wanted to go to part three, are you asking
part,
for the?
yeah, part four is the contribution key.
Well,
I don't know what
Susan
that is.
just said.
They wanna, I was going into dental, but
Oh.
I stopped because I realized that Kevin had wanted to talk about, the possibility of people having to, contribute.
So right
But
now,
they actually-
they're contributing
Wait a minute.
10 to 20%,
Mhm.
depending on when they were hired, right?
Right,
I thought we were still in
So that will stay in
retirement.
effect.
we are in
And
retirement.
if we were to
We're
amend that
going
in
back
the
and
future,
forth.
that would stay in effect.
Until it's amended.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so we don't need that piece then, right?
I guess not,
You wanna just,
do you
well,
understand?
No?
Because,
Maybe
well,
you need a phrase that says that employee contributions will remain at the same rate.
you know what?
Now, maybe you
That
don't wanna commit to
should
that
have been
either.
added to this, and it's not in here.
What?
When that 10% contribution was, that should have been added, and it's not. So I think we should get it in here now.
Are you confused,
Why don't you just say
we are
the-
doing retirement
The
right now.
employee
We'll
contributions
go
Skipped
back
over
and
that.
forth,
effect
we're
at
doing
that
both,
time will remain, or something like that.
Yeah,
we're both in
Okay.
retirement and health benefits.
but we don't, I don't know where we've said,
You don't know how we bookkeep this right now.
but I don't know where we officially, I mean, that 10% contribution does not appear in this personnel policy anywhere, and it should. So I think we should mention it in here. So I think it should say the town will continue to pay 90%
I
of
would
the
say
health.
whatever percent they're paying it.
I don't understand, why won't
You
we
don't
just
wanna
say?
commit to the number, because the number
Because
may
we've
change.
never said anywhere in here what percentage we are
It says
paying.
employee, no, you
We
just
just
changed it from
changed it.
10% for people before after 202, and 20%, or 10% for everybody before 202, and 20% for everybody after 202.
But that doesn't necessarily carry over to retirement.
Well,
It
yeah, it
will.
does.
It will.
Well, then,
I mean, we're not
why do
taking,
we
we're
have
not,
a separate section for retirement if everything that's in existing,
I think you just wanna remind people in this section that their contribution rate as an employee will continue as a retiree into the future.
okay, all right.
the retirement system still have hours in Poughkeepsie.
So their contribution as an employee will continue as a retiree,
Employee contribution will remain at the same rate.
Okay.
but not at the same rate.
Okay, employee contributions will remain at the same contribution, at the, I think what I wanted to say.
I just said, what did I say?
You said employee contributions will remain at the same, go ahead.
Contribution as an employee will continue
As a retiree.
as a retiree.
I think that says it all.
Yeah.
So that, let's say 15 years from now, you decide to jump it to 25%, then you're covered with that language.
The town will continue to pay 50% of the approved dental insurance premium for employees, same plan, single or family as when they were working, who have worked full-time for the town for at least 15 years, right?
And we're not,
Immediately prior to retirement with the New York State retirement system, into,
and we're not paying, we're gonna pay the 50% of the premium amount in effect, correct?
The town will continue to pay 50% of the approved dental insurance premiums for 3 months. I'm sorry, Kevin, because you're adding something in, it's not in here.
50% of the approved dental insurance premiums in effect at the time of retirement. So it's consistent with what we're doing
Mhm.
for medical.
Mhm. The town will continue to pay 50% of the approved dental insurance premiums for 3 months after an enrollee's death, providing that the family pays its share in advance. Provided the family pays its share in advance? We don't have that in the other part.
Well, there's not gonna be much dental work done anyway.
Well, because you weren't planning on them paying anything at the time that it was written regarding health.
Do we need that in, or, I mean, I certainly won't be the one who calls them and says, "Not need your money."
How's there gonna be dental work after you're dead?
It's the family, it's the remaining family.
Hey,
The remaining family, if they have to go to the dentist 3 months after somebody's death, they still get,
so
50% of their their dental insurance paid for, but they have to pay for it in advance.
do we pay for dental insurance for families then?
Huh.
Right, because it wouldn't apply to the single.
Right. Right.
Well, can we take out the family pays its share in advance?
I'm fine with that.
So we're taking out provided the family pays and its share its advance. Sorry, your husband died. No, by the way, can you write us a $60 check?
Right, that's ridiculous.
For employees hired after January 1st, 2003, the town of New Paltz will continue to pay 1/2 of the dental insurance premium in effect at the time of retirement. And then any increase in premium is the responsibility of the retiree.
That's what we're saying.
We're taking out for employees hired after January.
That's what it says above, yeah, and Kevin, you wanna take out January 1st, 2003?
We're taking it out.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have to go back? We still have the temporary stuff, but I don't wanna do that just yet. We have the dental insurance we skipped, but the town will pay 50% of premiums of an approved dental employee dentist. The town will not pay premiums if an employee is out on disability. Regular part-time employees, we're taking out regular. Part-time employees have the option of joining the dental plan offered by the town. You want to put in part-time employees and town board officials, Kitty?
Yeah.
Too bad you're leaving. Maybe you'll want to run again.
I'm gonna get all my crowns.
And town board
Bridges,
officials have the
braces.
option of joining the dental plan offered by the town, but must pay the total monthly premium and any administrative costs themselves every month in advance, because they don't trust you. Any employee who joins the dental plan will be subject to the terms and conditions of such plan in effect. For employees hired after January 1st, 2003, the town of New Paltz will continue to pay 1/2 of the dental insurance, blah, blah, blah. So we can just take that out, because you're saying that everybody's paying it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, domestic partnership, we still have to go back to the other thing, but my sense, as much as I believe in it and I support it, and I have no problem with it, and I supported it up at the county legislature, now that marriage is legal in New York State, I don't know why we have this policy.
Because there are domestic partners that are not same-sex. They're, people who live together that are not, this is not, domestic partnership was a qualifying relationship before the same-sex issue arose.
But I think, I agree with you, and I understand why they cover it, but now that is rendered moot, isn't it?
No, because there are men and women who live together as domestic partners
Kitty.
without getting married.
But we can't as a town. I have a girlfriend for a week, and all of a sudden she's covered by insurance?
No, 12 months.
Well, you know what?
You need to have a 1 year
But
rule.
you know what?
I know,
I'm not
I know
sure
of
we can mess with-
circumstances where we have covered people that aren't even living in the same house anymore.
I do too.
Okay,
We have,
but you know what, Kitty, this
I
was-
don't know that this is discretionary.
I honestly think, okay, first of all, it was added January 2005. We know when it was added, we know what board it was added by, okay? This was for same-sex couples. This was for same-sex couples.
But the reason it could be inserted is that New York State does give benefits to domestic partners. That's where the person who found this, you know, it is a qualified relationship under New York State benefits.
I'm not 100% sure. I know for the legislature, we dealt with this at the legislature, and we did a domestic partnership benefit plan at the legislature specifically because it was same-sex marriage, same-sex couples could not get married, and so therefore they couldn't get benefits,
Right,
and so therefore we passed it. And
If domestic partnership, the only place it would matter now is for a man and a woman or two same-sex people who don't want to get married but want these benefits.
well, they have to get married.
All I'm saying is, if
Can't
you
get 'em.
They
have
have to
to,
get married, sorry,
I'm not
tough
sure
luck.
that we
No.
have the discretion.
You know
So what I'm saying is, let's find out what New York State says. If we have to give benefits to domestic partners, then we have to. If we don't, let's take it out.
Yeah, I'm
What
pretty
are you
sure.
gonna say, Gene?
Okay.
Gene, have you run into this
It's
one yet?
offered by NISHIP, and so it is therefore available to every single one of your employees.
But again, I think all of that was done prior to same-sex
I'm
marriages
saying-
being legalized.
Right, but you don't need this sheet of paper. The fact that we are a participant in the New York State Health Insurance Program
MVP offers
means
it.
that any one of our employees, well, it may very well be MVP as well. But, so, because it is now available, any employee who's eligible for health insurance benefits, could apply
And how,
and get the coverage.
and how do they define the qualifications of?
You deal with the insurance company, as far as I'm concerned, you don't need it in your policy. Because you know what, they're not proving it to me that they are a couple. With the HIPAA laws, I don't wanna know.
But
It is between them
But we're
They
paying.
had
and the
to,
ins-
no, but they had to, this is actually, I mean, this can be in our policy, but I remember what they had to show, like they had been paying bills together, they had to show they had joint bank accounts, they had to, you know, stuff like that.
Then
Right,
why-
and they
why
have
don't-
to prove
Why
it.
don't we make them contribute the difference between what the single would be for the town employee? You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
You mean you would make them make a different contribution than MVP has a program that's employee and spouse?
Right.
1+1.
Okay, right. NISHIP doesn't. So, you know, NISHIP, if you're just an employee and spouse, you're on the family plan. But on MVP, you can get an employee and spouse.
Right.
So why would a domestic partnership have to pay the difference between the cost of an individual plan and the cost of a 1+1, or the cost of an individual plan and the cost of a family plan, depending on which one they selected, when it's no different than a two-adult person household?
Because we are only covering town employees and their families.
Well, okay, then, I guess we need to go back and rethink about all the spouses that we're not covering anymore. Because we don't have that language.
You're saying to me, the way this reads, it says, if providers of insurance offered by the town make their benefits available to, those benefits will be made available to all eligible town employees.
Right, okay, that was
We
while
don't
they were.
have to- We don't have to do that.
God. This was written while they were waiting for them to offer domestic partnership plans?
Before same-sex marriage was approved in New York State.
All the domestic partnerships were added to all
Oh,
these things. for the
okay,
purposes
so
of-
then-
Same-sex marriage wasn't illegal,
Okay.
so they all started offering
Right.
in all the municipalities,
Okay.
and the health
Had to
insurance.
morph
Right.
the coverage.
Right,
Okay, so what
exactly.
you're saying is that in a domestic partnership, that's two people, male, female, living together without the benefit of marriage.
Right?
Okay.
We should not be
But-
insuring the domestic.
Okay, but you don't want to insure the other, okay. But this is someone who lives very much like everyone else, okay? Like, somebody goes out to work and somebody stays home with the kids. So you can't even say, like, one of them, they can go and get health insurance at their respective
They just pay the
employers.
difference.
Why, I mean,
Why was
why,
The employee pays for the benefit of the spouse.
Right,
It should-
they pay the
Domestic partner.
difference.
The town shouldn't be paying for.
What
the
makes a
spouse.
domestic partner different from a spouse?
because
A
for whatever
marriage
reason you
license?
chose to get married, I chose to get married.
Different from a date.
Everybody chose to get married for whatever reason, and maybe you got married so you could get health insurance. Okay, you know what? Maybe Steve would divorce
What
me
makes
if
it
he didn't
different
get
from a
health
date,
insurance
Jane?
from me. Okay, maybe
One
he's only
date.
married to me for health insurance. That might be about the only reason I could give right now for him to be married to me
So
because I'm a total
roommates get
lunatic.
together and
But-
say, we're domestic partners.
Exactly,
and
come
we'll get
on.
insurance
It's the biggest,
benefits.
it could be the big, it's, you know, I mean, under same,
Okay.
when people couldn't, same-sex couples could not get married, there had to be a mechanism to make it fair and equitable so they could get health insurance because the state
Right.
did not allow them the ability to get married even if they wanted to. Now the state is letting them get married and they can have matrimonial bliss or hell like the rest of us, okay? So at
So
the
do
end
you
of the
wanna
day,
just-
everything is now equal. You want to get married and get health insurance? Congratulations, tie the knot,
Right.
okay? You don't want to get married? Well, then tough luck. Your spouse doesn't get health insurance
Unless you pay for it.
unless you, exactly.
And what I was just telling Kevin is that health insurance companies in states where there is now legal marriage for gays and lesbians will probably go about changing their policies to reflect the fact that, you know what, we don't have to make this exception anymore.
That's right.
Boom.
And I
Yes,
believe,
now-
and I believe all the health insurance policies that MVP does offer it and Night Shift does offer
They'll
it.
probably change it, I suspect.
So do you
I
want
mean,
to, I don't think the domestic partnership eligibility has been stricken from
She's more
either
liberal
the
than me.
state or NISHIP or MVP. So if what you want to do is amend this policy to say
I
that,
don't think we should have a policy.
well, I don't
Don't
think
either.
we have a choice. I mean,
I
if
think
if
we-
it's under, if it exists in state law, and if NISHIP and MVP offer it, but what we can do is say that the employee will be covered and the domestic partner can purchase.
I don't think we want to say anything, and here's why. Just because an insurance company decides to expand the category of people they cover doesn't make something law, okay? Just
But are
because
we
by
gonna say to an
contract they elect to do
employee-
it. They're electing to do it by contract.
But I don't understand why it's any hardship for us if the domestic partner, if, let's just say he is our employee and his
Husband.
girlfriend, no. I mean, it could be a woman. For
But-
some reason, they aren't
But
married.
we can't cover people that aren't town employees or family members.
I'm saying that we won't. We will cover him, and she can purchase the +1 or the family at her own expense,
If it's available.
if it's available. How's that?
As long as it doesn't increase our cost, and here's the other thing too, this is something maybe you know more about. We're charged based upon our relevant pool, right? And that's a statistical pool depending on outcomes. So we certainly don't wanna increase the amount of outcomes we can have either in a way.
Heavy health insurance
You know, think about that. Think about that. Somebody that needs a serious surgery, okay, will hook up with somebody, right? so
Well,
that
we
they,
can make this be 24 months. I mean, we can
I
make
don't-
it be a significant commitment,
don't
and I think
even-
that is the intention
I
of
don't
this.
even
I
wanna
don't-
have any written words about this because it's now legal in New York State. We don't need to address it. We don't need to create a basis for somebody to say, but you're offering it. We don't need that.
If we're
Because
not
Kitty, I
paying
mean,
for it, I don't see
well,
why
two
not.
thousand and five though was,
Yes,
yes, I'm losing my mind here.
yes.
So
The
if I'm
intent,
reading
we
this
know the
correct,
intent.
the intent was, because same-sex marriages were still being debated.
Yes,
So was that the intent when this was written?
yes.
Okay.
But domestic partner was a category that did and does apply to heterosexual.
I'm not debating that.
And
I'm
maybe
just
they had to do
saying-
that to make it legal.
But was
at the
that-
time,
was
because
it
there would've been
ever-
I'm sure
discrimination.
that's it.
Was
But
it
now,
ever,
now that same-sex marriage is now legal, it's all irrelevant.
was it ever a debate though to add it prior
No.
to that?
Never.
Not either.
I can't,
I'm kidding, it wasn't a
It
debate.
should have been.
I'm just
No,
trying
no, it was
to.
never a debate, no, it was never
I
a
mean, I
debate.
think
But it should've.
I think there were some couples who were not married, who worked for the town, who later did get married. You know who I'm talking about?
Who says government doesn't do good?
Anyway,
How about if you
I
have
don't
a,
know, I'm not sure, you'll have to tell me after
you
the camera.
extend,
We
you
just had
extend
dinner
now,
with them.
you extend now, Kitty,
Me and you?
Yeah,
Kitty, you extend your domestic partner to the domestic family. And then there's the domestic extended
but the
family.
only person we're paying for is the employee.
Then that's all we're doing now anyway. So
Yeah, no, no,
why-
but-
The
difference is you
domestic
take-
partner doesn't have access to that insurance unless we say he or she does.
Well, no, they do. They do have access.
I
In
have-
New York State, they have access because they can go and become married.
Okay,
I think basically we should basically say nobody who's married can work for the town. You have to be married to work for the town.
That's a joke, right?
so are we striking?
Domestic, we're striking it as long as it's legal.
Okay.
As long as it's legal,
Strike.
we're striking, right? Is everybody okay with that?
As long as it's legal to strike it, right?
Oh, I have to, wait, one second. I have to put that on my little note over here. Domestic partner. Legality.
It
Legality.
should really, is
to
domestic
strike.
partnership stricken unless not legal.
It says EOP, justice, and domestic partner, legality to strike.
I'm glad we got through this in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to make sure that everyone's good with our cameraman's going to go into overtime penalties.
Well, I'm not really
everyone-
thrilled about it because it's the first meeting and I don't have overtime in the budget, but,
And
All right, so we're gonna do this very quickly. I make a motion that we
Okay.
add Yom Kippur.
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. The reason Yom Kippur is not on here
Oh.
is because it falls on, believe me, trust me, I checked it.
But it's
If-
gonna be a floater.
So it falls on a Saturday, so we don't need to give off for Yom Kippur. So that's why it says Yom Kippur, if on a weekend, then floating holiday will be available.
But I think
and-
it's still nice to have it in here.
Well, that's why I didn't take it out, that's why I didn't
Right.
take it out,
Right.
and that's why it says if on a weekend, then a floating
Right.
holiday will be available.
So I,
Wait, no,
But-
Yom Kippur, it begins at sundown on Friday.
Right.
Okay, I got it. No, here's my, if you want to
Right,
have it here.
and, no, I checked it out, but if you, so what we're really doing is we're adopting,
paid
calendar.
holidays.
Community.
the holiday schedule. You all have a copy of it
Can you help me with this? If-
right here.
If Christmas falls on a Thursday, employees have the subsequent Friday off.
Right, they have to work for all day Christmas Eve, but they have Thursday and Friday off together.
So Christmas falls on a Wednesday this year.
Actually,
When are they off?
I actually let me make sure you guys have the.
Christmas falls on a Wednesday this
Christmas
year.
falls on a Wednesday, according to the policy
No, you know
in
what?
our hands.
I know, somehow I had to actually,
Okay.
in whatever I had,
They-
I took out half-day Christmas, and I took half-day New Year's Eve, okay, as holidays. What we have, what I'm proposing, you guys will have it in your packet. New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day after, Christmas Eve, so you have the whole day, 12/24 you have off, Christmas Day, 12/25 you have off, and you have a floating holiday. And that's based on, I guess, the way the holidays fall.
How many total days is that, 13?
13. okay? And so what basically, if you take off, and I talked to some people before I made this decision to bring this to the board, I asked a couple of people, do you want half-day Christmas and half-day New Year's? Would you rather, and what I was told was, people would rather come in for work that day and use their own personal time to leave early, and that having somebody have to come in for a half a day on Christmas and half a day when it's New Year's Eve, it's crazy. So I took those 2 days, I took the half day and the half day. You have 13 full
Right.
days.
And the only conflicts you'll have for comp days are gonna be the days that aren't fixed on days during the week.
Wait,
So you're
where's
talking
my
about-
list?
It's potentially Christmas Eve, Christmas Day,
And so
and New Year's Day.
So if you want to take it, you can take all this stuff out. If Christmas Day and
July-
New Year's Eve day
July
fall on Thursday,
4th.
employees should have subsequent
Is it like
Friday
this?
off instead of the half day before. Do you have a calendar? Anybody?
Right here.
Yeah.
Put it in this list them all.
No, I just want to look at the,
What do you want?
okay,
July
Christmas
4th.
Day, Christmas 12/24 is what day?
12/24 is a Tuesday in 2013. It's a Tuesday.
Right,
25th
because
is a
Christmas
Wednesday.
Day
Is
is
a
a
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
So people have Tuesday off and Wednesday off, and they come to work on Thursday and Friday.
Yes.
No,
Then
it's-
then New Year's Eve is probably on a.
New Year's Eve
New
is a
Year's Eve
Tuesday.
is it's that floating, if you're
New
giving
Year's
it
Eve
to
is a
them.
Tuesday.
Right, and so
That-
they.
New
so-
Year's Day is a Wednesday.
We
And
don't
which
have
we'd
New
have,
Year's
and
Eve.
New Year's Day, they'll have off next year, you have to, whoever's here
We gotta go
has to
until next
designate
year.
it.
Right, but New Year's Eve is
They-
yours. This is New
If
Year's
you,
Eve.
yeah, if you choose to use this for New Year's Eve,
Okay,
you could choose to take it
oh,
for your kid's birthday,
okay, all right.
okay? So it takes away all these half days if it's, Friday off instead of, in other words, take all this Friday half-day stuff out. Whatever supervisor and board is here next year, they've got to figure out what holidays and what they want to give off, and they'll make a determination. It doesn't have to be in a policy, right?
Right.
Good. Take all that stuff out. It's complicated and convoluted. If a holiday falls on a Saturday, employees will have the preceding Friday off.
Wait,
Well, no,
that's all
because
good.
again, we made the determination, take it
Where
all
are you?
out.
It's all
Where are
good.
On,
Top of page 8.
Are you, if Christmas Day and New Year's Day, is that where you are?
I just took that all out.
It's all gone.
It's all gone.
It's
And if a
all-
holiday falls on Saturday, I took it
Okay.
out.
Hold on a second. Okay. If a holiday falls on Saturday, is that where you are?
Yeah.
That could only happen for New Year's Day, Independence Day, Christmas Eve, or Christmas Day. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Employees will have the preceding Friday off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If a holiday falls on a Sunday,
We'll have the Monday off.
okay. That seems fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to keep it in, keep it in.
Doesn't that seem right?
Yeah, it's fine. But again, like I was saying, when you set the proposed holidays, the next board could,
No, but we're guaranteeing
Yeah.
13 days instead
Right.
of 9.
yeah, well, that's, yeah. Okay, so we'll keep that in. Okay, employees are entitled to 3 personal days per year to take care of personal business. These days are not cumulative and cannot be carried over into next year. They can't be used adjacent to vacation time. Paid holidays are at the end of the year. I don't know why not.
Yeah, I actually have no problem with either striking that or adding, they can be taken into discretion of the supervisor, their supervisor.
Okay,
They're paid, though. It doesn't say if they're paid.
I've been talking 3 personal paid days.
Right.
Paid.
3 paid.
3 personal paid days per year to take care of personal business. These
Yeah.
days are not cumulative
Okay.
and cannot be carried into the next year.
Yeah.
And then we're striking out they cannot be adjacent to
Well,
vacation time.
that's actually pretty standard, if they can't be used
Well,
adjacent to
you don't want to use them
vacation.
at the discretion of the supervisor,
It's-
discretion, because,
Because they just tend to get used as vacation days that way. And it's pretty standard that the intention is that they really are gonna be used when you need a doctor or dentist or something like that.
okay, it's up to you guys, I'm good either way.
Okay, I don't care. Leave me.
You want to leave it in?
Kitty does, so
I
it's
think it
in.
should stay
No,
in.
you're leaving it,
It's
okay.
in.
You got it in there still?
Yeah, I just put it
Okay.
back in.
Now, this next paragraph, I don't get.
Employees are entitled to time off with pay for medical, dental, or optical examinations or treatments during the workday. This time is not considered as sick time if it does not exceed 3 hours.
So what that means is if you make an appointment for 9 o'clock in the morning, a dental appointment, but you don't show up to work until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that you don't get that, it doesn't count
I
as
think
your.
that's against, I think to Gene's point, I believe that is illegal and that you're giving a gift.
No, you're not, you can get 3 hours,
That's a gift.
really?
You have
Sure.
to work 5 hours of
Yeah.
that day to get 3 hours
Right,
for doctors.
right.
But this is not hitting and taking away from any of their time though, or anything. That's a gift. Because I never get sick, how come you get 3 hours off on a day just because you're sick and I never get sick and I get no time off? It's considered a gift. I believe that's illegal to do. I think we should strike that because you're giving something. I'm being penalized because I'm healthy.
Well,
No, you're not being penalized, look
Look.
at you, you're healthy.
Exactly.
I'd rather have,
Exactly.
I'd rather have health, quite frankly, than,
No.
but your personal, I don't understand this, your personal day category should include stuff like this, shouldn't it?
Well, your sick time includes it.
Sick time.
This was an addition, like,
Right.
you know, if you
Why?
had to take your sick kid to the doctor.
Can you
That
take
should
your
be my
sick
sick
time
times.
in hours, or do you have to take it in days?
I
Take
don't
hours.
know.
You can take it in
You can
hours.
take them in
Yeah.
hours.
Taking
So what are
hours.
we doing?
Yeah, it's, and I believe I don't think that would pass the litmus test.
I am
against
not
the-
writing
So
to the
here's the
employees to
thing.
tell them
Here's
all
the
the
thing you
changes
don't
that were
want.
made.
You don't wanna,
Tell board to do it.
and this is,
Well, I'll have a meeting with everybody, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Are you coming in tomorrow to tell everybody about,
Sure.
okay,
Tell me what time.
okay?
I believe it's against the law. I don't see how that possibly could be legal to give. You cannot give one thing to one, we have to strike that.
I mean, I don't know, I mean, again, Bill didn't say to me, Susan, this is illegal, this is illegal, this is illegal, but
Right.
you want me to check if it's a gift? I'll
No,
check
I
if it's a
think we
gift. You
should-
wanna
I think
take
we
it out
should strike
completely
it.
anyway?
Let's strike it.
strike it out. How is it possible that the last paragraph would,
Wait, before, I just wanna make sure, Jean, Kitty, are you okay with me striking that out?
I mean, it did seem to me that if you have to take your kid to the doctor and then, somehow you manage to get back to work within 3 hours, it didn't seem like a gift to me, but.
Well, I
You
also,
have, but
there's
you
also,
have 3 days of sick, you have,
24 hours?
Actually, I
worth
have
of personal-
15 days of sick per year.
I don't
and
know, I don't know
24
how one
hours
of our
of personal
employees is
time.
gonna, is this what
you have
this
plenty of
law-
sick time, and that can be used in hours.
Certain employees have got plenty of sick time, other employees don't have enough sick
Well,
time.
we do buy back an awful lot of sick time in this town, that's true.
Yes, we do.
All right.
It's supposed to be when you're sick and you need to be off.
Okay, well, I guess the
Should be
particular person that
banked.
this is gonna affect is in the union, so it won't affect them.
The last paragraph doesn't make sense to me.
We're taking out that whole thing about the employees that make medical appointments outside of work hours and blah, 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 so that whole thing comes out.
Yep.
In the event that the number of holidays falls below 13, what that has to do, okay.
It can't happen now.
In the event that the number of holidays falls below 13 in any calendar year, then employees shall be given a floating holiday for each listed holiday less than 13. Or floating holidays, blah, 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 blah.
How can that happen?
But
Well, no,
if
what
you
it
have,
has-
if you have like the 4th of July on a Saturday and.
But that's
yeah.
already covered above.
No,
Okay,
well,
I
in
guess
this
it's just
particular case,
repeating it.
No,
Like-
the important point that they're making in this paragraph is that floating holidays have to be taken in a full day. Not in 2 hours here, 4 hours there, it has
it's
to be
just,
taken
what you wanna do is you wanna take out
in
that.
an 8-hour day.
You wanna take in the event that the number of holidays fall
It
below,
can't.
Kevin, we're just taking out in the event the number of holidays fall below 13 in any calendar year, okay? We're taking out given a blah, 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 all that stuff. All you wanna say is all floating holidays must be taken as full 8-hour day and must be taken in the same calendar
Perfect.
year
Yep,
in which they were celebrated.
that's,
Floating holidays shall be
Yep.
scheduled on a 2-week notice, subject to approval of the department head or immediate supervisor.
and
And again, and then when you go
Up
back into the
above, you have
personal
to-
policy, it's only giving you a floating holiday if Yom Kippur happens to be on a weekend.
right,
Otherwise, you've got 13
But
holidays.
you know what, then, if you wanna go up to that, you could make that item number, Yom Kippur and Good Friday. Where that way, whatever your religious denomination is, they get to pick. That's the holiday that should be the floater.
You wanna designate the
Actually,
floating
we used to
holiday.
have that in there.
Well, either Yom Kippur, Good Friday, or birthday. And yes, I do prefer to designate the floating holiday personally. And I think the floating holiday being your birthday, is probably the cleanest, because that way, on a timesheet and through personnel records, it's much easier for the payroll department to track whether it was used or not. Whereas random floating holidays are very difficult to keep track of,
So if you say Yom Kippur or Good Friday, does that solve your problem?
or birthday. No, actually, it doesn't solve my
Oh.
problem. Birthday's easier to track.
But
But what
you-
I'm saying is if you're gonna have one religious holiday on your schedule,
You
you
do.
better
have
have
Chris-
the, right, you
already
better have the other one.
No. You already have Christmas Day. That is a religious holiday,
Oh, you're right.
okay? And the reason Yom Kippur was added was like the school district closes on the Jewish holiday.
You're right.
And so Yom Kippur was added as a way for the town to reflect that holiday, which is the most sacred holiday in
So
that
we can leave
religion.
everything alone?
So,
Yes.
And how about St. Patrick's Day?
Yes. Okay, here
I'm
we
not
go.
saying you have to keep it in, I'm just saying that's why it was put in,
Are
so.
we going
So-
into the next category now? Do we have time?
The only thing I just wanna, I'm just a little confused because we have the 13
Wait,
holidays
floating
here.
holidays
Oh
are
my
termination.
Well, wait, I'm just going back to here, the paid holiday personal days on this. New Year's Day, Martin Luther King, President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, day after Thanksgiving, Christmas Day, and we have the floating holiday.
What we did was, we took out the half-day Christmas Eve and half-day New Year's Eve, made that one full day for Christmas Eve.
Right,
Right, I'm just
And
trying
then
to.
Yom Kippur became the floating
Right.
holiday. So you can
Seven.
take it,
9, 10, 11.
well,
I'm just
Some
trying to figure
point.
out why on this list here, it's 12 days, but it's 13 holidays.
Well, because these were in and it was 14.
Oh, it was 14, but it should be 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's a day.
Oh,
There were
these are
2
half
half-days.
days, that's
Oh,
why.
no, it's not that. That's not the problem. Oh, no. But it still should equal to 13.
I'm
New Year's,
really
Martin,
fading
President's.
fast here,
It does.
folks.
This is a half
It's
a day,
midnight.
this is a half a
I'm
day.
gonna make a
So no, we make
motion
that a full
that
day.
we
So,
just
right.
leave this
is the way
as it
this was
is.
written.
don't know.
I think
Honestly, someone
this
should
is
put
good
in.
enough, Susan, for you
Yeah.
to take back to your, to begin your negotiations. A lot of the other stuff in here is nomenclature, it's archaic, but it's really just language things that I think we can clean up, like
Well, I don't know.
maternity
Because, I
leave.
mean, Kevin might have feelings about vacation time and sick time. I
We
mean, I
have
pro- I
so much more to do
I know,
on the
that's why I'm just saying
reorg.
that I don't think we're gonna probably have to keep meeting on it. I
the
mean, I have a
pro-
problem with
going
longevity,
back
quite
to the
frankly.
probationary timeframe, are you eligible for anything during that probationary timeframe?
No.
Health benefits
so.
and everything.
Probably everything
Yeah,
at
health
the town of
benefits.
New Paltz.
So you get your 15 sick days right from the get-go, so you come,
No, well, I don't know if.
so you
if
come to work, you work one day, and then you take the
You
next
front
6
load
weeks
here?
off?
You, what?
Then you come back to work, because you take your vacation, you take your sick days and your bereavement and all that other stuff?
Well, we don't define that, so I'll have to say yes.
Okay, I didn't know that the policy was front-loading, but it's a very, very poor policy. It's very poor internal control.
That's why
And
this,
we should be on payroll biweekly accrual method
I
for the
think,
best tracking.
I think,
And this is
Oh, wait,
crazy, and
no.
it's the first time I've heard of it.
No, actually, no, vacation time allocated is determined by an employee's anniversary date, so it actually is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at the 5th paragraph down on page 9, or 6th paragraph,
Vacation time?
yeah. Page 9, vacation time.
I think we have to make a special meeting next week, as much as I hate the thought of starting the year.
Ooh, that's confusing.
But I
Read
think-
that again.
There's just too many things in
Um,
here that
if-
are just problematic, that have to be,
Did a barrister just say this is confusing?
huh? Did he say this?
That-
Read that paragraph.
I was hoping you could.
Don't we have a bunch of meetings with the village?
What's our schedule next week?
We have
Guys.
meetings with the village next week.
Did you ever meet this much with any other board, Kitty?
No. But we never consolidated before either, so.
Does that make any sense to you?
I was hoping it made sense to you.
Kitty, what's our
Okay.
schedule next week?
Vacation time allocation.
We have,
You're meeting with the village on Wednesday, the ZBA's meeting Tuesday, the police commission's meeting Thursday. And then the
so
following
we have
week,
nothing on Monday.
there's nothing Monday.
Days per month.
I had a finance committee meeting, but I don't think we're having it because I think we're meeting tomorrow to go over our presentation, so we could do Monday.
It's 30, it's 5 days.
Okay, guys, I hate to say this, but, guys, do you wanna meet Monday at 7:30?
I think she has to die now.
Monday at 7:30 and we're just doing personal policy and nothing more? Or we can even finish this up on Thursday,
Well,
on Monday?
I think we need to finish some of this.
The only things that
I don't think we can not finish the reorg stuff. I think we have to do that.
Oh, right, I have to tell you what committees you're on. Okay, can we do Thursday, can we do Monday at 7:30? I hate this, but can we do Monday at 7:30 to do the
For personnel?
just for personal policy?
Yeah.
And I'll try to go over some more stuff with Bill tomorrow to just,
All right,
Okay.
we've got,
can't believe we have an extra meeting already and it's only January 3rd.
all right, so personnel
Okay, so,
handbook is
okay, personal handbook will, to be
Okay.
continued.
holidays, we just
Okay,
did.
holidays we did, general
Wait,
personal,
Monday the 7th at 7:30.
Monday 7th at 7:30.
So I'll move the holidays pursuant to the schedule set forth in
Right.
the personnel meeting.
Okay, second, Kitty made, okay, Jeff made a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, you want to debate Yom Kippur again? General personal policy regarding equal opportunity and affirmative action and telephone guidelines of Ulster County personnel. Now, I wanted to get the Ulster County personnel policy, so right now that's fine, but I'll get it for Monday, because I think we should look at it before we agree to
By
follow
the
it.
second Tuesday
Right.
of the month.
So-
I have department heads and elected officials will submit reports by the second Tuesday of the month in time for review by board for the regular monthly meeting. Workshop meetings and, regular monthly workshop meeting, and the supervisor can request additional reports from department heads at any time. Okay, I just changed it from the written reports are to be submitted to the supervisor and town board by the 10th day of each month to by the second Tuesday of the month in time for review by the board.
Okay.
And we'll see if we get them, but Carol does try to call and get them. Okay, the salaries, we could just,
Well, they're not
whatever they are.
correct.
I know, because these are the old salaries, because
Yeah.
we're working off of the old,
But they have
the old
to,
one.
they
So we have
be-
to, but we have, all the ones are correct except for the clerk, the
No,
highway superintendent.
Mine's correct in there.
Oh, you,
I changed mine.
You changed yours? Okay.
The highway super,
Ted did it mine. I have that, I thought it was put in here, because I gave it to Lynn and stuff, so I have to get the actual number to put in, so I can give that to you on, Monday.
are those in any of our minutes? Well,
I think you approved percentages.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I have it, Kitty. I mean,
3%.
I mean, I have it, Kitty, because I,
Okay.
had to give it to Lynn. It's 3%. I think it's 3% for me, and I think it's 3% for you, right? Yeah.
No,
It's a
absolutely.
3% raise and a 3% raise.
Deeply wrong with us.
I never put in for a raise.
Oh, you just got the,
I was putting for a stipend.
well, no, you put in for a raise, it became a stipend.
Okay, yeah.
And I think we should
But I
have,
still think,
should we have the stipends
you know,
in here?
it's,
Should be broken out.
yeah, I'll put the
Okay.
numbers in. I'll
And
just-
I implore you to appoint a deputy supervisor.
Okay.
It's in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
There are people at this desk, not me, who are putting in the time anyway. And, you know, we've talked just so much about the accountability and
Mhm.
transitions, and, you know, we could make it clear that part of the role of the deputy supervisor is to help in transitions if we should be so unfortunate as to lose you at the end of this year. The deputy supervisor would stay on and help somebody with the transition.
But
Susan
Remember-
is running again.
But remember,
What was that stipend allocated and prorated?
as, what was I gonna say, but remember, whoever's the new supervisor gets to choose to pick their deputy supervisor, so they don't have to inherit the one that I should pick.
That's true, but the deputy supervisor will be there at least for those 6 weeks of, you know, transition until the new person comes in.
Mhm.
And,
So Kitty, maybe what town board members, they can communicate with Susan whether they're even interested in the position, and she can decide what she wants.
okay, I
Because
would
I'm
just,
not interested in it.
I'm not interested in it either, but later we have somebody to contact for emergency stuff. And I know there have been times this year when Susan takes her 15 minutes of vacation,
I haven't
when
taken
she
it.
needs a
I haven't,
deputy supervisor.
I have not taken any vacation. I have attempted to take vacation, and I've attempted to go away, and then all I did was work. And I was on the phone the whole time and stuff.
But if you had a deputy supervisor,
I always appointed somebody, though, before I left. Everybody knew who to sign the paychecks, who to call in an emergency, so it was never a problem. But I will appoint Jean Galucci as my deputy supervisor, if she'll accept, even though I know she wants it. Are you willing to accept it?
You want to stay in for the year?
And I, you know, my comment is that, you know, I do want to do it, and Jean, if you do it, I will hope that your attendance will increase to the meetings. Last month alone, you missed 4 meetings here, and I would expect our deputy supervisor to be at our meetings.
Yes, I did, Jeff.
Yeah.
I did, and for good reason, each one of them.
I have good reasons for every time for being here or the places, Jean, but I have missed 2 meetings in my every time here. You have missed more meetings.
That's
than-
great, Jeff. They were all work-related.
And I have other jobs too, Jean. I have 2 other jobs besides this.
Seriously, wow.
Yeah, and I'm seriously
Wow.
so if you feel you cannot commit the time, I would implore you to then don't do it. But I really do. I'm serious, Jean. I'm not joking now. You seem to want to make this into a joke. But you have missed more meetings in your less than 1-year tenure on this board than I have missed in 6 years. You have missed more meetings than Kitty Brown has missed in 8 years. That is not what I look for in leadership.
And I think they were all the month of December.
And that is absolutely not correct.
No?
No, that is not correct. If you'd like me to go back and get it, we can go back and go through the minutes and you'll see, no, it was not in the month of December. There's many meetings, and that is a big part of this. We all have things to do, we all have other jobs. I am sure Mr. Barry could have a lot of other things he could be doing besides being here. I have things I could be doing,
Well-
but we chose this to be here, and we ran to be here to come to the meetings as they are scheduled. These were scheduled
But-
meetings. I had a lot of things I could have been doing too also December. I generate a huge portion of the income of my family comes from the month of December, and I chose to come to these meetings because that is what I come to represent this community. So don't look at me or give me this cold, dead stare like you think you were absolutely right and I am wrong. I am telling you the simple facts that if you want to make a commitment to this community, then you need to make that commitment. And if coming to the meetings gets in the way of your other job, then maybe this isn't the right commitment for your time.
Thanks, Jeff.
I will say,
I look forward to seeing you at all of our meetings then.
I will say, however, the person I call the most and talk to the most during the week is Jean, in terms of all of the stuff that I deal with in the town relative to making sure we do everything right and making sure, you know, we're following policies and we're doing whatever. Jean's probably the person I call more than anybody. You know, I depend on you all for different things, but Jean's the person that I call the most to really keep us on track and whatever, and so, I still will have, you know, Jeff, when I do the committee reports, you'll see that Jeff is still the person to call in an emergency, but, Jean, are you willing to accept the position of deputy supervisor? I don't know if you can accept, if you have a choice to accept it or not, if I appoint you, right? Or would you rather not answer right now?
I don't have a problem making a commitment to the town, as I made a commitment to the village. And I feel very strongly about serving, and I happen to disagree with Councilman Logan's comments, because I feel that I give generously.
So then you had this very similar attendance record though that showed why you were on the village. And would you also like to let me know what committees you're assigned to and what meetings you show for your committees? Because I'll let you know what I do, okay? I go to 2 planning board meetings a month.
Mhm.
Maybe I miss 1. I'm not even assigned to the ZBA meetings. I go to a ZBA meeting every month. I go to ENCB meetings when I'm able to, but they're very often, they're scheduled the same night as a planning board meeting. I go to 1 to 2 village board meetings every month. I'm yet to see any of you at a village board meeting. I've seen you maybe there once. I've gone to village board, planning board meetings, because they've been discussing issues that affect the town. I'm yet to see any of you at any of those. That's what being commitment to your community is. So your attendance record in the past showed similar, and you're showing now the same here in less than a 12-month period. And that is, I'm going to state that as fact.
Really?
If you want to debate that.
You know what, Jeff? I'm not sure that you're in a position to say this to me.
I'm absolutely in a
Because-
position. I'm on a town board with you. I'm in an absolute position.
Can we do this? I appreciate the commentary and everything. Can we just move along? Because this isn't gonna go anywhere. Can we, please?
I just have to say that some of the meetings that Jean missed were special meetings that were made, and she had prior commitments at work, and I still proceeded to move forward with the meeting because we had to have them, because we had work that had to get done. And so there was a certain point in time when I just couldn't, as long as I had a quorum, I had to schedule the meetings. And I could have not scheduled them knowing in advance Jean wasn't coming, but I just chose to make them because we had work to do, we had a couple of weeks left to do it. So that blamed me for her not being at a couple of the meetings, because she told me when I scheduled them, she couldn't make them, and I chose to move forward. And the end of the month for her is very tough. So anyway, we can get back to this. Okay, we're up to, we're taking out the building inspector part in here. Do you guys have that, or do,
Mine, this one says building inspector 1.
we changed, right, to building
No,
inspector?
no. This one says building inspector 1. Now, the personnel handbook said building inspector.
Did you just take my copy? Okay.
Building inspector 1
This
is
is,
in the
Okay.
union.
I know, that's why we were changing, we had to change it. I'm confused, what do I now? Okay, here's the other one. What happened to my complete set? Doesn't matter. We have right now, what do you have?
this says
Following
building
the following salary positions will pay the salary for the year beginning 2/1, blah, blah, blah. And we changed that, that's building inspector,
Two. Isn't it?
I believe it should be building inspector 2,
it should be 2, but we don't have a building inspector 2, we have a building inspector 1.
who is covered by a union contract.
Right,
Which is 41,932 would be 20.
so the question is whether this should probably be coming out because she's in the union.
It's not salaried.
No, perhaps this should be the building inspector 2 position that we used to have here.
And then just take it and put 0 because there's nobody there. The following salary position will be paid the salary for the beginning of the year. So it's assessed building inspector 2, recreation director, youth center director, and it would be 0 because we don't have a building inspector 2.
Well, if she tested out and became building inspector 2 and left the union, though, what would the salary be?
Well, then we'd have to determine that at the time, and then we would appoint it. This reflects what the salaries are now. And so right now, we don't have it, and if we ever made her building inspector 2, because she chose to take the test, we would determine what we wanted to pay her.
Fine.
Okay, so just make that nothing. Then it says building inspectors now in position, but we're gonna take that out, right, because she's in the union.
Mm-hmm.
So just take that out. All hourly paid town employees not bound by other contracts receive time and a half for overtime. In the event an employee is called back after work for overtime, she will receive a minimum of 2 hours pay. Okay, then the next is set the rate of $800 a year for the Assessment Board of Review members as part of the budget to be paid upon submission of voucher with approval of the chairman of the board. Remember, this was confusing last year, but it was $800 a year for the total Board of
For the total
Assessment.
board.
For the total board, okay? The town employees shall be allowed current IRS mileage, which is,
.555.
you got that. Do you wanna put the actual number or just put?
It might change
Yeah,
at
okay.
some point.
So whatever.
Can department heads designate what their supervised employees would be able to do mileage-wise? In other words, what's part of their job and what's not? I've signed some vouchers that I just wondered about the mileage for a position or two. somebody going out to check on some fields, for example, putting in chip for mileage. Is there anything that department heads do to kind of circumscribe what employees are allowed to do in terms of seeking
I
reimbursement?
mean, they assign them, we would assume, only what needs to be done, right?
So for instance, the clerk would have to go to the bank and deposit money, submit a voucher for mileage, right? I just think it should be designated somehow, what you can submit for, instead of just submitting for anything. I don't know.
Well, I guess if
Why don't you
we,
just strike that whole commentary?
okay.
Okay.
It's
Well,
getting late.
we tried to have a vehicle here available at all times, but that doesn't work. Yeah.
Well, we have less vehicles now too, because you
Right.
don't have a vehicle anymore, which you used
What's
to
the
have.
mileage rate
Right.
now?
And she wants a vehicle.
55 cents?
0.555, so 55 and a half
Do you
cents.
want a,
We have a car to give them.
do you
we have
want a
car.
do you want a
Right.
2004 Audi?
That's exactly, we
Quattro?
have a car now. That, me and you can have that as our town car,
Do
we
you
can
want
share
the,
it.
do you want,
That would
the-
be
you want a
okay.
2004 Audi? There's smoke windows that used to be used in drug stings, so you have people coming up to your door and knocking on your window looking for drugs.
Oh, no.
It'll cost you more to keep it on the road.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay.
So we're all
Okay.
set with that? We're
Yeah,
all
a
set
motion
with
was
it?
made by, the jury fees is fine, because I haven't
I
gotten,
move it.
and set, and,
Second.
okay.
All in favor?
Now, the cash funds, Jean gave a a new policy on the credit cards and the cash funds.
Bless you.
Did anybody get a chance to read them?
Yeah, so the form,
So, there's a town of New Paltz issued credit card policy that Jean sent to us, and then there's a whole petty cash, policy that Jean sent to us with, that you guys have. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at them.
When did they come in?
and it's got a whole,
Couple days,
it's
couple
got a
days
whole
ago.
form attached to it.
This one has, right here, it has this form, it's attached. Somehow the problem is though, it came in a couple days ago, I sent it to everybody, but,
I got a
Some-
huge bunch of stuff from Carol
yeah,
today.
but you know what
Yeah,
ended up
in-
happening
in
somehow?
small
So,
type.
what ended up happening somehow was my computer, and I don't know why, because I don't send anything to you guys under your town board, emails. But somehow when Carol went and checked, because we didn't hear back from anybody when I sent the personal policy,
Yeah.
and I hadn't gotten any responses back from anybody, and we sent again. Carol went and looked, and she saw that your copy and your copy went to your town board sites, and I don't know why, I never use those. But these, I think, went to you. Do you wanna hold off and review these, and, or you guys? Would you like me to read this out loud?
No.
So that policy
Because we don't have that many
will
cars.
supersede what we have here? Or not?
What happened was, if I remember correctly, last year Jean had a problem with our petty cash policy, and she had a problem with our credit card policy.
Well, I don't see that you have a petty cash policy.
We took it out last year because we didn't think anybody should have petty cash, I think.
I see that you have 6 petty cash funds.
This is a template
6.
from last year though, right? I thought we eliminated.
We didn't take action.
6 petty cash funds.
Do we have still?
Youth Center is not even on-site. Building Department is on-site. Buildings and Grounds was on-site at the time. And the Supervisor's Office is on-site. I recommend that the town clerk have a $250 petty cash. And the recycling center, you operate on a,
We're credit card check only, we haven't had petty cash.
No,
We took
then-
money away
then
from
that-
you a long time ago, and
okay.
that works, it's not a problem, right? Yeah, no, we took the money away a long
All
time
right,
ago, I think.
so then
from,
that needs to be modified so that she's, because I put recycling, I thought she had to take cash.
yeah. I mean, supervisors, occasionally we need it. We haven't used it a lot, but occasionally we've needed it to take care of something.
Right, and the clerk's
Right.
office is always manned
Uh-huh.
between 8 and 4, right?
8 and 4:30.
8 and 4:30. So I think that the availability,
So you mean just have the town clerk have the petty cash? Is that what you're saying?
Highway has a petty cash too.
he's not even listed on here.
Is that for meals?
Well, if you see right here, it says no action was
Oh.
taken. The board will revisit this practice after reviewing additional information. You had problems with this last year,
I-
so we didn't adopt it.
What do you have in petty cash?
For meals.
No, how much?
What?
For meals during, when they're out in the snowstorm.
Meals.
What do you have?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know, we don't use it that much.
Well, what happens is the guys put in and we pay, and we
We reimburse them.
reimburse them,
Do you reimburse them in a voucher or petty cash?
voucher.
Petty cash.
No, we don't reimburse for the
Meals?
I just approved a voucher for a voucher for, or maybe it was for you to have for petty cash to
Have
pay
petty
them.
cash to pay them.
Okay, I thought it was doing is, I approved the voucher for X amount of money
That's
because
what they have
for the
to pay.
meals that you guys had, which you guys gonna end up, auditing. But, so you end up, but they have to give you a receipt before you
Yeah.
pay them cash.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So what do you,
No, this, to
So-
go do the, warrants.
You, I guess highway needs it, right? Supervisor's office
well,
doesn't need
he's
it,
saying
because
we can do the clerk.
they can go to the clerk's office. Building department doesn't need it, because they can go to the clerk's
Well,
office,
no, the
right?
building department now goes to him
We
because
don't-
he's part of him.
Building department does.
All right,
they're all
so,
now him.
but are
Buildings
we
and grounds.
referring to
So
you
we're
as
just-
highway, or are we referring to you as building and grounds?
Just highways / building and grounds, or just highway.
Pick a title.
So, building department doesn't need anything, right? Building and grounds
All
doesn't need
right,
anything.
so what happened to the buildings and grounds petty cash drawer when they moved out to you?
I was never even aware they had a petty cash.
I don't think we really had one.
Youth center, does the youth center need petty cash? Does the teen scene doesn't need petty cash, they have a Sam's card.
So what are we leaving the highway, 250? Or no, what, Gene?
What do
I
you
was-
need?
Hmm?
What do you need?
So far, we've been doing what we've had.
Which
Which
is,
250, is that?
I can't remember what I just signed,
And there
because of
used to
the,
be an account at the diners, do they have those anymore, or you can't bet on those being open?
Because it's not just the diner, they're allowed to go anywhere for their meals.
Right.
They just have to produce a receipt.
Okay, so let's just do highway 250, it just gives me the ability to authorize the
and you want
voucher.
it, and you want it to town clerk, right?
So we have town clerk and highway, and that's it.
Town
Well-
clerk is how much?
We have town clerk 250, highway 250,
That's
and
plenty,
then,
right?
and this is,
So-
and
I
then this
think
is,
the youth center should retain its $50.
Do you have somewhere to lock it
They
up?
have to run out and buy Band-Aids or something, I don't know, I
I
don't wanna.
think it rings
Oh,
a
you're
bell.
talking about the teen scene.
Yeah,
Teen scene, yeah,
Yeah.
I believe
Let's-
they've used it on an emergency basis.
All right, so let's
Yeah.
do $50.
Okay.
yeah.
so town clerk 250, highway 250, you sent to 50, and we're gonna adopt this policy of how the petty cash is handled.
Well, don't adopt it till we've read it.
You wrote it, Gene, I trust it.
Well, why don't we put this on for Monday,
We could do that.
all right?
Okay, the safety program, we resolved to continue the safety program, the MSD sheets, that's not a problem. Appointment, tax collector, Rosanna, which will be the tax collector. Rosanna will be the Register of Vital Statistics. Rosanna is appointing Christie DeWitt and Catherine
Veruza,
as deputy clerks to be paid an hourly rate of
$16.48 and $12.36.
$16.48 and $12.46.
36.
Respectively. A motion was, does somebody make a
So
motion?
moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, I appoint Carol Connolly as assistant to be compensated at the approved during the 2013 budget time Joe Schofield is door controller, as listed in the 2013 budget. Myself as a welfare officer, and Carol as the assistant welfare officer, which has not been fun this year. Assessor Lori King is town assessor, Laura Petit as the recycling coordinator, to be compensated as listed in the 2013 budget. Councilman Jeff Logan is appointed to be emergency backup to Supervisor Zimmett if she's unavailable in the event of police, fire, and rescue can't contact her.
Before you do that, the welfare officer, we don't put those in the budget though, I don't think, do we?
Yeah, no, they're in the budget.
It's a
Oh, the dollar
stipend.
amount is in the
Yeah, oh,
budget?
absolutely.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah.
it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It
And
hasn't
we
changed
might-
for years.
and we
It's
might lose-
3,000 each.
What'll happen is this is.
We might lose it.
No, this is what, right now,
We put the safety net.
the county is, over the next 3 years, going to be assuming the cost of safety net, and then about the end of the 4th year, there won't be any more. I don't know if there'll be any more
Okay.
welfare officer in the town, because the county might be handling it all, but I'm not sure.
Oh, it's
how-
not that quick, it's not just
It's
gonna
gonna be a
happen.
3-year phase
Oh,
in
okay.
of the town, of the county taking over the funds. And they can't take it over quick enough, because you guys had 60,000 in the budget for this year for safety net, and I think our bills are up to like 120,000. So, we're gonna have to find money to pay. We have one bill that Carol's been fighting like crazy. Somebody gets $10,000 a month.
What?
For $10,000 a month for some kind of psychological, for some kind of like mental health type of thing for a kid, or whatever, and they're getting $10,000 a month. And we've been fighting that bill for, and which partly why we haven't paid a lot of the bills, because we're fighting with the county, but anyway, okay, so, and you're willing to be the emergency backup, Jeff? Okay, a motion was made. Who wants to make a motion to accept the appointments as presented? Who wants to make a motion to accept the appointments as presented?
So moved.
I did.
Okay, second?
Whatever.
Okay, Jean moved it, Jeff seconded it. Okay, all in favor?
All right.
Okay, we have the procedure for making appointments to the committees. I don't think we need to, we do pretty well with that. Procedure for resignation, blah, 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 procedure for filling vacancies. We have the election inspection personnel fees paid by county. I've called, we have to double check that these are still the same, but, ethics law, okay. Who wants to make a motion that, all the elected officials, appointed officials, and other employed by the town shall be governed by the local ethics law, chapter 15 of the town code?
I'll do that.
Okay? And, I'll second it. Anybody want to have a discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
We have to,
I think
actually,
you need to go up one more, you skipped the procedure for filling vacancies. Just there needs to be a motion.
oh, there does?
Yeah,
So moved.
Okay. And the second?
second.
All in favor? Motion carried. I also need a motion for the fees for the election inspectors.
So moved.
A second?
And that actually is correct, I think someone sent out the fees from the county.
Well, I did try to call to confirm them.
No, someone sent it out, I don't know if
Maybe
Carol
Carol
did.
must have gotten it
It
and-
matched.
Oh, okay, good, because I
It
asked
did.
Carol to, that was one of the things I asked Carol to confirm, but
Okay.
yeah, I tried, blah, blah, blah.
I think she sent it, anyway,
Okay,
I
good.
checked and they matched.
Okay, yeah, I asked her to do that, so thanks.
Yeah, aye.
What?
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we're at the ethics law. All in favor of that?
Aye.
We are gonna have to put this back on the agenda to, just finish that up.
Finalize.
To finalize it and finish it up. We got a little sidetracked. Freedom of information, town clerk serves as the information officer. Procurement policy.
We're gonna come back to that.
We,
one.
what we do have, the only thing we have is, last time a procurement policy was, adopted was basically, in 2005, must have been in 2005, yeah, January 2005. So you guys all have copies of the procurement policy, and
It
it's
should,
only in a resolution.
it's just the same policy, but it was adopted every year.
Yeah, but, no, but if you look here, we didn't adopt the procurement policy last year either. Procurement policy will be reviewed by Councilman G. Galucci and Councilman Jeff Logan, and will be included, and it will include a credit card policy. A recommendation will be made at the February 23rd, 2012 town board meeting.
Well, that's the first year it wasn't adopted.
Well, we didn't, we didn't adopt it last year. We didn't adopt the personal policy, we didn't adopt the procurement policy.
Okay.
There was a couple of things you guys all had problems with. So everybody got assigned a job and was supposed to be done at the February meeting, and now it's being done at the January 2013 meeting. So if anybody wants, you want to read this, and then we'll just see if you want to make any changes on Monday?
Yes.
Monday. yeah.
Okay, fine. Purchasing, all approved services rendered and paid through submission of vouchers. Vouchers must be secured and approved by must be secured and approved by the supervisor prior to purchase, which they are. I spend a lot of time. Blah, 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 an emergency, I can grant purchase, payment of vouchers will comply with previous policy. The superintendent of highways is authorized to purchase equipment tool out of prior approval, the amount of not to exceed 1,000 in any 1 year. But I will say that I don't think you've ever made any purchase without ever coming to me first. Right? You're allowed by town highway law, you can make a purchase not to exceed $1,000 in any 1 year without coming to us first.
Well, all the vouchers go through you anyway.
But you've never done that, so, okay, who wants to make a motion in a second?
Motion moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, town hall space, we're making it an addition to this. The use of the town hall meeting room shall be limited to local nonprofit organizations, committees, the general public who reside in New Paltz, and meetings shall be scheduled through the office of the town clerk. The town clerk will distribute keys for after-hour meetings and inform all groups of handicap access to the building. But then we're adding in order to ensure the return
Oh, boy.
of the town hall key, a security deposit of $25 will be collected when key is distributed and returned upon receipt of key. And Rosanna asked to add that in because of, as a way to control the amount of keys that come in and out. Does anybody have a problem with that addition?
The only problem, and I totally agree with you, Roseanne, is we have absolutely no idea how many keys are out there.
Oh, at this point, no.
There could be literally,
But there haven't been that many,
Hundreds.
there haven't been that many groups using
Town hall,
space over the
Because they use
last.
the community center now.
Yeah,
okay.
so it wouldn't be that many,
I mean, right now, though, there could literally
Oh,
be
I-
hundreds
yeah,
and hundreds
I-
of keys out there.
yeah.
Well, good, well, no, I thank you for making one, though, because we should have had one.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so,
I don't see a copy attached.
what? Copy of the committees?
Yeah, attached.
Yeah, because I didn't want to pin that out ahead of time. There was one change, I think two people in this audience are going to be a little shocked. If, this is to start, if anybody wants to, we can talk about this. Kitty, I put you on clean water, I tried to back and align to what I think everybody's interest is, so they might go to those meetings a little bit more. So you're back on CWASP, if you're willing to accept. Historic preservation, public access. I put you on senior citizens. We put money into the budget this year for some more senior programming. So I thought that maybe Kitty, you and I could work on that, trying to work with some seniors to see if we could start to do some programs. Might be too much because you have a lot, I know, when you,
Yeah, the problem is all of these, my committees actually meet.
well, the senior citizen, what we would do is we'd probably we'd probably schedule some kind of meeting with some seniors in the morning, during the week in the morning, to try to see if we can get together with some seniors and start to, or it might just be me and you figuring out how to develop some more programming for the seniors, because we put more money in the budget. So I just thought you might be interested in working on that. But if not, and somebody else would like to do it, it was an idea. But if it's too much,
So we're gonna be meeting with the child care center again?
no, that's Jean. Jean has the child care center, and actually, the truth with the child care center is, we have a contract, and it probably hasn't been, what do I wanna say, complied with for a very long time. And so, what we do with the child care center needs to be dealt with, but I have Jean doing that. Did you notice, Jim, what I gave you? If you would like to accept that?
No, bike ped is 1 meeting a month, planning is minimum 2 meetings a month, ZBA, because I don't see anyone going to ZBA, because no one was going, so I don't know who was assigned, so
Well,
I was called and
I
started
had-
going.
I had Kevin
So
on the
that's the one.
ZBA, I had Kevin on the ZBA.
Well, no one was
Then-
showing up, so I started
Then
going.
then I moved it to you this year. I moved it to put you on the
So, but
ZBA.
there's 2, 3, 4, village board is anywhere between 3 and 5 meetings a month, depending on what they're up to. So
We can
there's
take it off.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 additional days right there.
I can move you back onto the ZBA.
Well, I
Jean-
don't mind if someone's gonna go to ZBA, I don't mind, but
Jean,
again,
do
these
you
are,
wanna still give up police commission?
I mean, someone needs to go to the police commission meetings, those are very
I know.
critical meetings, especially right now, someone
And
needs
Jean,
to
and
go.
Jean was going, but Jean,
Well,
do you want to give that up, or do you wanna?
I mean, Gene, we don't have you down going to any meetings that are at nights at all. There's no meetings there at all, and you You just committed me to another week, to another additional week, not including our 2 to 3 meetings. You know,
I'm-
It's
the
okay, we'll
village
get you back
board
on
is
police
critical
commission.
right
You
now.
don't
We're
have-
trying to join with the village board right now.
Yes,
Planning
it's
has,
fine for you to put me back on police commission.
planning
Okay.
had, you know,
You
our-
sure?
Okay? Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
between our
Okay,
you don't
ZBA
have
and our planning.
Jean's
CI
back, Jean's back on police commission. Jean's back on police commission.
We have a
Okay.
$50 million project in
And-
front of.
Jean is back on police commission. The question is, do you want the ZBA back, or,
Well, I've been going, so I'll continue to go.
okay, because I had you, I put you on it, but then I took you off of it.
No, I
when I made the-
I've been going anyway, because there's,
Okay.
the Park Point is doing
Yeah.
both.
Okay,
Park Point is
Okay.
doing both ZBA and planning board,
now,
so
do you, I mean,
I'm trying to follow up both.
I mean, Carol's probably gonna start going to bike ped meetings, but
The
she's
only
not an
tough thing
ordinary
with
voter.
Bike Ped's
Well,
been
Carol-
meeting at the same night as,
Well, Carol can go as your alternate, because Carol's starting to go, so if that's okay with you.
it would be best, because Bike Ped unfortunately very often is either during a planning board meeting or a village board meeting.
Okay,
So
so,
unfortunately, I've been very.
then you want me to
lax.
put bike ped under me and I'll send Carol?
Either
um,
one would be fine.
Or you want me to
It's-
keep it there as you, and then it's just you and, but Carol I think's going to start going.
That would be great if someone
Okay.
could go, 'cause I.
She went to the last one.
Oh, good.
So-
Yeah, she went to the
I
last
do-
one, and
I do
Carol was the one.
communicate with them via email.
Yeah, no, Carol went to the last meeting, and Carol was actually the one who recommended a bunch of ideas that they incorporated into their letter. And Carol was the one who worked very closely with them on that, a grant that we put into the county for, you know, for safe schools. She was the one who
Mhm.
worked on the whole thing, so, I'll keep
I'll
you
go
on
with
it, but Carol will be, I'll make sure,
It
Carol's
usually
going to go.
conflicts with one of the other meetings.
Okay, and, Kitty, are you okay with what you have?
No.
Okay.
This is, I mean, you've like tripled my meetings here. And you don't have CIT down.
Oh,
I don't know.
that was probably an
That's a
oversight.
problem for me anyway, because they meet at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's not working out that well for me. So somebody else would like that
Except for the
one.
fact that you wrote and said that if they were okay that you didn't come to the meeting, but they keep you informed, and you're pretty good in terms of communicating
Yeah,
with them,
I mean,
so
they haven't, and I joined them at 9 o'clock, but I just can't get there at 8 o'clock.
Mhm.
So I'll take that one back. But you've
CIT.
added CWASP, ENCB. Kevin, you didn't love ENCB, huh?
Actually, I was on CWASP.
You were on ENCB.
You were
I
on
was
both of those.
switched out of that, though.
No, you weren't switched out, you weren't on ENCB and CWASP, you were switched out of, you were
No,
switched
I
out
was switched out
of,
of Bike Ped.
you were switched out of
because
Bike
of
Pit because of
South
South
Putt.
Putt. You were switched out of Bike Pit because of South Putt, and I put Jeff on
Because I
South
was
Putt,
doing CWAS.
and you were given
CWAS.
CWASP.
So who was ENCB? They haven't had anybody there all year.
I don't, let's see. if it's
They
on.
thought it was Kevin.
I thought it was Kevin, I think I put Kevin on it
Keep
because,
it all environment.
I don't think so.
no, I think he was, because I thought I remember Kitty saying that she thought it would be good for Kevin to go to those meetings, and,
I just thought, well, you coach all the same sports as those guys, so I figured it was a good mix.
Is that Rhett's group?
Yeah. Do you
Jim
think you
Littlefoot
could get
and-
there now that you know you're actually on that committee? It's the first Wednesday of the month.
Is there any way we can table this and
Yes.
actually designate on the form which committees meet and do not meet? And give us an idea of the frequency of the meetings? So
They're
then
all-
I can tell you when they meet.
Then we can figure out how to allocate this fairly?
So, I mean, I
Well,
would rather take on some of the departments because I do have mornings free. So, and I would like to stick with recycling.
well, the reason I switched recycling was, that's fine, we could keep it. It was just that and Carol had said that she thought that Laura was talking to Jean all the time, but I realized now she was talking to Jean about about the
Budgetary.
budgetary stuff
right.
and everything. And so that was just Carol's misunderstanding. So if you want to keep recycling.
Jean's Ferragamo's just don't work in the mulch and the compost.
So, Kitty, you're getting back recycling,
Okay,
okay? I'm taking senior citizens off.
okay.
I'll put that towards me, I'll make it my responsibility to figure out what I'm gonna do with them. Okay, historic preservation you still want, right?
I do. I mean, I am feeling like since this is my last year, if anybody would like to learn more about any of the, I mean, I've been with historic preservation since they were created in 2002. So if anybody's looking at my list and thinking, gee, I'd really like to do that, that would be fine, because they should probably get to know somebody new anyway.
Well, I don't think anybody's looking for
Okay.
more work, so,
What night do they meet to start preservation?
Third Wednesday.
The problem is that Wednesday is always village board meeting.
Oh,
Could you do me a favor?
Wednesday,
Rosanna?
Wednesday, that kills,
Can
like
you
I have one
put-
week where I'm done
take
Monday,
this
Tuesday,
form
Wednesday,
yeah,
Thursday.
me
And
too.
put the meeting times on it, so that we can look at this, see there's no conflicts, and see how it fits into our schedules.
So like right now, Kitty, on the third week of every month, and this has been for quite a few years, because I've been doing these, is I have a meeting Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. Friday's my first night off,
Yeah.
and that's just 1 week.
with you,
Yeah.
Kevin, you actually, I mean,
So,
Jeff does
yeah.
have, Jeff and Kitty do have the most in terms of actual committee meetings. Kevin, in terms of yours, the Board of Assessment Review, they only meet, what, like 1 week during the year or something?
Oh, boy, that's a big week.
You know, but.
That's a big week.
But that's a big week, but that's it, the zoning, well, the zoning is now with Jeff, the assessor is a department, it's, you know, the community center is a I mean, I broke out this year, instead of rec community center, youth center,
Why isn't all this in one area,
what do you mean,
consolidated?
what are you talking about?
Rec, Moriello.
Last year, what I did was I had community center, recreation, the youth center, the pool, all together, and you and Jeff were on that. I kept you and Jeff on Moriello Pool. I actually put you and Kitty on youth center from the perspective of trying to start to work on the possibility of looking at the concept of a not-for-profit, which Kitty had brought up during the budget, that she wanted to start looking at that, so.
Because when you're up here, Kitty, you'll be on the board.
So,
I'll be
I
on the
did,
beach.
Kitty, I did add the youth center for you, but only just so for you and Kevin to start really working together on how to look at the
We could have a few
possibility,
meetings with them.
you know, about how to turn it into a not-for-profit. I put the community center recreation with Kevin. We have only a part-time person now, and it just seemed like
Yeah, we need to get that
Personnel.
recreation committee back.
we can try to start to recreate that.
Well, that's what happens, is that we need a recreation committee to reform again.
Which we can do, and then,
There's
So-
plenty of people that'll volunteer for that.
so we have to reform that. But,
Um,
no,
when does
originally it would never
CWAS
been together,
meet?
Kevin, and I put it together, and now I've sort of somewhat broken up. I
Second
kept you and
Wednesday.
Jeff still on Moriello Pool together, because that worked. I just sort of feel because of personalities, the community center, rec center, you seem to have a better relationship. And it just might be easier to just do it that way. The school board, you don't have to, but we could even take that off. So you don't really have any
Well,
meetings
I'll
at
take-
night,
I'll take the CWAS back.
but they would like you
First
to
half
come.
of the year,
I do go.
they
Oh,
are
okay.
here on the
Okay,
fourth
so you'll take CWAS back?
Tuesday.
Okay.
Well,
Um,
that sounds right.
They got money to spend.
Jean, you've got ethics, ICIB hasn't met, revolving loan is really nothing. You meet with the building department, we have to talk about the childcare center. You do all the finance stuff, you've got the police commission, you deal with the town clerk. Oh, you'll see I have Jeff and, Kevin, you've been taken off, and Jeff and Jean are on the negotiating team.
Fine.
Okay,
So Kevin, you're gonna go
Well,
back to CWAS?
Actually, yeah, that's good. That's
Okay.
a good combination right there.
okay, and I'm unfortunately on the negotiating team.
Second, second Wednesday.
You can, if you want to go, do something that you want to go, let me know.
And so as of now, we'll retype this up, I'll get it back to you tomorrow. If you guys wanna make any switches, changes,
If I could just get that, it would help.
the only thing that you have as a night meeting of the school board is CWASP.
And actually, I would like to take CWASP and give you ENCB, because that first Wednesday of the month is hard for me. If you wanna look at your calendar and see. ENCB
What's the
is the,
consideration? I'll take ENCB.
thank you. They're the first Wednesday, and
Okay, so Kitty
Part of
is,
that negotiating team.
so,
First
so
alternate.
Kevin is taking ENCB and Kitty's taking CWASP.
Everything,
gotta Okay.
negotiate everything, right?
Okay, is that okay with everybody? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, is everybody okay? Yep. Okay,
So moved.
So moved.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion's
Aye.
carried, congratulations. Okay, investment of tax revenues. Who wants to make a motion to authorize
So
temporary
moved.
investment?
Second.
Do you have a second? Okay, all in favor? Okay, conference attendance. Provides the town board may delegate its power to authorize attendance in such conference that any executive officer or administrative board supervisor will authorize such attendance. Although Jean had pointed out to us that the board has to approve all the conferences.
I'm going to the association town meeting.
Yeah, can you go this year?
Yeah, I'm gonna go this year. I can go.
Just make sure, if you think you're really gonna go, that we go, because we're still fighting, we're still fighting paying for last year when some people ended up not being able to go, and they keep billing us and we keep refusing to pay.
I went.
No, you,
Oh.
myself and Jim went, but
Oh.
Kevin was gonna go to, the new one.
Oh,
The new
And then he couldn't
official,
at the last minute because he had some
right,
case.
and you're still
we-
getting billed for me
And
too?
and you didn't go either, right?
Well, that's
And we
easy,
can't-
that's easy to fix.
We canceled
It's
it
easy
ahead
to
of
fix.
time. We
No.
didn't pay the bill.
Yeah, tell them we're not going to be a member association of towns, too.
Right.
Quite frankly, I'm
I'm
quite willing
fine with
to,
that.
I'm quite willing to not be a member of the
I don't need
Association of
Jeff
Towns.
Haber, do you? I don't know what he's done
Trust
for
me,
me lately.
I'm quite willing not to be a member of the association.
It's no, seriously, in all seriousness, if you want to come to us and say we don't need to be a member association of town,
I'll tell,
I'm
honestly,
fine with that.
honestly, you know, the truth is, having been up in Albany as much as I was lobbying on property tax reform, I found myself very frustrated with the Association of Counties and the Association of Towns, because I didn't see them lobbying at all the legislative hearings that we were at all day long. And when they did lobby, it was sort of like, oh, please, thank you, you know, this is like, you know, what did you add to the equation? Basically, supposedly, they've done all this work behind the scenes, behind the scenes, behind the scenes. I actually would be willing not to join. The only reason that makes me I thought about this today as I was gonna bring the recommendation forward, but then I realized Al Wagner's gonna let us know, because we didn't have time for him to talk to us about the trees and stuff, that this is possibility to get this like a major grant through the DEC to get the trees planted up on Main Street, and they wanna use this as like a model thing. The Association of Towns is so into this that they're offering to give us all of their lawyers free of charge to
Why
help
don't we
us
just refund
put
us
this
for
all
these
together
open bills?
and stuff, and that they're willing to like put this all together and help us with all their lawyers and stuff. And I said to him, why would the Association of Towns be interested in this? And he said, because there's a lot of money through the federal government for tree grants, and, okay.
I'm getting the flu. Even though you gave me a flu shot, I can't be getting the flu because I got
You
a flu
can't,
shot.
you get the flu shot.
But I
All-
just am feeling.
Are you
like-
making a motion?
I'm making a
Do
motion
you wanna
that
hold off on the
everybody go
Association
take
of
a
Towns and we'll make a
decongestant.
decision on,
Yes, we will.
I'll tell you about this,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm
Um,
adjourning. I'm sorry.
Let's just
I
see really
can't
quickly if there's anything left.
Do it.
Oh, we have to, yeah, can we have to do a municipal worker, which you have no problem with. You had asked us to hold off last time.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
She is volunteering, the person that thought she may be interested, but she
Yeah.
couldn't commit to the time.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that in 3 minutes. Conference attendance we'll do on Monday, because we'll talk about what we're gonna do about the Association of Town. The expenditure of 2,000 for lodging meals will be authorized, that's for the Association of Towns. We'll hold off on that for next week. Kitty, we're going through is there anything, what else is left?
Prepays.
Okay, oh, so we just,
Okay.
and the prepays is just, but that's not really even a part of, oh, okay, yeah, the prepays that she can pay. Nobody, who wants to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and,
All in favor? Aye.
okay, and then for the annual contracts, we wanted to authorize the signatures of the sports contracts, must sign the contract in the town clerk's office, and then authorize the supervisor to blah, 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 blah. But she wants, instead of having to chase the contract, instead of having to chase the contract, she wants.
That's fine.
I
Okay,
think
so-
that's a good idea.
Okay, so who wants to make that motion?
I do.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
fine. There's some other contracts we can do, but we don't have to do that tonight.
What's the personnel thing on the back?
That was for the possibility of going into a meeting on,
That doesn't belong in a reorg meeting, though.
no, it was on the, what do you have?
I don't know, it got printed on the back of my reorg meeting.
Last year, you
Oh.
went into executive session at the end of last year's
Right.
meeting, so that's why it's on
Oh,
there.
okay.
And I thought I might want to go into executive session tonight, but we're not
Did
gonna
he
do
feel
it.
better?
Okay,
I
so
will.
can I have a motion to hire the municipal,
Municipal lawn worker
yeah,
for recycling,
yeah,
so moved.
There's no,
okay,
and this was,
yeah.
there's no listener issues or anything like that with it?
This
Um,
person is a resident?
There's no, is-
No, but the only,
Now what?
okay.
And it doesn't have to be open for list?
and there's no list, there's no county list on that? Well,
Okay,
they've taken the civil service exam?
it's civil service exempt. We have to do the minutes.
There is none?
You wanna do it
And
Monday?
there's-
Do it Monday.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
Monday.
Sorry,
Do
folks.
we approve it?
we're waiting for her.
Nice.
Mike, can you feel better? You don't have the flu.
I don't have.
We're waiting for her to
I think
answer.
you have the flow, but you don't.
Okay, guys, we gotta finish up. Are you okay with, are you comfortable with what Lori said? Jeff,
Feel better.
are you comfortable with Lori's
Well,
answer?
I mean, we'd like them to be local, but if you had no local applicants in New Paltz.
recently got a call and said send in your application.
And then there was also no, and there was no list. I just wanna make sure there's no list that we should be working off of.
Okay, so she needs the help, so we need to get somebody up there. So do we have a motion? We have the thing,
I didn't have one.
Someone moved it.
Kitty,
Kitty, I
Kitty.
second it.
yeah. Is
Do
there
we have the name, the title?
I'm trying to,
Rate of pay?
we have it in here.
Okay.
Follow protocol, first 6 months is probationary, so it's $1 less an hour.
Oh, I want to do this too.
51
Um,
And they'll be falling into the new, then, how many hours a week?
24.
It's right here.
Yeah, it's three
Um,
days, is the busiest days, Thursday.
So they understand there's no benefits and,
Right, yeah, it's part-time,
And so Laura,
No
it's-
benefits.
it's Kevin?
Yeah.
But they would accrue vacation and sick.
Well, we never went back and did that. We never,
Monday.
we have to do that Monday.
so let them know
So,
Monday.
so the motion is for us to hire Kevin, here's the name of the person, I can't, and, what's the salary?
She just said it.
1651.
What?
Hourly.
1651. Okay, so it's a part-timer, at how many hours?
24.
24,
Thursday,
oh,
Friday, Saturday.
24? That didn't go into that equation, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Yeah, it's just three of the busiest days.
Sorry,
Thursday,
keep
Friday,
it.
Saturday.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motions are carried?
Aye.
Okay, we need to do two more things.
And
I
actually,
need to-
before she leaves too, though, is Laura, because I have not had a chance, is the tool loaning library for county, they cannot reside out at the recycling center. That's giving, it would actually be against the law, that's giving, we've been down that, unfortunately, with other people, that's giving away town assets and town property to an organization outside. So we have to send out another press conference or a press release that they will not be residing at the town of New Paltz property.
Okay, we can continue with workshops and because
Well,
the workshops are holding our.
I gotta interrupt this for 1 second, because I just have to do two more things, and I can close the meeting, and then you guys can talk. Okay, I need to, as long as we're doing appointments, the county wanted us to appoint somebody to the Environmental Management Council. They haven't had somebody from New Paltz for a long time, and last night at the ENCB, they appointed Jim Littlefoot, so I just need a motion,
So moved.
and a second.
Second.
All in favor? Motion so carried.
congratulations, Jim.
Yeah,
Thank you for doing
I
that.
know, it's great for him to do that. And then we just need to do these two vouchers, one for Rapport Myers in Whiteback, $7,859.84. It's partly for wetlands litigation for the UCRRA and for fracking. So it's a prepay. And we have a prepay for Squire and Sanders, which is $2,500, which is the money
That's
for the
for the whole year.
contract for the, yeah. And if you look at, when you look at the thing, you'll see that they actually have applying a credit of $16,559 to the gross total, and they're only charging us $2,500, which was the contract. But if you actually look at just one bond for the open space was like, was $3,100 for the 628, another $2,000 for the $33,000 bond, another $1,500 with the $5,500 bond. So that was $3, $4, $5, $6, close to $7,000 just for our bonds alone. And we're getting paid $2,500. Then they build in, of course, the time that they put in. So anyway, do I have a motion to,
So moved.
a second? Do I have a second?
Oh, maybe Jeff wants to look at it.
I just looked at it over her shoulder, yeah, no, it's,
Do you guys want to keep the same vouchers? Do you two want to do the vouchers, and you and Kitty, or would you like to mix it up?
yeah, it's fine, because then we're same schedule, so we do January, I believe.
Okay, so you guys will do January 9th.
No, you know what, it's random. Actually, their piles are a lot smaller now than they used to be.
Really?
That's all the wetlands lawsuit.
A lot better.
It's wetlands
Ira
lawsuit.
knows, Ira digs through them every so often. Ira will tell you.
Okay,
They
she's
look a lot better
charging
than
it
they
to
ever
the bee
used to.
fund. Okay. Go with that. It should be A.
Right?
Okay.
Make a second?
There's no
Second.
reason.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried.
Move to adjourn?
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so
Aye.
carried. 7:30 Monday.
The only
Kill me now.
problem is just like anything else.
7:30 Monday.